This is
All right.
so wild. We are having a wild day at the America Happens News. I love this. I love going live. I love being wild. I'm not even going to play the intro song today because
Sorry,
are we live?
sorry to interrupt you guys. Sorry. Hey, Corinne, sorry. Do you mind we play the intro song just so everybody could catch up?
Yes.
Yes,
That
let's
is
do that.
Vem. He is in the middle of the desert doing a very important documentary for all y'all out there. Vem is the founder of America Happens. So yes, we can play the intro for 5 minutes. Yes.
All right. Although,
Okay.
hang on, audience. One sec. I'm doing this off my cell phone, so apologies. I'm trying to find how I could do this off my cell phone. Corinne, could you trigger the countdown from your side?
We're live right now.
Yeah. Just do the countdown so people could, because if you do the
Yeah.
countdown, people could catch up with the view.
Vem loves the countdown, and I do too. So let's. Today is May 31st, 2024. I'm Corinne Clifford. I'm your host. This is the America Happens News. We're going on for 5 hours tonight, so prepare. The news is so wild this week. We all are talking about President Trump, but there's really deep things happening in Washington, D.C., and that's where I'm right now live. There are 5 very serious cases next week that I'm tracking. So I will get into all of this with you as we go through the 5 hours of the America Happens News. I want to introduce one of my first guests. This is a really interesting person. This is Matt Strickland, and he owns a restaurant in Virginia, just outside of Washington, D.C., and he refused to close for the whole COVID crisis, which created a series of events that he's still dealing with. So, Matt, welcome to the America Happens News.
Hey, it's good to see you, Corinne. As always, thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
I'm so grateful because we got into your story briefly, but you have the most wild story. And what I love about everything that you talk about is the fact that you're one of the few who is really willing to stand up. So what's going on right now today? Where are we today with everything that's happening? You own Gourmel's. Explain it to us. Gourmel's is a beautiful restaurant in Virginia. It's in a really cute area. It's called Spotsville, right?
Yeah, Spotsylvania. Yeah.
Spotsylvania.
I'll summarize it for you guys pretty quickly, but I mean, there's a lot to summarize, that's for sure. In a nutshell, what happened is I realized very early on during the COVID mandates that they were more about control than they were health and safety. And so for that reason, I made a decision not to follow those COVID mandates because I was not going to take my customers and my employees nor my constitutional rights away. So I stood up for the Constitution and didn't follow COVID mandates. And for that reason, they stripped me of my health department license, and they also stripped me of my ABC license, my license to serve alcohol. But I continued to serve food and I continued to serve alcohol because my mindset at that point was if the Constitution means nothing, then their licenses mean nothing either. So I operated without those licenses for a very long time. And to my surprise, the community showed up and supported the heck out of me. I mean, we had a line out the door from open to close. I couldn't keep enough food in the restaurant to serve people. By 6 p.m., we were running out of food. So it let me know that, I wasn't alone and that other people were realizing the tyranny that was going on, that I was realizing, and that people needed a business owner specifically in that time to stand up and fight back so the people could join the fight and fight with us. So long story short, I won. I was able to take it to court and prove in court that those mandates were indeed unconstitutional. And unfortunately, not only was I fighting Democrats in court, but I also had to fight Glenn Youngkin here in Virginia, as well as Jason Miyares, who is our Republican Attorney General, because after they won, even though they told me on the campaign trail that COVID mandates would be gone and no businesses would further be prosecuted for those COVID mandates, they continued to prosecute me for those COVID mandates after they won. But because of the support of the people that put political pressure on them, they tapped out and dismissed everything against me. And once again, we won. And I ran for state senate, and the establishment came out in full force to get behind my opponent in the primary. And Glenn Youngkin, along with the rest of the establishment Republicans here in Virginia, funded my opponent with over $1 million. And since even though I beat every state senate candidate and every delegate in the state of Virginia in the number of low dollar donations, so that's donations from people, from actual voters. I beat every candidate in the state of Virginia in low dollar donations. I was only able to raise 180 grand, even with those kinds of numbers in donations, because I didn't take any of that corrupt money. I didn't take any of those 6-figure chunks like my opponent did from Spirit of Virginia, which is Glenn Youngkin's PAC, and Pfizer, and the rest of Big Pharma, and Dominion Energy, and all of these other corrupt organizations. And 180 grand versus over $1 million in a campaign, you're going to lose every time. And so that's what happened. And then I was politically persecuted even after that. Just a couple of months ago, I had to go before the Board of Elections because Glenn Youngkin and Jason Miyares said that because after the primary, folks, citizens here in the community started a write-in campaign for me, and bought signs and put them in their own front yard. They bought these signs with their own money, put them in their own front yard that said "Write in Matt Strickland for state senate." And because they did that, they fined me $75,000 because they said those signs should have had a campaign disclaimer on them that said "paid for by my campaign." However, they were not paid for by my campaign, nor did I have anything to do with those signs or the write-in campaign. I purposely stayed away from it because I knew the political persecution would follow. And so anyway, they fined me $75,000 for that. So I went before the Board of Elections and I explained every article of every section of the Constitution that they were violating just having me there before the board. And I explained to them every section of the Constitution that they were violating for the citizens, their First Amendment rights specifically, for putting a sign in their front yard, because you're allowed to put a sign up in your front yard saying whatever the hell you want. So so they didn't know if I was correct or not. The Attorney General's office didn't know the Constitution after I spit it to them, so they continued it. They kicked the can down the road for a month, which was last month. So I had to go back before the Board of Elections last month, and they dismissed everything against me once again, and I won. So the past 4 years, I've been, and there's a lot more to it, but that'll take up the entire show to tell you guys. But the bottom line is, I've been before a judge in a courtroom or before an administrative board countless times in the past 4 years, at least 15 times. And although I've won every time, the punishment is in the process, just like with President Trump. It doesn't matter if they win or not in court. The punishment is keeping me in court and keeping me before a board and draining me of my resources, my time, and my money, because it did take six figures to fight all of these prosecutions. And that is the punishment. So these people are corrupt, and it's not just the Democrat Party. It is absolutely the Republican Party as well. And that's why it made me sick yesterday when I saw the verdict in Trump's trial. And then I saw all of these establishment Republicans come out in quote unquote support for Trump and say that it's a dark day in America, when I know that they're actually just as happy as some of these Democrats are that that verdict took place.
So what do we do, Matt? Because what I really like about you is that you are solution minded and you're actually living it. Every single day you wake up and you stand up for America first. What do we do? We're in Virginia. What do we do? Just starting with Virginia. What do we do for the November 2024 election? Because election corruption is out of control. I interview people every week about just the election corruption in Virginia. I'm focused on Virginia because I'm in Washington, D.C. I'm going to let Maryland go. I can't help Maryland. But in Virginia, what do we do?
Yeah, Maryland's absolutely lost. You're right about that. I'll be honest with you. I don't have any faith in elections, in the election process. I mean, here in Virginia specifically, you can vote without an ID. Here in Virginia, you can register to vote without an ID. So you tell me how elections here in Virginia are secure. They're absolutely not. I made a video of myself in the last election voting without an ID. And so that proves that these elections are corrupted, and they're absolutely not secure. So the solution is, and and this has been the solution for the past 4 years, that Americans need to take it into our own hands, just like the founding fathers of this country did. I can promise you that there is no Republican politician that is coming to save you. I can promise you that. And I can tell you for 100% certain, if having a Republican Congress didn't prove it to you, then I don't know what will. We've had a Republican Congress now for how long? And what have they done? They've done nothing except send more of our tax dollars to Ukraine. And now they're sending more of our tax dollars to Israel. And God knows what other country they're sending our tax dollars to. But you know where they're not sending it to? They're not sending it to our own border to close it. And the reason why I say Republicans aren't coming to save you is because right now, our border can be closed by Republican governors with no federal involvement at all whatsoever. This is a state's issue. And every state constitution, and you can go Google this, you can go look this up yourself and see that everything I'm about to tell you right now is the absolute truth. In every state constitution, it says that the governor has the authority to declare an invasion. And that's what's happening right now. Now, once the governor declares that invasion, it opens up a massive toolbox to that governor that gives him the authority to send National Guard troops down to the border to absolutely 100% seal off that border. So you tell me why not one Republican governor has done that. I'll tell you why. Because they're funded by the same people that these Democrats are funded by. They do not want the border closed. It's all lip service. And I try to tell people this at least a couple of times a week, because nobody wants to ask these governors when they're face to face with them these tough questions. And I don't understand why. It pisses me off how weak and how scared the American people have become, especially when it comes to our elected officials, the people that are supposed to be representing us. Why don't you ask them these tough questions and demand an answer? Not a beat around the bush. I'm going to give you a political answer, an answer without actually answering your question. No, I want a direct answer from you. I want a yes or no, and then I want you to explain your answer to me. And I deserve that as your constituent. And if you're not willing to give me that, or if you can't give me that because you're not smart enough, because these people are stupid, then you don't deserve to be my governor or any elected official by any means. And that's what we have to do. We have to, as people, not just in Virginia, but across the United States. If you have a Republican governor, every single day you need to be emailing your governor, calling your governor's office, asking them why they haven't declared an invasion in their state. But along with that declaration, because Abbott actually did declare an invasion in Texas. But guess what he did with the tools that were opened up to him after declaring that invasion? Nothing. So it's not enough to just say, we're being invaded, I'm declaring an invasion. You have to follow it up with everything that's available to you in that toolbox that I'm talking about. And like I said, every Republican governor can send all of their National Guard troops to the border without permission from the federal government. And what that toolbox also has in it is it will allow these Republican governors in these Republican states the opportunity to secure elections, because we know that illegal immigrants are voting in our elections. And I know that for a 100% fact, because when I was on the campaign trail, I went to this lady's business, and she had a Vietnamese guy working for her. He was an older guy, and he's been in the U.S. for 30 plus years. And he was telling me that he agrees with everything that I'm talking about. And if he were to vote, that he would vote for me, but he doesn't vote. And I asked him why. And he said, because elections are bullshit. They don't matter. Elections are not secure here in the U.S. They already know who is going to be picked. And asked him why he thinks that way. Although I think that way as well, I wanted to hear his answer. And he said because his nephew had just come from Vietnam to the U.S. Not even 2 years ago, and he's here illegally, and he lives in Fairfax, Virginia. And he said his nephew gets paid by the Democrat Party or one of their NGOs $100 per vote. So he has them. The Democrat NGOs have these people in Democratic strongholds like Fairfax, Virginia, going to vote for people at $100 a pop, and every single illegal immigrant will sign up to do that. And the way you can do that is very easy. One, you can register people to vote with no ID that are eligible to vote, but just have never registered to vote. And two, for people who are registered to vote, you can look at their voting history, and I can say, let me check out Corinne's voting history. Well, I see that she only votes in presidential elections. So this is a midterm election. I know she's not going to come out and vote. So I'm going to pay somebody to go vote for her. And when you show up to a poll in Virginia, much like all the other states, they'll ask you for an ID. But all you have to do is tell them that you don't have it, and they legally have to let you vote. All you do is you sign a slip of paper, and you give them your name and your address and your signature promising you are who you say you are, and that's it. So I can send a female in to vote for you, Corinne, and the only way that you would know that somebody voted for you is if you happen to come in afterwards and they tell you that you've already voted. And then what happens in that case is they say, well, ma'am, you've already voted. And you're going to say, no, I haven't. And they're going to say, well, if you can't prove, we'll let you fill out this absentee ballot. However, if you can't prove that that first vote wasn't you, that vote counts, and this absentee ballot gets tossed in the trash. And how are you going to prove that that wasn't you? You have no idea who the hell it was. You don't have access to any surveillance equipment. And that surveillance equipment changes over every 4 days anyway. So these people are getting away with stealing elections in so many different, that's just one way. We haven't even talked about ballot harvesting. We haven't
Okay,
even.
wait, hold on one second. What intrigues me so much about you is that I am in Washington, D.C. You're in Virginia. I want you to really focus on the election corruption for November, and we're going to put a plan together. And I would say this to you on your cell phone, but the feds watch everything we do, so it doesn't matter. The bottom line is that we're going to put a plan together and we're going to expose election corruption because you are the real deal. You are a white hat, whether you like it or not, Matt. And I interview everybody. You are a white hat, and I want people to know who you are because we're going to be watching the Virginia elections. So go on. What's the other way they do it with ballot harvesting?
Listen, I got a couple ideas myself how we can prove to the American people. I don't even know why people need further proof, but if you do, I got a couple ideas where we can further prove it to them. But to be honest with you, I'll just cut to the chase. We are not voting our way out of what's going on here in America. We are not legislating our way out of what's going on here in America. There's no politician coming to save us. Donald Trump absolutely needs to be elected president. And if he doesn't, then they're just going to speed up the corruption. So he absolutely needs to be elected president so he can slow that down and put some opportunities in front of us to where we can make sure after his 4 years, some of this corruption is impossible to happen again. But what we need to do right now, even before November, because one man will not save this country. We can't sit back on our couch and think that Donald Trump's coming to save us or fill in the blank Republican politician, because they can't. It's impossible. It is up to all of us as the American people to save us, to save America for our children and our grandchildren. And I truly believe the way that we do that is what our forefathers gave us when they created this country, what our forefathers gave us in the founding papers, the founding documents of this country. And that is, they said it is our right and our duty to form a well-regulated militia. And we've been slacking on that for decades and centuries here in the US. But we absolutely need to start forming that national well-regulated militia. So when this tyranny continues to soar, we have an organization ran by the people and the ranks filled by the people that will step up and stop this. There's already a bunch of militias throughout the country, throughout different states. There's a few here in the state of Virginia, but it's not well organized, if I'm being honest with you. And none of them talk to each other, and none of them work with each other. None of them coordinate with each other. And it's not their fault. It's just they don't have the logistical background that somebody like the U.S. military has, because they don't steal our tax dollars like the U.S. military and the U.S. government does. So we've got to get that. We've got to get that intact, the well-regulated militia, so we can hold these people accountable. And if it comes down to it, we take our country back. Hopefully, it's in a peaceful manner. But what I called for, I made a post yesterday. I made a video on my social media yesterday, and I called for all of the conservative voices, everybody who claims to be a conservative patriot that has a huge following on social media and a loud voice. I called on those people to help me organize that well-regulated militia throughout the nation. And so far, none of them have stepped up, which doesn't surprise me, because most of these people are grifters. Most of these people don't really give a damn about making a difference. It's all about making money to them, and it's not to me. And if I haven't proved that to the people already, I don't know what I can do to prove it, because I was ready to lose everything I worked my entire life for when I put my restaurant on the line to fight COVID mandates. I mean, who thinks that they're going to beat the government? I didn't. I absolutely thought I was going to lose. I thought I'd lose everything, but it was more than worth it to me, because like the saying goes, I'd rather die on my feet than live on my knees. And that's exactly what my mentality was. I'm here to teach my kids a lesson. My life from now until the day I die is to teach my kids every lesson that I can before I leave this earth. And the lesson I wanted to teach them was, no matter what the consequences are to you, you have to do what's right for your family and for your country, no matter what the consequences might be to you. And how can I teach them that? How can I tell them that if I'm not willing to do the same thing myself? So that was the premise, the whole premise behind my fight. And like I said, luckily I was successful in my fight, but I won that little fight at my restaurant. We're losing an entire country. I can't do this by myself. Donald Trump can't do this by himself. It's going to take all of us. And I'm not talking complaining on social media. It's going to take activity. It's going to take activism. It's going to take us getting off of our ass and actually getting into action and making plans and organizing in our communities and forming this regulated militia of patriots that are willing to do whatever it takes to save this country, like they did in 1775. That's what it's going to take, and that's what we need, and that's what I'm here ready to hopefully help other patriots across the nation form.
Okay, so how do people join you? Because I am going to put my stamp of approval on this. God kept telling me to contact you and keep you in the shows and get you as much publicity as possible, not because of the publicity's sake, because a lot of people are grifters and it's time to expose that. A lot of people talk a big talk and they're never going to get anything done. But I'm real, you're real. How do people join your militia? It's so important.
It's at Matt for VA on X, and X is where I do most of the things for obvious reasons. It's the only platform that so far hasn't censored me. It's at MATTFORVA, and you guys got to stop buying in to the BS that they feed us all of the time. You guys got to stop buying into these foreign wars when our border is wide open in our city, our our state, our county, our entire country is being invaded. We can't help any other country until our citizens here at home are protected. And trust me, I've been to Iraq, I've been to Afghanistan, I've fought those foreign wars. So I know firsthand just how corrupt it is. And let me tell you something, every single government in this world is corrupt. Majority of these countries, almost all of them, the people are awesome. The people just want what's best for their family and their nation. But the governments are absolutely corrupt. And Israel is a perfect example. Israel is absolutely corrupt as well. The Israeli people, I feel for them 100%. And they just want to do what's right for their nation. They just want to live in peace and they just want to practice their religion. And their government keeps throwing them under the bus and keeps throwing them in the fire. Do you guys know what was happening right before October 7th happened? Do you guys know what was happening for months and months before October 7th happened in Israel? The Israelis were in the streets protesting Netanyahu because Netanyahu had a corrupt piece of legislation passed that says the Supreme Court no longer has oversight of the legislators. So here in the U.S. and in Israel as well, it used to be that if the legislators passed a piece of legislation that was unconstitutional or unreasonable, that the Supreme Court could strike it down. Checks and balances. The Israelis just had a piece of legislation come before them, and they ended up passing it that now says the Supreme Court no longer has oversight of their legislators, and the legislators in Israel are packed with pro Netanyahu folks, and that's the reason why he did it. So all of the Israelis were in the streets protesting that unconstitutional piece of legislation right before October 7th happened, and then October 7th happened, and now everybody forgot about all of the months and months of protests in Israel, and now everybody is focused on Hamas and uniting together as a nation to fight Palestine. And I believe it was absolutely purposeful because let me tell you something. If I'm the leader of Israel and I share a border with another group of people, Hamas, terrorists, that hate me and that hate my people in my country, and that if they had the opportunity would kill everybody in my country, if I shared a border with an organization like that, I would make sure, I don't give a damn what day it is, that border would not only be manned, it would be overmanned by 100%. And I don't care if it's I don't care what it is, that border it would be unbreachable. And so the simple fact that they have this Iron Dome that can block any rocket that comes into Israel. However, these people are just able to pour over the border, in the most rudimentary way, and attack and kill any civilian that they wanted to that day on October 7th in Israel. That was not an accident. That border was purposely left open for that attack that happened because Netanyahu had to get out of the shit situation that he was in, where his people were in the streets protesting him. And I truly believe that's one of the reasons why October 7th happened. I truly believe that the Israeli government let it happen, because the evidence is right there staring you in the face, folks. And I'm tired of these warmongering politicians sending my brothers and sisters to die for these corrupt wars. We need to stop supporting all of them, because every single war that we've been in since World War II has been a corrupt war. There's actually been no war declared. They've all been quote unquote conflicts, and we've been sent over there to die in them. And I happily did so, because I was a patriot that loved my country when I was a young man. But now I've realized that I've been lied to this entire time, and that my brothers and sisters that went downrange with me died for absolutely no reason. They did it for the right reasons. They did it for their country, not taking anything away from them. But they were led to the slaughterhouse by a corrupt government, and so was I. Fortunately, I didn't die, and I can still be here to protest for them and make sure it doesn't happen again. And that's what I'm going to live the rest of my life out doing, is making sure that we secure our homeland before we even think about trying to help another country, because all we end up doing anyway is ruining every country we touch.
I mean, Matt, when you talk, my whole body can just feel everything you're saying is real. The governor of Texas is doing nothing about the border crisis. He's lying. Congress is getting nothing done. I've been in Congress, tracking Congress since 2021 in Washington, D.C. I've never seen Congress get anything done. I like the hearings, they're interesting. The hearings are good, but the bottom line is nothing's getting done, and it is time for the white hats to organize. You are a white hat. In the end, stop eating the popcorn. Everybody always said, eat the popcorn, relax. No, it's time for the white hats to organize. I'm America first. I'm a girl. Obviously, I have no ability to be a white hat, but Matt, you're a white hat, and I see that in you. So tell us about Monday, and tell us about your restaurant and how to get involved in everything that you do.
Monday, I'm doing an event for Cameron Hamilton. He's actually running for Congress here in my district, in Virginia's 7th district. And the reason I support Cameron Hamilton is because he has the same mentality we do. And he will actually be a Constitution first representative if he were to make it to Congress. Now, he is fighting an uphill battle against the establishment, of course. They've got their person in the race, which is Derek Anderson. But I'm trying to do everything in my power and rally everybody I can rally to make sure they vote for Cameron Hamilton and get him across the finish line. So we're doing an event for him at my restaurant, Gourmelts, here in Fredericksburg, Virginia, on Monday at 4 p.m. And one of the only people that's actually representing us decently in D.C., Rand Paul, will be here as well. So Rand Paul and Cameron Hamilton will be here, and I invite each and every one of you to come out and ask these gentlemen who want to represent us all the tough questions that you want to ask them, because we deserve whatever answers your heart desires if they want to be our representatives. And if they can't answer those questions, then they don't deserve to represent you. But I can guarantee you right now, Cameron Hamilton won't be scared to give you those answers, and that's why I'm supporting him. So, Gourmelts, Fredericksburg, Virginia, 4 p.m. this Monday, which is June 3rd, I believe.
Yeah, Monday is June 3rd. What I find so intriguing is that you are not scared to tell your address. You're not scared to say what you're standing up for. And people need to know that you're currently in the military, correct? Are you still in the military?
No, I'm not in the military anymore. No, I got out a while ago, and actually afterwards, I worked for Blackwater, worked for Eric Prince for a while, which was the best organization I worked for. Actually, when I joined Blackwater, Eric Prince proved to me that the private sector, that was my first lesson in that the private sector does everything better than the government, because the training that I got with Blackwater, the missions that I took on as a Blackwater employee were just so much more well organized than even the military, who has unlimited funds. Eric Prince was able to do this with limited funds, and and that was my introduction to the private industry. Is where it's at. We need far, far, far less government. And no, I'm not scared to call anybody out, because I don't care if they want to be friends with me or not. I don't care if they want to support me or not. It doesn't matter to me. All that matters to me is my nation. So that's why whenever any of our representatives do something that they shouldn't have done, I'm going to be the first one to call them out. Just like Jim Jordan, who everybody thinks is a huge patriot. What has he been doing for us the past few years? Not very much. He just wrote a strongly worded letter asking the prosecutors up in New York to come to a congressional hearing. You and me both know they're going to ignore that request to come to that congressional hearing. Nothing's going to be done about it. So what Jim Jordan should be doing is using the huge platform that he has to help the people, help the citizens form this well-regulated militia, because that is our only way out. But he won't, because all of these people, all they're worried about is self-preservation and making sure they don't rock the boat enough to where they might lose their status, or they might lose, more importantly, their paycheck and their benefits, which is all they give a damn about. That's all they care about. I'm ready to give up my freedom. I'm ready to give up my life for this country, because I'm not only doing it for my country, I'm doing it for my kids. And every one of you should have the same mentality. And until you do, this country will continue to go downhill, and eventually it'll be too far downhill to where we won't be able to save it. So we got to get off our asses right now, get off the couch, and actually take some action and save this country. That's the only way we do it. Nobody's coming to save us except us banding together and doing it together. No politician is coming to legislate our way out of this mess, folks.
Just really quickly, because I know you have to go, what is a well-regulated militia? Give me a little bit on that topic, because that's very powerful.
A well-regulated militia is something that was endowed to us in the founding documents of this country, and it was put in those documents because our forefathers had just left a tyrannical empire, and they wanted to make sure that the citizens had the right to form a militia to make sure that another tyrannical government here in the U.S. didn't prosper. And so, what a well-regulated militia is it's just that. It's a militia of the people, who, it actually says that it's not only our right, but it's our duty to abolish and replace a government once it becomes a tyrannical government. And I think everybody would agree that what we have now is a tyrannical government. So a well-regulated militia is just that. It's a militia of the people, and it's well-regulated, it's well-organized, and violence is not what we want. We'll take it there if we need to, if we have to defend ourselves. But violence is not what we want. We want to take our country back from these tyrannical, globalist, uniparty establishment, whatever else label you want to give to them, folks, peacefully. We just want our country back into the hands of the citizens, where it should have never left and where it belongs. And it's going to take some very heavy organizing, and that's why we need people that have large platforms to join us in this effort. And that's why we need people with these loud conservative voices to stop talking about it and stop complaining about it on these podcasts and on social media, and actually get with folks like myself who have action plans that are ready to put in place to organize people across the nation to make sure that the tyranny stops. Not wait until November. What are we going to do? We're going to wait until November and hope Trump saves us? So what happens on November 6th when they steal another election? Going to start organizing then? It's too late then, folks. Can you imagine the chaos that happens on November 6th after they steal another election, and the amount of people that they throw in jail after that? We have to start organizing now and getting things together, so we make sure we do this legally, and we make sure we do this as peacefully as possible. But one thing that will happen, that we won't take no for an answer, is we will get our country back. It will be handed back over to us by any means necessary. I mean, we're talking about folks that are ruling us that can't fight their way out of a wet paper bag. It's embarrassing, actually. I mean, the founding fathers are probably looking down on us, laughing. What did we hand over to these cowards? Because that's what we're acting like right now. We're acting like absolute cowards, and we need to take our country back. And it's almost getting too late for us to do so. So the time is now, folks. Not November 6th. Hopefully all goes well November 5th, and Trump is our president. But we got to start planning like that's not going to happen. Like the old saying goes, plan for the worst, hope for the best. It's time to start planning for the worst, folks. So all you conservative social media folks that have a big following, let's go, man. If you're really about this, let's start organizing.
That is the truth, because there's a lot of people who talk a big talk on social media and then they get nothing done.
That's what they're all about. And that is not what the American spirit is supposed to be inside of us. It's supposed to be about all action and less talk. So let's take that American spirit back, folks.
That is so beautiful the way you say that, Matt. I mean, nobody says it better than you right now. And you say it in such an eloquent way and so educated. Is there anything else that really needs to be covered?
Those are the important things. I mean, I know we're short on time. I've got a ton of things I need to cover, but we are short on time. But but it's just, if I can leave you guys with one thing, it is just that if we wait until November 6th, it's too late. We have to start planning for the worst right now to make sure that whatever happens on November 6th, that our country is saved regardless, and given back over to the hands of the people where it belongs. And it's not, there's nothing illegal about that. I haven't said anything on this show that's illegal. I'm not calling for violence. All I'm calling for are the rights that have been afforded to us in the founding documents of this country. I'm just asking them to follow the law and follow the Constitution. And as a citizen of the United States and the rest of the citizens here in the United States, we should make sure that they follow the law by any means necessary, because they sure press their powers on us by any means necessary, don't they?
Always. Every single direction we go in, the deep state is putting pressure on us. One day, I want you to help me identify who really is the deep state, because I know you know, but
Absolutely.
I don't want to put any more, I don't want to put you on the spot. But that's one of my favorite topics. And so Monday is such an important event. It is a Monday, but it's at 3 p.m. at Gormel's on Patriot Highway. Give us the address.
It's 10013 Patriot Highway, Fredericksburg, Virginia 22407. Come on out and meet Cameron Hamilton. Ask him some tough questions. Meet Rand Paul. Ask him some tough questions, and hell, ask me some tough questions. Whatever you want. But let's get this movement started, folks. Can't wait.
Perfect. Whenever you're ready, come back and I'll be there on Monday. I'm going to cover this event for you.
All right, Corinne. I'll see you then. Thank you.
God bless you. God bless you. Peace. Thank you. I think it's so important to have people like Matt Strickland on the show, because when I'm out and about in the world, I do meet American patriots. When I can get out of the studio and get out and actually talk to people and interact with people who are not just in Washington, D.C., there are American patriots, and it is time to organize. And militias are totally American. They're totally legal. There's nothing illegal that Matt said, and he is a veteran of the military, and he is one of the most educated men in Virginia. He's telling you right now, we are in trouble. America is in duress. The American flag, I took it down, right? Because it should be upside down now. I used to have the American flag in the background, and I don't right now for a very specific reason. I think that we need to prepare, build a bunker wherever you are, in your house, your vacation house, whatever you have. I can't even believe I'm telling you this. I shouldn't be talking about things like this, but it is important now to talk about things like this. Wherever you are, you need to build a bunker. So this is my bunker. I'm building it. Okay. I know this sounds ridiculous. I'm so sorry to even tell you about this, but wherever you are, you need to have a safe place, the safest place that you can possibly find. Very important to have all of the food products, all of the phones that you need to communicate in case the electricity goes out for 10 days. I have friends in Texas right now who are in Dallas. The electricity is out on them. It was just a huge storm. They have multi-million-dollar houses with no electricity, and they need to make sure that they have everything they need to survive. 10 days? 3 months. I'd say 3 months is the max, but honestly, I'm being told 1.3 years. Okay. You should have emergency food and supplies wherever you are for 1.3 years. If you look at my history, the last 5 years doing news, I never talked about this. I never thought it was important. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, honestly. I'm one of the few boots on the ground, heels on the ground journalists in Washington, D.C., pretty much in the United States of America. There are, some of us, but not too many. A lot of us get bought by huge networks. No one bought me. No one owns me. I can say whatever I want to say. And what I want to tell you is it's time to prepare. It's time to be ready. This is my bunker. I have a studio I work in. Can't tell you where I'm actually located, obviously, because I'm not going to dox myself. But the bottom line is that wherever you are, your RV, your campground, your house, your second house, your vacation house, your parents' house, your grandparents' house, you need to get it stocked. I'm very serious. You need to make sure that you have everything you need, the generators, the solar powered battery packs, everything you need to prepare for anything that could happen as we enter into the 2024 election cycle. You really should join a posse, a constitutional sheriff's posse, and or a militia. I'm dead serious. If you're interested in the option of militia, Matt Strickland has said very clearly you can contact him via X. His X account is so simple. It's Matt for VA, Matt for Virginia, MATTFORVA, Matt for Virginia. I meet everyone. Once again, I'm going to tell you this at least 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. When I tell you something, it's because I have really contemplated, really thought, and really done the research. Matt Strickland is a white hat. There is not an organized group of white hats right now, but they are organizing. Right now, a lot of them do get infiltrated by feds of different levels, but there are groups organizing, and it is important to be part of a legal, legal militia. I can't explain this to you enough. I actually have an exit strategy. If there's an emergency, I just can't believe I'm telling you this, but if there's an emergency in Washington, D.C. right now, I have an exit strategy. I have a backpack. I put it on my back. It has everything I need to survive for like 3 days. I have food in it, and I have to either hitchhike, preferably not hitchhike. I have to steal a bicycle, preferably not, but I have to get 30 miles to my girlfriend Debbie's house. I sit there and I wait, and then I plan my strategy either to go to Upper Montana, Upper Idaho, above Sun Valley, Idaho, and or Missouri. I mean, that's how serious this is. You know, I'm a blonde from Beverly Hills. I used to only wear 5-inch heels. I moved to Washington, D.C. in 2021 because I was just shocked, completely shocked and traumatized by the mandates, which were made into a law in the city of Los Angeles, which said that I couldn't have a job unless I was vaccinated. So I moved to Washington, D.C. I said, I'm going to fight out this battle. You know, we did win that battle. In New York City, obviously the vaccine mandates, and I covered all the protests, all the marches, most all of the sit-ins, all across New York City in 2021, and the vaccine mandate was lifted. But in Beverly Hills and in the city of Los Angeles, there still is a vaccine mandate. And that's why I really am a refugee. I'm in Washington, D.C., and I'm dedicated to doing what I went to college for. I went to college for journalism, and I'm really trying to get you the truth. And the truth right now is that you have to be prepared. You have to be ready. You have to stock yourself up and everyone that you care about for any emergency that can happen. Look at the weather and the destruction that just happened in Texas. I want to introduce Chris Hoare right now. Chris is going to explain this in detail because honestly, I'm a girly girl. I wear lavender, I wear pink. I don't really know how to use a generator, but listen to me. I have a generator now. I have solar powered batteries. I have an escape backpack. So here's Chris Hoare. Chris, how are you?
I'm great, Corinne. How you doing?
This is a wild topic that we're going to delve into because I just don't really like to prepare people because I try to do really hard news that actually already happened. But the really hard news that actually already happened is that I have friends, my hairdresser, Chris, my hairdresser in Dallas, Texas, who lives in a multi-million-dollar house in the middle of the city of Dallas, has been without electricity for 10 days now. My hair is turning yellow. I'm falling apart. He is just in shock. And I'm telling him, you better be ready and to shop at beready123.com. So go for it. What's going on here? If my hairdresser, who lives in a multi-million-dollar house in Dallas, Texas, can be suffering without electricity for over 10 days. What can happen to us, Chris?
Well, yeah, look, we're all at the mercy of these terrible weather events that we're seeing across the country, Corinne. And it's not something we've seen too much of in the past, but they seem to be getting worse. So, people have things like propane generators and gas generators, and those are great until the gas or the propane runs out. And when we see, outages like this, we're also seeing disruption in the gas supply lines and so on, and all of these kind of commodity supply lines. So really, the only thing you have left is something that runs on renewables. Like the sun. And so what we've got at beready123.com is a series of generators and solar or any propane. They don't need to be plugged in. They can recharge directly off the sun. And look, this
Internet. Okay.
is preparation kit. And they don't cost an arm and a leg necessarily. For example, we have the EcoFlow River 2 Max with 160 watt solar panel. That normally is that kit there is normally just under $1,000, but today it's just $629. And this can generate up to 1.2 watt hours daily with 1,000 watt AC output. So basically, this can completely recharge from the sun in as little as 4 hours, and then you can use it all again. It's totally portable. It's very small and lightweight, and you can plug directly into the unit with the standard plugs you have on everything. You can recharge things with USB ports. You can recharge your phones, your sat phones, flashlights, pretty much anything.
And it comes in this incredible carrying case, so you can take it with you in an emergency. You can throw your backpack on. I need to get a bigger studio to show you this. You throw the backpack on your back, and you take your generator, and you go wherever you need to go to get to safety. Or if you're stuck in your house, how many days will this generator work for?
Well, you can say you can recharge it from fresh. If you max it out every day, you can recharge it in less than a day, say as little as 4 hours, and then it'll be good to go again. And this is designed to, for especially for things like small appliances or camping, hunting, hiking trips. It's portable enough that you could take it with you, so you can have those kind of creature comforts on the go. But you can also recharge essential things like flashlights, like your cell phone or sat phone. And say, you have it right there, and you plug these units and these electronic items directly into this. As you can see right on the front there, you've got the standard plugs, you've got USB, you've got all kinds of charging plug-in capacity. So it's ready for whatever kind of devices that you have, and you're lifting it up there with one hand, which proves it's completely portable. But this is on the smaller end to say, it's just $629 today on sale at beready123.com. But if you're looking to power your entire house, we have other units available, such as the EcoFlow Delta Pro with the extra battery. This unit is designed to literally plug in to your home panel and power everything in your house. Such as AC, lighting, you name it, all of the devices in your house. This can produce up to 25 kilowatt hours output daily, and up to 7,200 watt of AC output. And I think the savings on this one are absolutely incredible. I'm just going to check this right now. But this normally is $6,290 today. It's $4,099. So it's not I wouldn't say cheap, but look, I mean, how important is it to have electricity in your house for your family? In areas in the country where it's very hot, and that's certainly places like Texas and Louisiana now, it's pretty much cooking. You don't want to be stuck without any kind of AC. You don't want your fridge to go off and your freezer and your food to go bad, and these units can take care of that. So, we've got the run of the gamut from a few $100 up to a few thousand. But whatever you're looking to power, you can see it at beready123.com.
beready123.com. This is one of my favorite things. I put it outside in the sun to get solar power charge. What else matters that for solar power charging? Because if you don't have electricity, then you have to charge with solar, correct?
Yeah, that's it. I mean, you really have no other options. Say, in the short term, a lot of people have the Generac kind of installed generators, but they run on gas, and others run on propane. And as I say, like if you can't get around or there's no supply, and we've seen power outages like this in a couple of years ago in Texas of up to a month, and people tend to run out of they tend to run out of gas and propane, and the gas stations too, we're having trouble getting refilled. But the sun is always there. And if it's really hot inside and you need AC, that means that outside you're going to be able to recharge your generators with solar power. So this is an ongoing renewable resource that won't leave you high and dry, no matter how long the power is out.
This is so important. This is life-saving. I never thought I'd buy things like this, but instead of spending your money in ridiculous ways, it's time to be prepared, to be ready. beready123.com. This is so simple, so easy. It's good for an RV. It's good for a home, a second home. It's good for a campground. This would even work in a campground. And then it has all the cords to make sure that everything you need is charged. So the generator is key, Chris.
Absolutely. Yeah. A campground is a great place for this, and look, when the power's working, you can recharge it by plugging it into the wall as well, and then you can take it on a trip with you. So it's fully charged on your first day. But when you run out of power, you can have the solar panels to recharge it, and you can be recharging it, Corinne, as you're using the generator. You can have the solar panels out and taking in the sun and turning that into electricity. So it's an ongoing situation, at least throughout the day.
I mean, when you go on to the Be Ready website, what else does it tell you? Be Ready 123. It tells you so many important things that you should buy right now because there's going to be another emergency.
Yeah, look, I mean, we've got all kinds of other things on there, including satellite phones, which, Corinne, I know you have, and we've talked about before. And look, I mean, just in the last week, we saw over 1 million people without power in Texas and millions more throughout the country as these devastating storms, floods, and tornadoes hit, in a terrible fashion. They hit so many communities. And it's not like the power company could just get power up and running everywhere the next day. When there's so much devastation, that's why you're seeing these long, prolonged outages. It takes these guys time to get, the power grid back up and running everywhere. And we have more storms coming on the way. So, look, as much as we'd love to be able to rely on the power grid all the time, your audience is smart enough to know that they need to be prepared for any kind of situation. And when the power goes down, Corinne, the cell towers go down. And that means your cell phone's not going to work. But also, Be Ready, you can see beready123.com. You can see the satellite phones. And we still have the iSat phone 2 Pro available for free with activation. That's normally $1,000. And that satellite phone will work when the cell towers go down, because the satellite phones don't rely on cell towers. They talk directly to the satellites in the sky, and that means that they work all the time. So wherever cell service is out, satellite phones have been working every day, all last week in Texas and Louisiana and everywhere else. And that's another lifeline, because look, if you need to get emergency help, if you have a medical situation, which there were a lot of in the last couple of weeks, and you can't call for help, you're in trouble. But the satellite phones are going to enable you to make that emergency call no matter what is going on. If the power is out and you have no cell service, you can grab your sat phone, turn up the antenna to the sky, and just dial for help, and it will arrive. So, just another essential part of your life-saving kit, Corinne.
That's why this satellite phone is key to everything, because you can use it in the middle of nowhere. You can use it in Europe. You can use it wherever you travel to. The cell phones barely work now. I can barely make my cell phone work now. Today I had so many problems, and I'm in Washington, D.C. The satellite phone is the key, but the situation is that you have to buy one for everyone you love. So you have to buy one for your husband, your wife, your children. You have to buy multiple satellite phones because you can't just be the only one with the satellite phone. That doesn't work. So everyone you love should be getting a satellite phone from SAT, SAT123.com, SAT123.com. So important, correct?
Yeah, absolutely, Corinne. Like, I mean, these devices cost, normally $1,000 to $2,000 anywhere else in this country or around the world. But at sat123.com, we still have the free satellite phone with activation. So you're going to get $1,000 phone for free, and then you're going to pay, it's around $94 a month, which gives you 150 minutes per month. And with those minutes or texts, you can use them for text as well, but you can text or call any other phone, any landline, any cell phone, anywhere on earth. And you can text any cell phone anywhere on earth, and you can receive calls from any landline or from any cell phone anywhere on earth. Of course, you can also call other satellite phones, but there's no restriction on who you can call on these things and who can call you. And if you don't use those 150 minutes a month, they roll over. So after a few months, you're going to have, 500 minutes available if a disaster hits and you need to use the phone. And, when these things happen, Corinne, you're typically using a lot of minutes, but because your minutes are rolled over for previous months, you're not going to get stuck with like a huge bill necessarily, because you're going to have those minutes rolled over.
And that's why phone123.com is key too, because phone123 is where you go to actually get phone service. The phone service is an issue too. I'm having a lot of problems with phone service. I'm stuck in a contract with T-Mobile right now, which will end hopefully by August. I'm fighting with T-Mobile right now. But as we enter into the 2024 election cycle, as we realize the weather is so unpredictable, even on vacations, if you're on a yacht right now, top secret off record, I'll just say it because my daughter's in Saint-Tropez, and I wish she had a satellite phone because she's in the middle of nowhere on someone's yacht. Obviously, it's a family friend, but they're not taking phone calls, and I'm used to talking to her every day. If you're in the middle of a yacht in the ocean, the satellite phone is the only thing that works, correct?
That's absolutely right. Again, because it doesn't rely on cell towers, it works from 100% of planet Earth. As long as you can see the sky, you can make or receive a call. And that's why this is the same phone that's used by the US military. These are the same phones used by FEMA, all the first responders, because they know when they go into a devastated area, there's probably going to be no cell phone service. So they come in armed with satellite phones, just like the US military. And that means that they can stay in communication from any point on Earth. And that includes the middle of the ocean where, look, you get a few miles offshore, your cell phone will stop working, but your satellite phone will keep going. And Corinne, even if you are on shore, only 7% of planet Earth has any kind of cell phone service whatsoever on a good day. That means 93% of the planet is not covered by cell phone service, but 100% of the planet is covered by satellite phone service.
And I'm really in a situation where I am so sick of the iPhone. I'm trying to change my whole life. Switching phones is the key to everything. And that's why phone 123 is the key to life. You switch all of your phones, get rid of any iPhone because it spies on you. Today, my iPhone shocked me. I've never had this experience. So the iPhone is emitting some weird radiation. Today I noticed it. I was on the phone, I was washing some dishes, and I could feel it shocking me for the first time. Maybe it's because I had water in my hand, I'm not sure. But the iPhone is totally dangerous. And if it's shocking me like that, imagine what it's doing to our bodies all day long when we sleep next to these, when we live by these phones. It's time to get rid of your iPhone and switch to phone123.com and sat123.com. The most important guidance I can give anyone, besides be ready 123.com, because anything can happen. Doesn't matter what city you live in. Tell me a city that hasn't had an emergency in the last 12 months. There's no city that hasn't had an emergency. Everyone in United States Senate now, 100 people in United States Senate now have the satellite phone. Congress, obviously the House of Reps doesn't get it. The 435 don't get it, but I think it's time. Because if Senate is the most important governing body in our whole country. If they decide something, it's 100% law. It's higher, it's honestly more powerful than the president. If you don't have the satellite phone and something happens, you won't be able to communicate. And even if you're in the middle of nowhere on your farm or ranch, the satellite phone is the only thing that works, correct? And when it gets shipped to you, look at all the amazing stuff that you guys ship. Comes with incredible accessories.
That's right. Yeah, you've got the car charger, you've got the earphones, you've got the antenna, which you can put on top of the car, so you can have increased reception inside the car. I mean, we've thought of everything, but you're absolutely right. Look, if the Senate asked for these satellite phones, which they did a few months back and got them, you got to believe that there's a reason for that, because the satellite phones have been around for 30 years. But all of a sudden now someone's worried about something. So to the point where they want to make sure senators can stay in contact. So I think, look, if that's what they're getting, that's what you guys should be getting out there. You want to be in contact too with your friends, your family, your business colleagues, because who knows what's going to happen. I mean, Corinne, we're seeing every day new types of cyber attacks on us, on our utilities, on our power networks, on our water networks, air traffic control. These are coming out of China and Russia and Iran, North Korea, all these bad states that, they want to hurt us, and they're very open about it. And the FBI director has warned us repeatedly every month this year about the, imminent danger that these hacking organizations represent. And we've seen the cell networks go down. We've seen the power grid go down this year. And a lot of people think those might be kind of test runs, dummy runs, to see how we react before they put on a full scale attack. And look, I don't know. I'm not trying to be a fearmonger here.
Woo, the internet went out. Look at the internet.
But I'm just looking at the reality of, we have a lot of trouble going on in the Middle East.
Yes. And the internet just now goes on and off. So the internet is an issue. The other issue that I love about the satellite phone is that when I turn the satellite phone on, I don't have to get the trash, scam, fake phone calls that are attached to these iPhones. Like every hour, I'm getting phone calls from people, from companies that want to sell me junk. So it's time to get rid of the iPhone, because they allow your private information to be given to companies and they call you. If you have a satellite phone, you're going to have peace, and you're only going to have phone calls that are relevant and important, because you're not going to be wasting it, and no one's going to get the number. No one's going to call you and bother you. This is one of the greatest phones for people who work 24/7 like I do, 24/7 like you do, Chris.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, yesterday I got 3 calls from Egypt. I don't know anyone in Egypt, so I didn't answer that. But you're right. I mean, you don't get spam calls or spam texts on your satellite phone. I'll tell you what you also don't get, Corinne, is you don't get tracked. We've talked about this many times. Your cell phone is a government tracking device, right? The cell phone carriers and the people they sell that info to know where you are. They know where you go. It's all archived. They know what you're searching for. They know who you're talking to, who you're texting. All of this this information has been collected, and in many cases is sold to the highest bidder. But on a satellite phone, the closest you can get to tracking anyone who has a phone like you do right there is 50 square miles, which is absolutely useless. I mean, look, I lose my remote control on my couch, which is like 20 square feet. So good luck finding something in 50 square miles. So, you get more privacy. There's no camera on this thing that's watching you. There's no mic listening to you. On your cell phone, if you're having a conversation with your husband or wife or whatever it is about getting, a new car, the next thing you see on your cell phone are all these ads for new cars. It's not, coincidence. It's because the phone is constantly listening to you and then selling that information to advertisers to target you. And, also your information on your cell phone is archived and handed over to law enforcement with a subpoena. So it's like in my mind, a cell phone company, their job is not to be an arm of the federal government and law enforcement. It's to provide you with cell phone service. But they've essentially become an arm of law enforcement because they are watching you, tracking you, listening to you, recording you, everything you do. And I don't see how it's any of their business. But if you want to get away from that, as you said earlier, phone123.com is the only cell phone service in the country that does not archive all your calls, doesn't track your location, and has no ongoing record or archive of any text you make or any conversation you have with anyone. Because at phone123.com, they don't believe in that. They believe in the Constitution and the Fourth Amendment and your right to privacy and to be protected from unreasonable search and seizure.
And that's why sat123.com and phone123.com are so important at this special time in history as we enter into the November election cycle. But just look at all the weather catastrophes that have happened. So in the end, it's so easy just to throw your iPhone away. Don't deal with it anymore. It's a walking, talking nightmare now. The other day I was using the iPhone. It started tape recording me, and it texted the phone call, the converse. It wasn't even a phone conversation. It texted what I was talking about to someone that I didn't want to text to. So the iPhone has its own personality and you can't control it. And that's why it's so important to take an Android phone, take the sat phone, take every phone and go to phone123.com, phone123.com, because that's the service that Chris and I can actually promise you will not spy on you. It's not going to be used against you. You're not going to have your information sold to massive companies calling you excessively. The phone calls that I get on the iPhone drive me insane. And now I'm getting crazy text messages on the iPhone from companies that obviously bought my phone number from T-Mobile. And that's just corrupt.
Yeah, no, I think we all get those. I get all kinds of solicitations that from people who clearly know more about me than they should, trying to sell me products or trying to hire me to do something for them, and it's like, it's just wrong. And the only way they could be getting this info, is if the data on my phone was being sold and being, used by other people. I mean, at phone123.com, we don't even allow you to download an app that has spyware in it. Automatically we block those apps. So many great features, and such a better service than any of the big carriers in my mind, because again, it's the only service that's not collecting your data, archiving your data and selling it or passing it on to other people.
And Phone123 has an incredible array of phones that you can use. You don't need to use the iPhone anymore. So this is something that I really consider to be relevant to news. It's time to stop using the iPhone and switch to sat123.com and phone123.com. This is very important. I cannot repeat this enough. I'm like on a crusade now because my whole life is obviously on my phones, Chris. I have 3 phones. I have 3 iPhones. I have 2 iPhones. I'm confessing. I have 2 iPhones and 1 Android. And everything I do, because I'm a journalist, obviously I'm filming 24/7. I'm doing things on the phone, and it's time to stop. It's an addiction. The iPhone is an addiction, just like Instagram and the social medias are an addiction. It's time to switch everything to a satellite phone to keep your life really safe, really simple, but not just for you, for your wife, for your husband, for everyone you care about. Sat123.com. I can't say this enough. I'm so passionate about it. I tweet about this pretty much every single day. It's time to switch to sat123.com and switch your actual phone service to phone123.com. And then you have to be ready. You have to get solar powered batteries and everything. I mean, this is my favorite thing, my backpack. I love this backpack. This
Yeah.
Everything you need to survive for at least 3 days.
We've also got the Faraday bags from the radiation that all the phones emit, but will protect your electronic equipment. There you go. from being followed, monitored, tracked. You put, even if everything's on, location services are on, you drop your phone in there and your phone basically vanishes from the digital map, so nobody can get through that. And it also, the Faraday bag also protects your devices from any kind of heavy solar flare or EMP or EMF attack. So, very important to get the Faraday bag. We have them for laptops as well, and tablets, and electronic car key fobs. And I think we've talked about this. If you have electronic key fob, anyone could go to Amazon and for $10 get a booster that can steal, the code from your electronic car key fob, walk over to your car, start it, and drive it away. $10, But if you put your key fob inside a Faraday bag, then they won't be able to steal it.
The Faraday bag comes in multiple sizes. It's amazing. And you go to beready123.com. Beready123. The Faraday bag is the key to everything. So when you're going on an airplane, when you're going on a road trip, just when you're going to your office, you put your phones, you put your equipment into this Faraday bag, and then you put it into your briefcase, into your luggage, into your purse, whatever you need. It's so important to protect everything you're doing right now, because the world is really in an unstable place.
That's right. Anywhere busy, like an airport or a shopping mall or train station, there's people all around you. And any one of those people could have a booster or a phishing device trying to get into your laptop, your tablet, your phone, but they won't be able to do that no matter what if it's inside a Faraday bag. And unfortunately, there are a lot of people out there trying to steal your digital information.
So grateful to have you, Chris. I'm so grateful, because this is really important news that people need to listen to now.
Always a pleasure, Corinne. Thanks for having me on. Have a great weekend.
God bless you. Peace. Thank you. Please come back.
Of course.
So that is sat123.com. This is the satellite phone. I'm obsessed. I'm obsessed with the satellite phone. This is life-saving. This is going to save your life in any emergency, no matter where you are in the world. The satellite phone works. Of course, you have to be outside. You can't be in a building. You have to be outside. But this antenna, all you do is you position it to wherever you think the satellites are, and it works. This is the key to everything. The satellite phone, sat123.com. Now, I'm going to bring something into this mix, which I usually bring in because I have the owner of the company come and talk, but I'm really obsessed with the Clear phone. It's time to stop using iPhone. My iPhone zapped me today. My iPhone spies on me. My iPhone, oh my gosh, my iPhone does so many things it shouldn't be doing. You can't control the iPhone. It's time to boycott iPhone and get rid of all of your iPhones and switch to the Clear phone. I'm dead serious. So what you do is you go to clear.com and you buy the phone. Look at all these amazing things it comes with. This phone, it comes with a case, it comes with everything. This phone, what is like $899, maybe $1,000. If you use my code Corinne, CORINNE, USA, you get what? $100 off this phone, $50 off the smaller version phone. This is the bigger phone. There's a smaller phone. I'll go over this again and again and again, because the key to your life is your phone. Be honest. What's the one thing that you use more than your toothbrush? You use your phones. And that's why it's time to stand up and smell the coffee. The Eric Prince phone is not necessarily the key. The key is your phone service. You need to switch everything to phone123.com. The service is what matters, and the actual phone itself should be the Clear phone. This phone is set up for decentralization and everything that could potentially happen after November 2024. So it's time to buy this phone and really understand it. You can buy it with or without Google. You go to clear.com, use my code Corinne, CORINNE, USA, and buy the phone. And for the large phone, for the 620 phone, you get $100 off this phone. The smaller phone, the Freedom phone, you get $50 off, but use my code and buy the phone. Or you know what? Text me and I'll tell you how to do it. Text me at 1-917-287-1314. It's very important. It's like a revolution I'm leading right now. I'm leading a revolution to get rid of the iPhone. The iPhone is not glamorous. The iPhone is not cool anymore. It's time to convert everything to an Android phone of your choice. Obviously, I'm not going to tell you what to do, but the Clear phone is the key. The Eric Prince phone is coming, but the Clear phone is key. And then, of course, all the generators, everything you need to survive an electrical outage on beready123.com. And then, of course, I want to talk about health. Obviously, the most important thing is that you try to stay healthy through everything that's about to happen. And that really is honestly the Kingdom Fuel. So the Kingdom Fuel, you can actually take it. This one's not open, but I live on Kingdom Fuel now. You put it in a little plastic baggie, about 3 scoops, and you mix it with fruit or whatever you want to eat. You drink this in the morning. You drink this before you go to bed, and then you just need 1 meal a day with a really busy schedule. Obviously, Kevin Sorbo loves Kingdom Fuel too. I'm in good company. The bottom line is that Dr. Sherwood and his wife created the Kingdom Fuel. So we know the founders, we know the owners, and I only sell products when I actually know they're real, and this is life-changing. If there was really an emergency and you couldn't get any food, you could live on this for 30 days. You could live on Kingdom Fuel. It's so important to go to sherwood.tv/Corinne USA, buy the Kingdom Fuel. It's from the Functional Medical Institute, FMIDR.com. It's incredible. And then I'm going to show you more stuff that I love really fast. I'm obsessed with this water. Okay, so this machine is $200. You go to sherwood.tv/Corinne USA. It's so easy and it's really good for children. This will last forever. It's totally insured, and if you buy it, it doesn't work, they'll send you another one, but this lasts forever. You put the water in it like this, okay? And then you should drink this 1 time every hour. I take this in my purse. I take this on planes with me. I take this to Congress. I take this into U.S. federal court. Now, in U.S. federal court, you have to take the water out of it. Obviously, on planes, you have to take the water out. But when you get to wherever you're going, all you do is you put your water in it and you press the button and it hydrates your water. And it takes about, 5 minutes? And it's gorgeous and glorious, and you drink it, and it's better than soda. And this will make sure that everything you're doing, all the water you're drinking actually is beneficial to you. So that's the Kingdom H2 machine, and you buy that at sherwood.tv/Corinne USA. And of course, I can't live without these. I mean, honestly, these are my favorite things. I'm just going to show them to you. They come in 2 flavors. It's called Kingdom Candy. You get it in caramel and peanut butter. It's like the #1 best thing. You just throw this in your purse. You throw it in your briefcase. You take it wherever you go. The ingredients are totally pure. And they're like $2.50, $3 each. So this is the key to trying to stay healthy when you're going in and out of Congress, in and out of federal court, when you're in a car all day, when you're working across America, across the world. This company ships anywhere in the world. You can obviously probably buy the stuff on Amazon, but it's so much better. You get 30% off if you use my code, Corinne USA, if you use my code. I'm just going to repeat this again and again and again. I'm giving you ideas and options and things that I stand up for and I use, because we're entering into times where we don't even know what's in our food. Right now, companies, let's just say Taco Bell. I love Taco Bell, but Taco Bell has the right to sell you fake meat. And maybe in Florida they ban that, but who is really regulating what these companies are selling you? You could be in a restaurant. I was in like one of the most expensive restaurants in Washington, D.C. the other day. No, it was not a lobbyist who paid the bill. It was a lawyer. But the bottom line is I was in a super expensive restaurant in Washington, D.C. the other day. We got a steak. I couldn't eat it because I didn't know if the steak had been vaccinated, if the steak was real, if the steak was fake. We don't know right now what's going on with our food supply. Chicken farms are burning across America. I have farmers telling me that the government's telling them to inject their cattle, their cows, with vaccines that they don't want to inject them with. You have to make sure that you know where your food is coming from. So that's why I joined this company. Now, let me tell you something. I don't join many companies, but I joined the Prepper Meat Company. It's so important. So easy. You go to CorinneUSABeef.com, CorinneUSABeef.com. This is a sample packet. It comes freeze dried. This particular bag, approximately $100. It feeds 12 servings, and it is totally pure red meat that's been freeze dried, and it lasts until 2048. Okay, I may not last until 2048, but this product will. So if you really care about having safety, you've got to buy a whole carton of this Prepper beef at CorinneUSABeef.com. The man who owns the company, I've had on the show, I've interviewed him. They are real and they care, and they want to make sure that you have the food that you will actually eat in any emergency, and you're not going to say no to this meat. You're going to want to eat this meat. It's amazing. You put it in boiling water and you season it any way you want. You can find this anywhere, any emergency. If you had a carton of this stuff, a case of this stuff, you would be able to survive it because the caliber of the meat is phenomenal. It's luscious and delicious. And honestly, when I run out of food because I don't have enough time to go to the grocery store, I eat this meat for dinner. I just season it the way I want to season it. I put lettuce, I don't know, whatever I have in my refrigerator. I eat it. And this is the purest source of red meat that has not been vaccinated. Let me give you one other product that I love, that I cannot live without. I love these, and they're super cheap. I love these almonds. I mean, this whole line, they look like almonds. I love this whole line. They're raw apricot seeds. They look like almonds. Look at this. So they look like almonds, but they're raw apricot seeds. And you eat 3, 5, 7, 10. You eat these, and they take away all my sugar cravings. I could just eat these. This bag is $25, $30. If you use my code, you go to rncstore.com, rncstore.com. You use my code Corinne, CORINNE, USA, and you buy this and you get another discount. See, if you use my code, you don't have to use my code, but if you use my code, you get really serious discounts on all the products I'm telling you to be part of. One more product that I really love, because obviously this man stands up for righteousness. I love Mike Lindell. Anything Mike Lindell sells, anything Mike Lindell does, I'm obsessed with Mike Lindell. Everything he does just makes me happy, and he's got amazing products. You go to mypillow.com. It's amazing. Look at this. He has towels and sheets and everything. And so you go to mypillow.com, and on you ready? If you use my code CorinneUSA, you receive 60% off sometimes? I don't know. It's definitely more than 40% off on anything in My Pillow. My Pillow, I use the slippers, I use the towels, I use the sheets, I use the pillows. I mean, everything Mike Lindell sells is phenomenal. So you have to actually go. His mattress pad is phenomenal. I never want to get out of bed because I've got the most comfortable mattress pad in the world. Mike Lindell gave this to me as a gift because I worked so hard to expose election corruption. And basically, you go to mypillow.com, and then you use my code when you check out, Corinne USA. Of course, you can text me 917-287-1314. I will teach you more about this, but it's really so simple. It's My Pillow. Mike Lindell is number one. He's number one in the field of election corruption. His team, the independent journalists, the journalists that work for Lindell TV and that are on the team to expose election corruption, are incredible. I know most of them, and they're some of the greatest journalists in the world. We're going to have a full plate by November 2024. If you listen to my first guest, Matt Strickland, he's in Virginia, and he's already telling you that in Virginia you can vote and you don't even have to prove who you are. You can actually vote in Virginia, and you don't even have to prove with an ID who you are. So this is getting weirder and weirder. The election corruption is going to be out of control. So go to mypillow.com and use my code CorinneUSA. And of course, you have to follow everything that General Flynn does. I honestly think Trump should make General Flynn his vice president. I know everyone pretty much on General Flynn's team. He writes these incredible books about corporatocracy and everything that we're involved in. General Flynn and his team think that we're entering into World War IV. Of course, I have to say World War III so I can explain it to you. The political prisoner situation is out of control. My next guest is a J6 political prisoner, so I will get into that in 1 minute. But I want you to go to Flynn.com. Obviously, it's called, I'll give you the exact website. It's called Watch Flynn. Watch Flynn and fight like a Flynn and watch Flynn. His movie premiere is at the Clay Clark Show. Well, his movie premiere for Michigan is at the Clay Clark Show in Sterling Heights, Michigan on June 6th. I think it's like 4 p.m., 3 p.m., 4 p.m. Text me if you have more questions. All you have to do is go to watchflynn.com. This is General Flynn. His story will just mesmerize you. It's an amazing movie. And then you buy his books. And you can use my code CorinneUSA. You don't have to, whatever you want to do. But General Flynn is worth watching because I think he may be one of the leaders of the White Hats. And that's what I'm tracking now. So many people say, oh, just sit back, eat the popcorn. The White Hats are coming. Well, I'm going to find the White Hats because they haven't come so far. And everything's hitting the fan, obviously, with Trump this week. I mean, I pretty much knew that New York was a lost cause with the way that the judge in Trump's case, the way that the Judge Merchan was acting in the case of Trump. We already knew that it was going to be a loss. But the bottom line is that we know that there's going to be really hard times coming. And the J6ers have already experienced this. And the pro-life activists have already experienced that the courts are not following the U.S. Constitution, which is so shocking. This is why I carry a Constitution with me everywhere I go. Especially at the U.S. Capitol, when I get harassed by different levels, different types of three-letter agencies and words, I say you better follow the U.S. Constitution because the number one thing you need to know, a violation, if someone violates your U.S. Constitution, that is actually considered a felony. So remember that as we keep on talking about it, because the U.S. Constitution is getting violated way too much. And I want to segue this into the fact that I'm going to bring on a guest right now who is just in the middle of a nightmare because he was charged with being at the U.S. Capitol on January 6th. So I'm going to bring in Bunky Crawford, and he is in Georgia. How are you, Bunky?
Good. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Yes,
Yeah.
I want you to
Good to be here.
Talk uncensored. I want you to talk uncensored about what you're facing. You are a January 6th defendant. Everyone can go on Give, Send, Go and type in Stephanie and Bunky Crawford, CRAWFORD. Please donate whatever you can afford to donate because Bunky is in the war of his life and he's got lawyers that he has to pay and he's got the government offering him plea deals, and he's in a complete tragic mess, and he's the most amazing, normal father. How many kids do you have, Bunky? How many kids do you have?
I got twins.
I want you to talk uncensored because what you were trying to do at the U.S. Capitol on January 6th was obviously stand up for President Trump, expose election corruption, but also you were there when you saw Victoria White, an American patriot. Her face was covered in blood. I can't even show the footage because it's so gory. She was getting beaten up by the Washington, D.C. police. Obviously, I'm being told it's Officer Jason Bagshaw, who I personally know, who was beating her up, but I'm just really in shock. So everything that happened to you on January 6th, you were trying to help a woman named Victoria White.
Yes.
So I want you to talk. What's going on? What's going on with your case?
The screen changed.
Oh, no, it's okay. Don't worry.
Okay, where I'm at is I'm wanting to get my story because I've been and saw what happened that day. All my actions were all have good intentions. I was trying to what I'm gonna go through it quickly. But what happened was I saw a commotion going on at the West End. As it got closer, man, to
How's our internet? Can you hear me? Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Bunky, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I think we lost internet for a second.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
This is so wild. The government is messing with our internet. So start over. Just start from the point where you were explaining to us that you've been silenced. Who's silencing you, Bunky?
Well, it's my lawyers. This I've to be fact.
Can you hear me?
We
Testing,
keep
testing.
getting cut off.
That's wild.
Yes, we're getting cut off here.
Okay, we'll start again. So
Yeah.
who's silencing? Are you getting intimidated by the federal government? Wow, we are just having tech issues. Are you getting
Yeah,
intimidated
big
by
time.
the federal government, Bunky?
Yes, I am. I'm not having much.
Ooh, yeah, we're having tech issues. That's wild. Okay, we're gonna change locations. Okay, change locations and then come back on and come off. We are having tech issues, or is that the federal government trying to silence J6 political prisoners? Everyone spends so much money every month on the internet. Why would the internet just stop working in the middle of an interview, in the middle of a show? We're going to try it again. This is Bunky Crawford. He is a J6 hostage from Georgia. Testing?
Yes.
So who is actually silencing you, Bunky? Yes, perfectly.
Yeah. How about now? Can you hear me now?
Perfectly. Who's trying to silence you? Is it the federal government?
Are you on your phone?
This is wild. We are having tech issues. It's okay. I'm used to this. I love this. I'm so into doing. I'm ready for anything raw and real. It's all good.
Reconnect.
It's totally fine. Yeah, we can hear you perfectly.
They something's keeping us from speaking now, I believe.
Isn't that wild?
Yes, never happened here, but yeah, I believe my lawyers are good intentions. Have good intentions for having the best come for me, but still I've been ignored. It's been self-defense the whole time for me, on self-defense on others, for others, because of what I witnessed, and it's been totally ignored. And we're getting, I pled guilty to 6 counts because I realized that they're not following the Constitution, and I mean, people ain't winning. I'm looking at the previous cases, and it's not. It don't look good. So, I took the plea to take responsibility for my actions because I did put my hands on officers, and they can hold me accountable for that. Okay. But in the same token, they should be held accountable for their actions. And that's the way it should be. So there, it being an unfair, it's un-American, a process that I'm going through, and it's totally turned my life upside down. Yeah. Let's go ahead. Okay.
I think it's so important for people to really understand how the federal government puts so much pressure on people who were arrested because they were at the U.S. Capitol on January 6th to take a plea deal. They put so much pressure, and you don't really want to take a plea deal, but they force you into it.
Yes.
And then the lawyers scare you. And it's complete government intimidation.
Yes. Yes, it is. And, they intimidate you. And the main factor for me is it's a moral thing that I can't get pushed through this without people knowing, okay, they murdered Roseanne Boylan and Ashley Babbitt. They murdered them. And people shouldn't ignore this. And they would have probably murdered Victoria White. And I took action because what I seen was officers acting using excessive force. And I'm not going to steer away from that. And they're trying to keep me from saying that. And I'm not going to let that happen. So it can affect my outcome of my case. But you know what? When it's all said and done, and my jail time's over with, or I'm out, whatever I have remaining in my life to live, I can live with my head up, because I'd rather live that way than with my head down, knowing I need to do the right thing. Because what if Victoria White was my daughter? And the people listening at home, what if your daughter was getting beat and clothes ripped and her face swollen and bleeding? What would you want bystanders to do? Would you want them to take action and try to help your daughter? Well, that's the way I look at it, and that's what I did. There's an element of my story at the end of the whole thing that's it's really spiritual. You have to. It can affect the way you hear my story if you have any faith and believe in Jesus Christ, because something was there that day. Something was there that day, and I would like to share it with your listeners. I'm going to go up to that point sort of fairly quickly because of time, but. You
have all the time you need. You talk. You have all the time you need. Tell us exactly what you want to tell us, because you're facing jail. Yeah,
I'm going to prison for a minute, and it's what it is, But I feel I'm going for the right reason, I guess. You know what I mean? Because I took a stand, and people need to take a stand. But get back to my story here. Okay, I saw a commotion going on at the West End Tunnel, and as I approached, I heard a man yell, "Stop! No, please! You're going to kill her. You're going to please stop! Don't beat her!" And all this, everything I'm telling you can be verified in detailed video, detailed. Which
you're telling me because they're not going to allow you to have a trial,
right,
correct?
Right. It's all right for a defendant to bring forth witnesses and to show evidence. And
they're not giving that to you. They're not giving that to people in J6. They're not allowing J6ers to do that.
That's right. It make it real hard. So I'm trying to make the best decisions that I can make to keep morally sound, you know what I mean, for what I believe in, and with the least amount of damage my family of not being, I'm trying to make the right decision, and it's not an easy. I love this country, I love my family, this country, and God, and I'm just praying for God to give me the guidance that I need, throughout this process. When I heard that guy say that, please don't beat her, I've already had an idea up to this point that what was going on, because the brutality that I've seen these some of these officers, displaying towards people, innocent people standing there. You had to be there. What I'm telling your listeners, what I want your listeners to understand is I'm telling you facts. I'm telling you truth. You don't make up your mind without going to look for it yourself, because it's out there. And what really happened that day is innocent people were attacked. And I witnessed this. And so when I heard that man say this, I had to get a closer look. So I stood up on the handrail. And when I stood up on that handrail, I was looking, and you can see on the video me looking. And when I noticed it, I see Victoria White get beat by that Bradshaw, and he was hitting her with a baton, poking her with it, and 3 other officers were punching her. And I said no, So I dropped down and I made my way over there, and I instantly started getting beat. I ignored the beating and tried to reach over them to get Victoria White. I was my hands, trying to grab her, and I got close, probably within a foot of almost getting her while I was taking the beating. And I went to the ground, got some beating some more, and then I swung at one of the officers with open hands. I grabbed one of the officers who were beating her and drug him out of the way without hitting him, so he wouldn't, be a problem. And I went back to get another one. To try to get her, and when I did, I got hit by a shield by a civilian. You know what I mean? With his back turned towards officers, and the officers wasn't hitting him or anything. It makes you wonder. But he hit me with his shield, so I hit him, got him out of the way. He was out of the way. And then I continued trying to get her. I got beat some more, swung at another officer, fell back. And at this time, my knee was hurt. And it took me a minute. I was on the ground. I finally stood up, and some guy pushed me into the officers. I slipped on his shield and tried to catch my fall. And another officer, they gave me another count assault on that. And another officer stepped forward and was fixing to really hit me, and Lang stepped forward and pushed the guy out of the way before he got me good. So I'm going to shake his hand one day for that. But after all this, my eyes started burning, but I noticed Victoria White was gone. Now, I thought she left, but they pulled her back inside the Capitol. And so are you still there?
Yes, we're here 100%.
Okay, make sure. Okay, yes. And well, I at this point from all the pepper spray, tons of it, and I started. My shoe was gone, so I was looking for my shoe, and I picked up what I thought was my shoe, and when I stood up, I realized that what my shoe was a gas mask. And knowing that Victoria White was gone, I thought to myself, well, I don't, I'm out of here. So I turned back towards the officers direction I thought they were in, because I was blind, and said, here's your gas mask. And I threw it. I tried to throw it straight on the ground. It went at an angle, hit an officer below the shield, and they're trying to give me a 20-year weapons charge for that. And then I left, started my way down. And what happened next is as I started to leave, a woman put her hands on my shoulders. And she leaned into me and she said, what's your name, Patriot? And I said, it's Bunky. And she said, well, come with me, Patriot Bunky. And my eyes were just burning. I couldn't hardly breathe because, all the pepper spray, and her hands stayed on my shoulder the whole time, all the way down the steps. And when I got to the bottom of the steps, she sit me down. She sit me down. She pushed me down with her hands, and she leaned in, and her her lips. She leaned in and her lips, my ears. She said, Patriot Bunky, you just shed your blood on the pages of history. Now, I've watched that video a lot of times. When I finally got my eyes cleaned, I looked around and the woman wasn't there. And I asked the dude where that woman was at. And he said that he didn't see a woman. And sort of, I blew it off. And took a couple of weeks when I got home and video started surfacing out. And I watched the video. And I can't see no woman even there. I can see myself coming down the steps with no woman there. Now, to a non-believer, that could discredit my whole story of what I'm telling you. But I don't care because it's what happened. And I believe in truth. Are you there?
Totally here. I'm listening. So what you're saying is that you had an experience where a woman said, Patriot Bunky, you're standing up for America on January 6th. And so many J6ers have told me this, that it was really a blessed by God experience. And that's why this is way deep, because we're really fighting evil. This has never happened in American history since the Civil War, Bunky.
Yeah.
And that's what we're facing. And
Yes.
I interview people all day long who've been persecuted, prosecuted because of January 6th. And everyone's saying the same thing. We're headed towards a time where this shouldn't be happening. And there's over 1,500 people arrested. That's approximately one person per day since the Biden regime took the White House. So this is serious. This is a crisis. This is a political prisoner crisis. And it's really important. Did you already take the plea deal, or can you fight this out if you want to?
I took, no, I didn't take any plea deal. I did a straight plea. I went over I bypassed the prosecutor and just, because he wasn't being, reasonable in any of his, offers. I did a straight plea on the assaults, everything but the weapon. They're going to take me to trial and on the 17th for those. And at that time,
June 17th, you have a trial starting in Washington, D.C. I will be there. So even though you took the plea deal, they're making you go to trial on the weapons charges?
Yes. Yeah, they are. Yeah. And it's ridiculous. It really is ridiculous. I'm willing to take responsibility, but I don't see the government or any, I don't see any other responsibility being taken anywhere else but me, it seems. You know what I mean? And I think that there's a lot more. There's some people getting away squeaky clean that it shouldn't be. There's an injustice no matter which way you look at it on this whole thing. And I ain't the only one. Like you said, I'm just a footnote in the whole process, because it's every day. It's happening every day. Stories like mine. And what bothers me is people, they don't care. They don't want to speak up because it ain't them. Well, I want to tell all you people that are listening, I could be you very easy. What's happening to me could happen to you. I promise. If they get your number, they got your number. And people need to realize that and speak out and stand up for these, for the people that try to make a stand up and to try to do the right thing. I preach to do the right thing, and that's what I'm trying to I'm trying to do the right thing through my case too. And sometimes the right thing ain't, anybody looking in may not look at it as like that's the right thing for you. That can't be the right thing for you, but sometimes it ain't going to be the right thing for you. It's the right thing for for overall, you know. And this is bigger than me. The whole nation's hurting because of this evil that we've let sink into our country. And I appreciate everything you're doing. And with David, it Stop the Steal, and a lot of others, you know.
David at Stop Hate.
Stop the Hate.
David,
I mean, yes.
I gave you a
Yeah.
list of like 20 people to call, and it's really sad to me when people don't respond, because the people
Yes.
that I gave the list of people to call are all people who are actively raising money, saying that they're helping J6 hostages like yourself. And so I want to hold them accountable. Anyone who's not standing up and helping Mr. Crawford right now is a fake and a phony, because his trial is starting June 17th. I don't even know if that's the right direction that you should go in. And I feel like you need to postpone because there's so much evidence that hasn't been made public yet.
Right. You're right. And I battle it. And I battle it. I battle that every day. And it's taken over my life, you know. I mean, I could go different directions right now, and but you know, any opposition you put towards the government, it isn't met very well. It's just it should be, if a person is trying to, a person should have the right to, and given a right amount of time to put up the right defense, the proper defense, and have the time to get them, you know, to do that. And I don't believe that nobody has really been given that, you know. But I don't know if I don't see it changing, you know. I just need prayers. I need prayers, you know, and you know, I have, as far as my politicians, and I've had no one reach out to me and support. Now, I've had some friends and family that it's stepped up and really helped me and my family out, and I am in total gratitude for that. But and there's been others that, through, you know, with prayer, lots of people pray for me, and lots of friend support and stuff. But as far as you know, most lawyers want to stay away from this, you know. And you know, as far as financially, you know, they've ruined me, you know. They've you know, but that ain't everything, you know. I'll survive all that, but you know, I would like for them to be held accountable one day for what they've done to me. You know, the ankle monitor thing, if I could touch on this just for a minute. They put an ankle monitor on me right when they arrested me, on house arrest.
What year was that? What year was house arrest?
That was July of last year.
July 2023. They put an ankle monitor on you.
I went to the federal building. I was back home 4 hours with an ankle monitor on house arrest. And I'm watching people get urged. And then they get released with an ankle monitor on. The same thing that I got before I was even convicted. So what happened to due process with me? How can they take all my guns and put me on house arrest for 5.5 months? Totally financially, just, you know, it wiped me out on that. You know, I wasn't prepared for that. And then not give me any time served on my sentence. That's I can't. but then they want to punish you more with time. Well, the same thing for you to serve after you do your jail sentence. You know, with the same thing you got before. I don't understand how they're able to do that. Yeah, I don't understand that.
And that's why this is so important. After 3 years, this is the 4th year, 2021, 2022, 2023. No one understands. And that's why I honestly, like, I'm a neutral third-party observer. You shouldn't be going to trial because there's so much evidence that hasn't even been allowed into cases.
Right.
Are they going to let you talk? Is the judge going to allow you to talk about how you were trying to protect Victoria White?
You know, it keeps getting, I keep getting in the sentencing. I'm supposed to be able to say all this in my sentencing, but I want to say this in the trial. I want it to be court record and put into the court record. You know, I owe it to these girls that lost their life, and to Victoria White that almost did. I owe it to them, and but I want you to know, for me to do that, and I plan to, it's not going to be good for me. But let me tell you, I don't, because it's more important to me, no matter the cost on that issue. It's important. It's important because I got to live with myself. My kids have got to know. They're going to go back and look at this story one day, and I want them to see that I've done the right thing, that I continue to do the right thing, and that's what I hold most important to me. You know, I could go in more detail about my legal matters, but because it being in the middle of the process of this, I probably best to steer away from it now. But I do need continued prayers, and we all do. All these January 6ers, they're going to try this left wing. I want people to understand that, and be ready for it. Is that they're well planned and orchestrated by means of everybody knows they brainwash geographically how they do and I want people to understand that they're going to try to turn us against one another. They're going to try, whoever's the biggest threat, they're going to try to split those groups and organizations and those people. They're going to try to turn. But what we got to do is we've got to always seek common ground and come together to defeat what we're facing in this country. And that's not going to be easy neither, because they started out, January 6th, they started out, the news networks, the Patriots, and then they turned into maybe the people that didn't go in the Capitol, the people that did go in the Capitol, then they're like, well, the people that were violent and non-violent, they keep on trying to divide, and they're doing that in every aspect of everything. And people need to be on guard on that. They do. And not lose focus on what the reality of what really happened. That's important,
I think that what's really important, that people really understand right now, I'm trying to find you a lawyer because this is just out of control. I'm just going to give you some options, but there's some important things that I've learned from you, which is that, I've given you so many phone numbers, and people who say they're raising money to help J6 hostages can potentially just ignore you. So once again, I'm keeping track of this. Anyone who ignores Bunky Crawford and his wife, Stephanie, I'm going to hold them personally accountable in the future. because the way the government has you pinned into a corner, Bunky, is so shocking to me. And you're the bravest person. Most of the time, people like you are being told not to talk to the public, not to tell the truth.
Yeah.
But this is what's most important. You got stuck in January 6th. You witnessed a woman named Victoria White get beaten to a bloody pulp. There was
Yes.
blood coming out of her as she was screaming for help. You tried to help her. You did what any normal person would do and try to get police away from her. That's what
Right.
normal people do. And you are getting persecuted and prosecuted because they're saying that you attacked police when what you really did was try to defend an innocent woman and defend yourself. So when you call Victoria White, what does she say to you? Because she needs to testify for you.
Yeah. I've heard that she would, through her lawyers. But my lawyers just want to stay away from that. And I don't want to get in great detail with that, but I can say this. I'm not, when it all said and done, I'm the one that's making the decisions. So I can tell you this, that going to court record, it's going to be known, because I'm not going to go to prison without it being known why I did what I did. It's not going to happen. And nobody should frown on me whatsoever, in the courts or anywhere else, for me doing this. I should have a right for people to know why I did what I did. How can they send a man to prison and not give him the chance to explain his actions? It's beyond me, and I'm not going to let that happen. I'm not going to let that happen. But there's a lot of people that are, because it is a hard fight for the way they're doing things. It is, but that one I will prevail in, because I'm gonna stick the course on this, because it's important to me.
I think that, because I've watched you progress over the last month, and I've seen, what you're going through is so serious. And, I have friends like Luke Coffey. I have so many friends who got stuck in the J6 mess. He's facing the same situation you are. Luke Coffey was trying to protect Roseanne Boyland, and you were trying to protect Victoria White. And honestly, I'm not supposed to give guidance or advice, but you need to fight this. And we need to openly report this to the public. And I need to be able to really keep track of what's going on, because the judge could try to say, you can't have this evidence, you can't have that evidence. But you're going to be a tortured soul unless you tell the truth to the public and get your case in the public. And I've really seen this. It's been 3 years. I don't give guidance and advice to anyone, really, because I'm trying to let you live your life. But in this situation, God told you to be there on January 6th, Bunky. And God told you to watch over Victoria White, and you did. So you were just obeying God. You've been falsely accused because you lost one of your shoes in this mess, and you picked up a gas mask or something that you did not bring to the U.S. Capitol. So you do need to set the record straight. And that's why I am going to take this seriously. And, as a journalist, I want to report the truth to the public, because you might get silenced by the judge, which is unacceptable too.
Yes. And, if I can add something, you mentioned Luke Coffey. It was brought to my attention, from watching his video, and by David Summerall and Trennis Evans, that at the exact moment when that lady leaned in and whispered in my ear, that I shed my blood on the pages of history. At that exact moment, Luke Coffey says that he felt the calling of God, and he looked up and he saw scripture falling from the sky at that exact time. And that's when he went up there and started praying, that crutch trying to hold people back. And that's more than coincidental. I mean, there was something happening that day that this is hard to explain. It happened. It was real. And I
don't want to I don't want to inject, but what I'm after listening to the J6 stories, I should have been there. So I'm one of you. I should have been there, but my daughter got COVID, so I didn't go. So God saved me. God did a divine intervention. But for the American patriot, men like yourself, like Luke Coffey, who were told by God to protect the innocent, to protect the women that were getting beaten by Washington, D.C. police. Number one, Ashley Babbitt was murdered by the police on January 6th. Roseanne Boyland was murdered by a Washington, D.C. police officer with a stick, which is excessive force. It was a wood stick. It wasn't even the baton. It was excessive force. You can't pick up a wood stick as a police officer and start hitting a woman who's already on the ground, who can barely move. All the footage shows that. So Luke Coffey really took a risk, and he took his case to court with a judge named Rudolph Contreras, which is a very serious issue because that whole case is in the judge is still in deliberation on this, and it's been over 100 days. So the number one thing to really explain is that, the BLM people always knew that the police would beat up the Black African American people, but our side, our white American patriot side, we didn't know the police would beat us up. So when Victoria White got attacked by Officer Jason Bagshaw, a Washington, D.C., I think he's a lieutenant now. I'm not really sure because I don't keep track of him, but I had met him. I have him on my footage from all of 2020 in Washington, D.C. I had met him. And the fact that he would beat her up, this Washington, D.C. police officer, so ruthlessly, and her face was covered in blood. And I hope she's suing them. The fact that there were 3 women that day who were white all-American patriots, two got murdered, one almost got murdered. The fact that there were men like you who tried to stand up for them, you were called by God to do that. So you had a very deep spiritual experience, and that's what you're trying to explain to us. January 6th was a very deep spiritual experience of the highest level, where you men felt like Jesus Christ, like God was trying to tell you to stand up for the innocent and to stand up for the United States of America. Put aside Trump, when you see police violently attacking innocent women, of course you're going to stand up and try to defend them. And that's why I think it's so important that you have a bench trial with a judge that we can hold. We the people, the independent media like me, and we the people can hold accountable. No one has ever been able to win in a jury trial. There's something going on with juries, which is another thing God wants us to expose. Prior to January 6th, I'd always been told by these BLM activists that the juries were tainted. So the BLM side knew the juries were tainted. Okay, they knew this the whole time. So I feel like God is asking our side, the American patriot side, to expose it and change it. And that's why I think in your situation, I feel like in your situation that you really are called by God to do what brilliant men like Luke Coffey were called to do. He fought this out in a trial with a judge, in a bench trial. He didn't use a jury. He used a bench trial because the judges know that they have to be accountable to the U.S. Constitution. The judges know that this is not going to end. You can't just throw people in prison and just let it end. We have enough American patriots and independent journalists like me watching these judges now, and there's going to be a change soon. Obviously peaceful. I don't do any violence. I'm a woman. I don't do anything. But your trial is so important because in the trial, the judge may try to deny evidence,
Right.
and that's unacceptable. And
Yeah.
so the more I hear you talk, the more I feel like you need to go for it and have a full trial. You need to
Yeah.
have a full trial. You need to get a lawyer that will stand up for you. You need to speak your truth on record. We need to get a copy of your court trial because you're
Yes.
not going to be able to live with yourself if you bear false testimony against yourself and take a plea deal. But listen, I respect anything you want to do because obviously you've got 3 children that need you. But it
Yes.
seems to me like in this situation, if I can find you a lawyer that will do this, you need to fight in the
Yeah.
legal system with a bench trial, just with the judge and a bench trial.
Oh, I agree. I agree with it.
And
Bench trial.
look how much peace that brings you when you know that you can stand up, and then we have the legal record. We have we hold, it's time to really hold these judges accountable for the
Yes.
decisions they're making. The worst judge I've ever seen is a judge named, I don't even know if I should say, Reggie Walton. Reggie Walton, in the very beginning, in March 2022, he was throwing J6 political prisoners just from the courtroom into federal prison. One was Dustin Thompson. I couldn't believe when I saw this. But now, even Judge Reggie Walton, 3 years later, he has to behave because he knows that we are watching. We, the people, are watching. We, the people, are watching the judges now, and they have to respect the Constitution. They got away with it in the beginning, but I feel like God chose you. God chose you to stand up for yourself and have a bench trial and find a lawyer that will stand up with you, that will stand up for you. And we're going to, together as a team with King Jesus of Nazareth, obviously, we're going to demand that your evidence gets accepted into the trial and at least try. Because if you take the plea deal, they're going to throw you in prison. But the bottom line is that your story is going to get lost in history because you took the plea. So, but you have to decide what you want to do. You have to decide that. And this is something everyone goes through. And it's really serious and really deep. But what they don't have is they don't have someone like me who's willing to expose every time the judge won't let you have your evidence. So if you want to make the commitment to having a trial, I will cover that trial. I will drop everything on my schedule. I will call Steve Bannon. I will call Charlie Kirk. I will call everyone on my phone book and I will say, you need to cover what's happening to Bunky Crawford. And if you don't, then you're part of the fake news media and you're just as bad as everyone else. Because I can't just sit and watch men like you get persecuted and prosecuted again and again and again and again. And then we just sit back and we take it and we don't do anything. This has been happening for 3 years. We're on our 4th year. 2024 is the 4th year. And I'm not trying to go on a rant. I'm just in shock that this could even happen in the United States of America at this time. You know, you can stay on, but you can stay on as long as you want tonight. But at 10:30, I'm going to interview, like 10:45, I'm going to interview Brandon Fellows. And he spent 2021, 2022, 2023 in federal prison for January 6th. And he's coming on the show. So I want you to see someone who's in the same situation. I want you to talk to Luke Coffey. I want you to start communicating because you've been told to keep silent for too long. The government is intimidating you too much. And now you're on the verge of starting a trial in 17 days. And God is telling you to fight. God's telling you to stand up for yourself, not fight physically, but fight litigation.
Right. And I am. You see, the assault charges that I pled guilty to, I pled guilty to those, and then the remaining charges they're going to take me to trial, and on that trial, I'm going to use that platform to make sure that my story, this Victoria White story, gets told of the reasons why I've done things. But not only that, at my sentencing, I plan to do the same thing. It ain't planned. This is what's going to happen. because you're right. I mean, I saw it. I felt alone. See, I was offered the last deal that I was offered, and my trial was in like on the whole thing was on the 28th of this month. I was offered like a 56-month plea deal, but with the weapons charge included, and I had nobody there. I felt alone, and so I was promised that I could make my case in my sentencing hearing, and but I had to wait to see if they're going to bring forth the charges on the other, and they are. So now I'm going to use both platforms to make sure I do this.
So you're saying you took a plea deal and they're still asking for 56 months in federal prison?
I didn't take no plea deal. I did a straight plea without the prosecutor at all. I just said he sent me a deal for 56 months, and I sent him one back for 176 months. I said I'm not. I took the principle more, plead guilty to all these other things before I'll take the weapons charge that I know I ain't guilty of on the rest of the charge. And it was a gamble. It was a gamble. But he's going to take me to trial. I didn't look at the time. I looked at the principle.
You're facing more than 56 months in federal prison for having a weapon at the U.S. Capitol that you didn't have. You lost your shoe, and somehow
Right.
it was a gas mask? What are they saying is the weapon?
The gas mask I picked up, I had in my hand for like 38 seconds.
The U.S. government is saying that a gas mask that you picked up from the sea of people that you had in your hand for 38 seconds is a weapon.
You're right. Right.
I mean,
I picked it up.
that's insane.
Yeah, it's crazy. And I
You
wasn't
picked
about.
it up, and what did you do with it? You picked up the gas mask. What did you do with it?
I threw it back to where they were at, but I threw it on the ground. But it sort of slipped and went downward, and it hit the shield of one of the officers below the ankle. Hit the shield, and he wanted me to plead guilty to that, which carries a 20-year sentence. So I was like, no, that's evil. I said, so I was like, you know what? I'll take responsibility for my actions. I pled guilty to 2 assault charges that carry 8 years each. And then 3 or 4 others, I can't see. 4 others that carry over 6 years each. And he could find me guilty for all those random consecutive. He could do whatever, go below it, beyond it. He could do whatever he wants to do. But I took that plea over the 56-month deal just because of the principle of it, because I wasn't guilty of that, and I wasn't going to be bullied that way. You know, I'm willing to take responsibility for my actions. You know, the point is, I don't expect the government to say that anybody putting their hands on officers is okay, because we need law enforcement. A lot of my friends are in law enforcement and close to retirement and close. When I say close, we're close. And I respect the law. I submit myself to authority. And I believe that builds character, and a person should do that. But on the others, on a token of that, is that just as I should be held accountable, so should they. Yeah.
I mean, we never thought that the American government that we grew up in when we were 25 years old, we never thought that the federal government would do this to people.
Not in a million years. You know, I would have never, if you'd have told me 20 years ago that you would have politicians supporting illegals voting, I would have never believed it. If you would have told me, I mean, there's so many things that's being allowed today that it's mind-boggling that the people are so easy with this. I mean, people should be in an outrage. These illegals here, some of them, a lot of them probably are really good people, but unfortunately, they all need to go because they're here illegal. Why am I facing these charges? Because of legal matters. People, we have laws in this country, and everyone should abide by these laws. They shouldn't be like in some country. We're basically turning into Mexico. You know, in Mexico, if you get in trouble, it's all who you know. You know, if you know the right people, then you ain't got nothing to worry about. That ain't what the way America is supposed to be. You know, we're this close to being, I mean, the United Communist States of America, this close. And it ain't easy for me to say that, but it's just the facts. You know, no, we got illegals in this country that are acting like they own this place. We got illegals in this country that are allowed to carry guns. Police can't do anything. Allowed to carry weapons. I mean, that's nuts. I mean, you could infiltrate countries. Our enemies could infiltrate people into this country right now, and they could bear arms, and it all at the same moment, like fire ants, all bite you at the same time. It don't make any sense how we've allowed this government to weaken our military and our patriotism. It's just they've taken the heart out of Americans. You know, and you know, General Flynn talking about World War. You know, going into another World War, we'd be in trouble. If you think for a second that that American people, in majority, have the heart that they did in World War II, you are being fooled, because it's not so. Yeah, people then would give it all. The men went to war. The women went to war by working here, and some went to war, you know, but went to war, and everybody gave it their all for something. And you know, I'm gonna say something else, and I'm just gonna say what I feel. Okay, you know, people want to celebrate Independence Day. Not really me. Not right now in today's time. Not right now. And Memorial Day. That should be a day for you to sorry, to remember those who went and laid down their life. But I don't think you should have no party and shoot fireworks and everything else. I think you should go to your knees and say you're sorry to God that you've allowed your country to be taken over this way, and you're because you say you're sorry, and say you're sorry to the people that laid and gave the ultimate price for you to have what you ruined and you allowed to happen. And that's just my opinion. And it's not going to change. I wish it would, you know, but I wish things would change to make me change on that. But all we can do is pray. Yeah.
How did you know to go to the U.S. Capitol on January 6th? Like, what was the original reasoning to go there?
Okay. Why I went there was to say thank you. I watched the weaponization, you know, of the Department of Justice and the FBI, and I watched them attack a sitting president before he's president, all the way up to his presidency. The whole time, 24/7, they attacked this man, and he still fought for us, fought for this country throughout that. And I don't care what Donald Trump did in his past. I believe what he went through personally in his life, I think it was to gear him and to get him ready for being the president, because it's supernatural what he was able to endure and still fight for this country. And, I just went there that day to say thank you, with my presence, to say thank you for standing. If it wasn't in vain, Yeah. Before Trump got done speaking at the Ellipse at the Capitol, I had something. I was waiting. We were supposed to meet at a tree with my rest of my friends, at a certain time, and before he got done speaking, and to leave. So I was standing next to that tree, and I was sitting there thinking, I guess we're about to leave. I mean, it's over, it's about to be over. And I'm going to tell you, something was tugging at my heart that I cannot put into words or explain, but something overwhelmingly came over me. Like it was like, you ain't going home. This ain't over. Anybody's listening, and non-believers, and people want to say things. I'm not really an emotional type person like this when it comes to I'm passionate when I speak, but what I'm telling you is it was an overwhelming feeling that I wasn't really it wasn't over for me that day, and we left, and about probably 5-10 minutes before Trump got done speaking. And went all the way back to Ronald Reagan Airport, and by this time, the Capitol's done been breached. All this barricades, all this have been torn down. They said, but I didn't know anything about any of that. All I knew is that I heard that there was a large group gathering at the Capitol through the media. And we flipped a coin to decide whether we was going to go home or go back from Ronald Reagan's airport in the parking deck. And we decided to, we flipped the coin and it's to go back, and we went back. And so I didn't get to the Capitol until probably about 3:30, somewhere around there. And so, and actually I didn't know which way the Capitol was. And I asked an officer who was standing on the side of the road and he pointed. He said, he just pointed in the direction for me to go when I asked him. And I didn't see any barricades. I didn't see anything, anything saying that anything restricted. I didn't see anything like that. And all I saw when I got closer to the Capitol is people on their knees praying and getting hit with batons and pepper spray and people singing "God Bless America," and people can get caught up in things. In a large group like that, you probably had a few get caught up in the moment, and to the benefit of 4 police officers. I'm not saying all those police officers were bad, because I'm gonna share something with you that I haven't told many people, but I had 2 officers bump into me that day and tell me that we're with you. I'm with you. And it shocked me, really. I was like, it was right after, one of them was right after that. Before I went to the West End Tunnel, I had an incident where, after witnessing the brutality, where I turned and an officer sprayed me with pepper spray, and I saw it hit my neck, and I went on a rant that doesn't make me look very good. I said, I said, what are we doing? Let's just charge up in this mother, and I was basically saying, to the crowd, to the people, that we don't have to put up with this, it don't make me look good. But, some time passed between then and the tunnel, and I really done forgot about it. But they're going to use that against me. They're definitely going to use that against me. But when you witness something like that, it'll make you angry. Yeah.
So you were leaving Washington, D.C., and you and your friends flipped a coin, and God told
Yeah.
you to stay in D.C.
Yeah, yeah, we did. We did. We flipped a coin and it landed on to go back. So we all went back to the train and loaded up on the train to go back. But I was the only one that went all the way to the Capitol because I was walking fast, trying to see what was going on, and I don't know why, and something was pulling me towards that place. But my friends they stayed all back. I was lucky to find them after the whole thing. When I was limping away there with one shoe, I was really lucky to locate them.
How did you get on an airplane with one shoe?
Well, no, we drove. We drove all the way from Georgia.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we parked at the airport, parking deck. We parked there and rode the train to Washington and walked to the Ellipse, and so we went all the way back to the train to take it back, and we got all the way to the van and flipped the coin, and that's how all that. So there, I wasn't even there. They want to charge me for the damage and stuff like that, but in their court records, that they say that they say the damage was done 2 hours before I even got there. I don't. There's a lot of issues. I have a lot of problems with a lot of their statements of facts. Yeah, I've got a lot of problems with a lot of things they say. It's you're not given much opportunities to really put up a defense, really, like you should. I believe none of us have. But I just want the truth out there and to be told, and I want people not to forget what happened, that day, and forget about the people that look. People believe, even criminals that commit crime, they'll justify it in their own minds. They'll make themselves believe that they're doing the right thing, or they're justified in doing whatever they're doing. But that ain't the case here. I did what was right, morally right, and what everyone should do. It wasn't politically motivated. It was morally right. You know what I mean? For me to do whatever I physically could do to stop what I was witnessing take place, and like you said, they're going to keep me. They're going to try to keep me from telling that. But good luck is what I got to say.
I have had
it's haunted.
satellite phone. I have had, this is the satellite phone, sat 123.
I've
had this use of force expert on. His name is Stephen Hill. He
Yes.
testifies in trials. It feels to me like you have to go for this and have the trial of a lifetime, and that you need more time to plan it, because you need use of force experts. You need to prove that the violence came from the police.
Yeah. I talked to Mr. Hill.
Okay.
And he's unable to help me out.
Okay.
Plate's full. I talked to him, and his plate's full, and
but there has to be other ones. There's other use of force experts, and that's why we have to find a lawyer for you that's a specialist in this. You can't just bring a lawyer in that's not specializing in this, because they have to get a use of force expert. They have to set up the scene. This is my big problem, is that in all of these cases, I have never seen a real trial for J6. They're all sham trials. The judges don't allow evidence. The evidence that comes in, we don't even know if it's real date, time stamped. We don't know if the government's editing it. We have no idea. And so juries are getting a watered down version of what really happened. But the videos that you sent me that I will
Yeah.
play one day, but I'm not playing them today because it's very intense. You know,
Yeah.
Victoria White's covered in blood.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
She is. There's no question that there is no question anyone viewing these videos. That's why a bench trial is very important, you know, for any case like this, because you can't deny what's going on from these videos. But let me add something. There in these videos, there's something going on in these videos. I'm talking about they've been messed with. I know they have, because when I first entered the West Tunnel, I fell on my knees and I looked up and I remembered the feeling that I had, that I was like, oh no, I was in shock that I was that close to the officers that fast. And I remember that feeling, and I put my hand up because they were about to hit me. I put my hand up and said, wait. I was going to try to get Victoria White and try to talk my way and, to get her out of there, And I said, wait. And they started beating me. But on the video, there's no time for that to even happen. It shows me entering that thing and instantly reaching over, trying to get her. And I find that very odd, because there's no doubt that happened. Also, I better not say it on live TV, but there is things in the video impossible to happen. I mean, like when slowed down, the speed slowed down. There's things that ain't matching up. That's impossible for unless it's been tampered with. And I requested the what do you call it? The ASH what do you call it? I can't remember. But the video path or whatever to be able to look at that to see if they match. You know what I mean? And they wouldn't, the hash, and they wouldn't give it to me. They ignored that, and I find that odd, because you can't play with the video at all in those numbers, everything, the hash to be right. So I couldn't get that, but I already know the answer because of what I've noticed on the videos. But they couldn't hide everything, because it still tells the story. It still tells you can still pull it out from it. What really happened. But I would also like to know, there was 2 individuals besides the guy that I hit with the shield. One of the individuals, I don't know if they're actors, FBI agents, was grabbing my ankles, putting me in headlock, holding my ankles, ripped my shoe off the whole time. The other one that seemed to be together pushed me into the officers like 3 times. And I would like to know who these individuals are. So if there's anybody out there that's listening that knows how to do the facial recognition, that can find out who these 2 cats are, I'd greatly appreciate it, because I'll send you a close picture of these people, these 2 guys. I would like to know who they are.
The thing too is that they're charging January 6ers like yourself with attacking federal officers.
Right.
Most of the officers there were not federal officers.
Yeah. I think the guy on the shield was that I knocked out, because well, he shouldn't have hit me with a shield, or he should have told me he was a federal officer. You know what I mean? Like, or something. Yeah. We didn't get any verbal warnings like you're under arrest or get back. You're on private. I mean, you're on restricted area. I didn't hear none of that. I didn't hear none of that kind of stuff. I had one of the officers call me a faggot when he hit me. This on video, you can hear it too. When he punched me, he said faggot. And he punched me. They were acting out of color of their duty, without question. Without question, those particular ones. Like I said,
Can you track the officers that attacked you on January 6th? Can you figure out who they are so that you can subpoena them into the courtroom?
I do, and I have told my attorneys which ones they are, but then again, it sort of gets ignored.
But you should be able to face
Yeah,
all of these police, and we need to figure out what they are. Are they three-letter agencies? Who are these police? Are they
yeah,
U.S. Capitol Police? Are they detectives? Who are these
right,
police? Yes.
yeah.
I want
And
to bring in Frankie Stocks right now. He's totally on our team. He's amazing. Frankie Stocks is an independent journalist, and I want to bring him into this conversation. Do you want to stay, Bunky? Do you have time?
I'll stay and listen. Yeah, yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to bring in. This is Frankie Stocks. He is an independent journalist. Welcome, Frankie. How are you?
Hey, Corinne, thanks for having me. Hey, Bunky, how are you doing,
Hey,
man? Nice to
good,
be here with
good.
you.
Nice to meet you, Frankie.
So when you listen to this, Frankie, when you hear the stories that the J6ers tell us, when you hear this man is facing what, 100 years in federal prison for trying to save a woman's life on January 6th. How does it make you feel, Frankie?
Oh, it's enraging. You know, it's disgusting. I was listening to you talk about the federal agencies or whatever kind of law enforcement it was in different areas, and you know, it makes me think of and we've reported on this quite a bit at National File. It makes me think of the body cam footage that came out, where as people are walking up, as they're just coming in, you know, chanting, holding signs, coming to make their voices heard, the whole traditional American protest movement. They start the Capitol Police, especially the Metropolitan Police from Washington, start scrambling, you know, screaming at each other. Where's the tear gas? Where's the blast munitions? Where's the pepper spray? You know, these guys were looking to go all out and try to incite anything that they possibly could. And it's very obvious. And so that's obviously why a lot of the video footage has been covered up. And I'm with you, man. I really am. I do believe that this footage has been manipulated and edited to a great extent. You know, you hear very much about things not adding up. And the fact that it's been sat on, so much of the footage has been sat on by the federal government, and it just doesn't add up. You know, but it's very obvious based off of their own body cam footage, what bit of it has been released, that law enforcement, they were the agent provocateurs. You know, they went out of their way to have a confrontation with who up until then had been peaceful demonstrators. And then, you know, there's been footage released of undercover plainclothes guys riding around on bicycles or walking down the street, and they're actually getting stopped by police, and they're saying, hey, you know, I can tell you're carrying a gun. Why are you carrying a gun? And they say, oh, well, I'm an undercover federal agent. I'm an undercover local police officer. And these guys were mixed into the crowd. So it's very hard, actually impossible, you know, for me to believe, and I think really anyone else who's paying attention, to believe that these guys weren't there as agent provocateurs. The uniformed officers were, so why wouldn't the plainclothes officers be?
Frankie, why haven't we ever had a real trial for January 6th? They're intimidating the defendants. Bunky was told not to go public, to keep his mouth shut, to not talk about what happened and how he tried to protect Victoria White on January 6th. How do we get a real trial? What do we do?
Gosh, that's a $1 million question. This whole thing has been seized upon by the entire uniparty from the very beginning. You know, the Republicans, they went along with the Democrats on January 6th. This entire event is choreographed by the Capitol Police attacking people and making the whole situation go out of hand. And it gives the Republicans an excuse to stand down and refuse to stop the election fraud that was being perpetrated on the American public. You know, they come back and just all of a sudden, you know, none of it matters anymore because there was, you know, to borrow a term from CNN, a rowdy protest, you know, outside of the Capitol. All of a sudden, they sign off on a rigged election. I mean, the Republicans are just as far in bed with the Democrats on this.
Right.
And Mike Johnson hasn't shown me anything. Kevin McCarthy obviously never showed anyone anything. So it's total draining of the swamp is what we're going to need to get a investigation.
Yeah, but people like Bunky Crawford were trying to drain the swamp. They stood up on January 6th, and now he's getting clobbered and facing over 100 years in federal prison. So it's going to go to men like you, Frankie, your group of men. What are you guys going to do? You're America First boys. How are you going to stand up to the federal government if people like Bunky, who's a dad of 3, is getting clobbered?
Yeah, we're going to keep on putting all of this stuff out there. You know, we dig as far as we can. We report every single thing that we can. You know, and but the thing is, there's not enough people out there doing independent journalist type work. I mean, if all the footage were to someday get released, just all the footage that they've told us about, and we had to comb through it. I mean, it would take 40,000 hours of footage. It would take a massive crowdsourcing, citizen journalist, citizen intelligence, really task for people to go out and just start watching this footage and picking through this footage. You know, at National File, we and Derek Evans, J6 Patriot, was involved in this. I mean, we broke the footage of John Banuelos, an FBI aligned, FBI tied agent provocateur who's out there shooting a gun into the air outside of the J6 demonstration. He climbs up scaffolding, he fires off multiple shots, and then he literally a moment later, 60 seconds later on the dot, is when everything busts loose and goes crazy. I mean, as if this was some kind of signal saying, hey, we're here, put the event in motion, and we're in the crowd to fulfill this end of it. And so it's going to take massive citizen journalists and really you could just call it citizen intelligence. I mean, it's like an intelligence investigation. It's going to take a massive crowdsourced citizen investigation into this to pick through everything. But, you know, we're trying to get all of it out there as quickly as we can on our end. So it's really, you know, it's something. And let me add, we had actually, you know, a number of sort of the Con Inc. types and the Fed Boy types trying to get us to spike the story of the guy shooting the gun into the air. So they are out there. They're out there in force. They're pretending to be members of independent media and such, and really trying to poison the well and poison the airwaves with all of their pushing back on people finding the truth.
Yeah.
So Bunky, when you listen to this, what do you think? Because I feel like for someone like you don't want to take a plea deal. You want to fight this out.
I do, and I agree with everything he's saying 100% on all that. You know, and you know, something that, I want to add. You know, misjustice is going on. You know, January 6th could have never happened. None of the people should be prosecuted. If you want to know what it boils down to, and you know that a lot of the media has been ignoring, you know the whistleblowers that come out on about the 3 hour and 19-minute delay, and for the National Guard, you know, that should tell you everything right there. I mean, you got a 1-star general, you got all the right people coming out and saying, you know, and it sort of just gets ignored. The fact of the matter is that if they took it serious and did the 3 hour and 19-minute delay, then whose fault it really was, that it was orchestrated. All this was orchestrated. Then none of these January 6 people should be being accused of anything. You know, because it should have never happened. That's just my opinion on that.
So what's the most important thing, Frankie? What are you focused on this week? I know obviously the Trump trial is a complete disaster mess in New York, but we knew that would happen. But what are you guys focusing on this week with the National File? What's the most important news?
I've been looking at the Trump trial a lot. You know, I was talking about this earlier today because it's really, you know, I expected, I think everyone else expected, this was a rigged Stalinist kangaroo court. You know, I think that everyone expected that a guilty verdict was going to come out of here. But, you know, the symbolism of this is huge. I mean, Trump said it today. He said it yesterday. If they can do this to me, they can do this to you. And so I'm looking at that as this is a psyop. This is a psychological attack, really, from the very highest levels, because we know that this came from straight down from the Biden regime. I mean, there were DOJ attorneys quitting their jobs to go join Alvin Bragg so that they could be the guy that got Trump. And so this is just meant to discourage the American people. Really, they're trying to humiliate Trump, but I think that is just grossly backfired on them. And it's really, it has made a lot of people take a look at this and say, wow, this guy is really, you know, he's been bruised and battered. He's stood up to these people. And he's certainly paying the price, but he doesn't stop and he keeps on going. And, I'm not going to act like everything that Trump has done is perfect. I totally disagree with Operation Warp Speed. It was a disaster. But this is right now, this is the guy that's standing up and fighting for the people. And on January 6th, there is no doubt in my mind that there was a massive false flag that was orchestrated to finish off the election theft from Trump. And that's something else that we're focusing a lot on, because these election laws, the changes, the rigged fake changes to election laws that were made illegally by executive order, by judicial action, these things that did not come from the state legislature, they're still in effect. And Merrick Garland is suing states that try to take them off the books. He's suing states that try to put their election laws back in compliance with the U.S. Constitution and with their state constitutions. And the DOJ, they now have U.S. Marshals going around giving mail-in ballots to inmates in federal prisons, including in states where felons and prisoners aren't supposed to be voting. The Secretary of State of Mississippi wrote a letter to the federal government explaining all this. So I'm still waiting for the GOP to defund the DOJ. This is something that should have happened forever ago, but obviously it hasn't. But this is, the continuation of the 2020 fraud and of this entire hoax election that was perpetrated on us. It's just going into 2024. It's rolling straight into it. So we're hot on that.
Yes, and I agree with that 100%. In Georgia, they keep coming out with facts of the election wasn't, it wasn't legit, with different things. And they keep coming out coming out with new things and making it, going out of their way to make it the most official as they can, and it still gets swept under the rug and ignored. It's aggravating. It's aggravating because if they're going to be better this time. People need to realize that they're going to be even better. So we're going to have to get on the horse about this to save our elections for sure.
In Virginia, you don't even have to show ID to vote. So we're in trouble in Virginia. I plan on spending a lot of time in Virginia watching over this. But right now, we have Americans like Bunkie Crawford suffering because he's facing a trial on June 17th. So what do we do, Frankie? How do we stop this? I mean, the Biden regime has arrested, more than 1,500 people since they took the White House?
Yeah, the only way to stop it is to drum these people out of office. And Corinne, I'm in Virginia too, so it's amazing to see how our election security or any kind of legitimacy to our elections has just been stripped away. I think back, I've been voting for like 12 years now. I look back and I remember when I first started voting, you had to have ID. They would look at your picture ID. They would ask you to read out your address to them and all of these things. And it's just all been taken away, especially over the past 4 years. And now anybody who's anybody can just walk in and start voting, and illegals can get driver's licenses. So they're going to be voting too. It's just a complete and total disaster. And so I honestly, and I've been beating this drum for a long time. I mean, the elections at this point in time, I'm not convinced that we have legitimate elections, but the only thing that we can do is keep on pushing forward. And I talk a lot about federalism. We have to take back our federalism. We have to build back up at this local and state level so that we can seize control of these elections and just take them back. Just take them back to how they were 10 years ago, when you had to show ID, when you had to show who you were, to vote. I mean, back then, of course, it was the big talking point. You're racist if you have to show ID. But I mean, who cares about that anymore? They say so much worse about us now. I don't think anybody's going to be bothered by being called a racist over voter ID laws anymore. So just bring that stuff back. But I really think this has to be a bottom up, especially on the conservative side. There's been a lot of hoping for a big guy, a knight in shining armor, to come in and have this top down approach. But the left took over the country with a bottom up approach. And we're going to really have to start taking it back with a bottom up approach so that we can at least try to secure our elections and get legitimately counted votes. The states are in charge of the elections. They haven't been able to completely overhaul the elections at the federal level yet. So the states still have some push here, and we can still try to take these things back. And I mean, that's the way that we're going to be able to serve J6 patriots and any other political prisoners, because we're going to have to flush these people out of office. I mean, as long as we have these people writing the laws as they go, we're all in trouble. So that's how we're going to have to do it.
And that's what you were standing up for, Bunky, when you went there January 6th. You were standing up, and then look what happens. You're facing 100 years in federal prison. So
Yeah.
what's the exit strategy? What do we do, Frankie? Because obviously we're America first, but what do we do to make sure that another January 6th doesn't happen?
I don't know. I don't have a good answer for that. I think that we're getting, it's things are getting dangerously to the end of everyone's patience on all sides. And so I think that we're free falling towards a very dangerous territory that none of us want to be in, that nobody ever wishes to be in. And then, we look at it, all of this is going on domestically, while at the same time we've just instructed Ukraine to start using American munitions to start striking targets inside of Russia. I mean, the election could be canceled because of a nuclear emergency that's declared by the Biden regime. They can orchestrate a nuclear emergency and then cancel the election. So, I mean, this in all directions, we're getting this right now. So, I mean, this is just something that we're going to have to keep on talking about and keep on exposing, because this is, I mean, we're really down to crunch time here. It's really, I know every single election, they say this is the most important election ever, but it's usually hyperbole. But this time, I mean, and in 2020, it was a very similar situation. But in 2024, I mean, this has gone so far that we're really, I mean, we are losing our country very quickly. So
do you think they're gonna take, when they sentence President Trump on July 11th, do you think they'll try to take him from the courtroom to jail in New York City on July 11th? What do you think?
I think that there is always that chance. I don't know if they're going to be able to get away with that at this point. I think that they've lost so much momentum on this. They're going to try to do some kind of grand perp walk. I'm sure they're going to want to, even if they sentence him to house arrest or something, I think they're going to probably want to try to take him around in a police car and like process him at the jail or something, or do whatever they're going to do to him. But I don't know. I think that's going to be kind of a wild card that we're going to be looking at there, because July 11th is the day that he gets sentenced. I mean, we have quite a bit of time between now and then. And also, it's really, we could get into where they're trying to expose Trump to some kind of dangerous situation where they say, we're going to take him down to the jail and process him. And then he gets separated from the Secret Service and he's left in a hallway somewhere.
Oh.
I mean, this is really, I mean, these people are evil people. These are Stalinist tyrants. So it's really, to say they would go the level of knocking someone off or trying to is I don't think is too far to go. So I certainly hope that that's not the case. I hope that he doesn't even see the inside of a jail. But I think that this could be a really dangerous situation for the entire country, and it's just, again, setting a third world precedent going forward. I mean, this is third world banana republic, Soviet Union type stuff. Like the Soviets go in and take over part of the Congo, and they bring out the former president, and they throw him in jail and they try to kill him. I mean, that's what we're seeing here in the United States.
This is shocking, because they could take him from the courtroom and try to throw him in jail in New York City. New York City would allow that to happen. I've seen it happen in Washington, D.C. I have seen a lawyer for a prominent man named Patrick Byrne. His lawyer was arrested in the courtroom. Her name is Stephanie Lambert. I'm going to be interviewing her probably next month. She was arrested from the Washington, D.C. courtroom. She's a lawyer. They arrested her. They took her to the D.C. jail. They strip searched her, and then they let her go. Now they're charging her with something else, and they're trying to get her taken off cases in Washington, D.C. It's outrageous. There's not enough independent journalists to even cover these things, Frankie.
Yeah, it is. And they're doing the old Stalinist method: show me the man or show me the woman, and I'll show you the crime. They pick their targets, and they continuously arrest them, and they continuously try to throw them in front of grand juries until they can get something to stick. It's really like something out of a dystopian movie. And actually, it's remarkable how many of the Alvin Bragg types there are all across the country. Like, these are like sleeper cells that have just been set up in courthouses and district attorney's offices all over the country. Like Fairfax County, Virginia, it's Soros-backed DA. The guy's name escapes me, younger guy. And Austin, Texas, Soros-backed DA, same story. Houston, Texas, same story. Obviously, San Francisco, same story. So they're all over the country, kind of in every region of the country. Fannie Willis is another one. I mean, they have these people kind of set up that they can run their lawfare campaigns through, and I think that's what we're starting to see a whole lot of.
This is going to get really interesting. I know that you're super busy, Frankie, so I don't want to keep you too long, but what's the most important thing we should focus on?
You know, I'm looking at Joe Biden's running mate getting changed on the 2024 ticket. So I think that could be a potential. There's some rumors abound that could happen, and it could be a real disturbing choice for VP, even worse than Kamala Harris. And also, you know, there was a ramming attack on the Quantico base, an attempted ramming by some Jordanian illegals in a box truck. There was this incident in North Carolina. You can look at this on nationalfile.com. Noel Fritz reported on this, where an Army officer shot a Chechen illegal who was on his property, taking pictures of his property, taking pictures of his family. So I think that we could certainly be seeing sleeper cells activate, and I'm talking terroristic sleeper cells this time, not legal sleeper cells, activating in the run-up to 2024 to sow chaos and do everything that they can. So I'm looking at that pretty heavy.
That's really serious. Just one more thing. Matt Strickland from Virginia. He is in, I think, the 7th district of Virginia. He owns a restaurant called Gourmel's. He was my first guest today, and he's making an open call to have create a legal militia. A legal militia in Virginia, a legal militia in the United States of America at this time, in case the shit hits the fan, pardon my bad language. But the bottom line is that, how do you feel about legal militias, Frankie?
Oh, I think it's awesome. You know, the more that there are, the better. And you know, the Gourmet story was great through the COVID sham. Standing up to the lockdowns and the mask mandates, and then you know, getting crossways with Youngkin when he tried to come in and enforce the same crap that he'd run against. So I have a lot of respect for that guy, and a lot of respect for his restaurant and his business. But yeah, I love the legal militias. You know, any militia idea, I am very open to at this point in time, for sure.
That is so important. Thank you so much for your time. I know you're super busy, but I really wanted to introduce you to Bunky Crawford, and I wanted to introduce you to just some of the things we're talking about on my news show, because it's getting way more serious. After 3 years, we would think that J6 was over, but it's just beginning.
Yeah, it is. It's dragging on forever. They're going to drag this on as long as they possibly can, and just inflict maximum pain on the American public, I think. And thank you, Corinne, for having me on. And Bunky, it was nice to meet you. Seriously, I wish you the best. I'll be praying for you. And you know, Corinne, send me any info that you have on Bunky's case and stuff, and we'll, you know.
I'd like you to keep track of it, because it starts June 17th and it's going to get really serious. And I don't really write articles, so I think it's really important that you guys at the National File cover this. And I really want Noel, your editor, your owner, to talk to Bunky, because Noel's one of the wisest strategists who really understands how to handle all the different elements. The issue is that Bunky in the beginning thought he was going to take a plea deal, but now he's realizing that the plea deal is horrific. It's at least 56 months in prison, and they're going to falsely accuse him of having a weapon. He lost his shoe, Frankie. He lost his shoe in the crowd, and somehow there was a gas mask that he had for 40 seconds, and then they're saying that he attacked police officers when he was trying to defend Victoria White. So there's a whole story to this. He's a father. He's an American patriot. He's a Christian. God told him to be there January 6th. So I need to get independent media like you guys at the National File very interested in this case, because after 3 years, this shouldn't be happening. But all the case law is against Bunky now, because so many people took the plea deal in the beginning.
Yes, that's something that more people need to talk about, is they have abused the whole concept of case law, while at the same time violating people's rights to a speedy trial. They've allowed it all to snowball so they can get as many convictions as they can, you know.
Yes. Well, thank you, Frankie. I'm going to give you Bunky's number. I'm going to tell you later. I'll text you later and tell you.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Okay. Stay on, Bunky. down, Bunky, because I want you to know that there is a team of people out there that is working 24/7 to try to help people like you. I don't want you to feel alone. You've said very clearly that God called you to
Yeah.
do what you did on January 6th. And so, I take that very seriously. And the fact that you've got to decide how much you want to fight this out, but it seems
Right.
like you really need a new team of lawyers, and no judge in America should force you to keep a team of lawyers that's going to make you bear false testimony against
Yeah.
yourself.
Yeah, it's yeah. You're right. You're right. I don't know. They're in a huge line of people standing in line to help me right now.
Well, I made some phone calls while we were doing the show, and so
Yeah.
Friday night, obviously, but people are going to call me back by Monday or Tuesday, but we're going to try to help you, which I
Okay.
normally, I'm a journalist. I'm not supposed to get involved, but at this point, I'm
That's
throwing the journalism rules out the window because I can't
it's
just
okay.
sit back and watch more people get arrested and persecuted and prosecuted because of January 6th, which shouldn't even be an issue anymore. We have way bigger issues. For example, when I'm out and about on Monday, on Memorial Day, the mother of Ashley Babbitt had a march through Washington, D.C. And if we didn't have bodyguards there and American patriots like yourself, if we didn't have men to protect us, there were a lot of Antifa weirdos doing a lot of weird stuff, and it would have just been a mess. We did have police watching over us, which was the first time I've really seen that in Washington, D.C., where the police were really being protective of us. But the bottom line is that, putting American patriots like yourself into federal prison when you have no violence in your history, when you have children, when you have a family, when you have a wife, when you're happy, when you're Christian and you were following what God asked you to do, it's unconscionable. And I want these judges to know, who's your judge?
Judge Ballsberg.
Oh, yes, you have Boasberg. I've had many encounters with Boasberg. Boasberg pretends like he cares, but he's one of the harshest judges. However, he does know that we're watching everything that they do, and these judges do want to leave a legacy and be considered to be, righteous. And so I've been watching Boasberg since 2022. I've talked to him on the subway. I've talked to him in the courthouse. I have to be careful because I don't want to get accused of stalking a judge. But the bottom line, I don't know how much more I can do, but I'm really going to go for it as much as I can. I have to, it's like a tight line because I don't want to fight the wrong battle. But the bottom line, he's a very tough judge. But with a jury, the juries get nowhere, although we could pray for a jury. But the bench trial with Boasberg is probably where you're headed, right? Are you doing a jury trial or a bench trial?
Bench, yeah.
Yeah, you're going to do a bench trial with Boasberg. That's really, really serious.
Yeah.
You have to get all of your evidence on the table because Boasberg is ruthless.
Yeah. He's a no nonsense judge. He likes to speed things along and be as efficient as he can.
It's not efficient. It's not efficient when
Yeah.
you're putting someone in jail for 100 years.
Yeah.
That's not efficiency when you're taking a father away from his children. What is efficient, and what I really do want to recommend to anyone watching this, is they write Judge Boasberg right now. It's time to write Judge Boasberg and tell him to stop over sentencing January 6th defendants. You can write the judge directly, Judge Boasberg. I'll spell his name. I'll get the right spelling of his name. Basically, you write him and you tell him that you are an American citizen, that you are peacefully watching everything he's doing in his courtroom, and that it's time to actually stop sentencing federal prison time and just do probation. Someone like yourself, Bunky, you don't need to be in federal prison. Probation is ruthless enough. That's all you need is probation. You've already had the ankle monitor on. Did they take the ankle monitor off?
No, they hadn't took it off. I feel like I've been in prison for the last year, to be honest with you.
So you've had an ankle monitor on your ankle since what date?
Since the 13th, I believe, of July, I think, some 14th
The 13th of July, what year?
of 2023, last year.
So the FBI raided your house, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Terrified your children,
Yeah.
publicly embarrassed you. You lost your business. You
Mhm.
lost everything that you have, basically. You're just
Yeah.
trying to survive. And then in July of 2023, the federal government put an ankle monitor on you
Right.
that you
Right.
still have on. Are you allowed to leave your house?
I am now. I'm allowed. They still monitor me, but it went from 5.5 months of house arrest to a curfew to no restrictions really. Just other than not leaving the Northern District of Georgia. I can't leave. I wanted to take my kids in South Georgia this week, and I was denied because it's South Georgia, and which is where I used to live, and so you know it's still controlling my life, and plus I'll go out, to the store or Walmart or something, or whatever, and you hear young people, they'll see it and they'll giggle, you know what I mean, and so people are looking at me, but I tell people why I have it on, you know. I tell them why I got it on. I don't hide it, I don't want, I want people to know, why I got this thing on my ankle, because they can have it on theirs, and to be
What do
all.
you say when people ask you why you have an ankle monitor on since July of 2023?
Well, I might offend some people. I'm just saying the way I feel. I'll tell some people that I'm wearing the ankle monitor for them. That's what I say, and that may sound vain, but I feel like I'm wearing this ankle monitor for everybody that ain't. Now people can take that any way they want, but until you're in the situation that I'm in, where you feel like you've done the right thing and you're being persecuted, and then seeing a lot of people go about their normal lives and not doing anything, yeah, it'll make you feel that way. So I that's the way I feel. Yeah, I do. And that may sound bad to some people, but that's just the way I feel.
So I really want to encourage people to write the judge. It's time to
Yeah.
stop eating popcorn and take action. You write Judge James Boasberg. James Boasberg is the U.S. federal judge in Bunky Crawford's case. Do you know your case number, Bunky? It's better to have a case number.
Oh,
But if you
I
don't
had
have a case number, it's okay. I can publish it another time. You write the judge, James Boasberg, and you say, please do not give Bunky Crawford any time in federal prison. He's a father, he's a husband, he's a Christian, he's a patriot, he has no criminal history. You write Judge James Boasberg, I'll spell it for you in a second. You write him at 333 Constitution Avenue Northwest, 333 Constitution Avenue Northwest, Washington, D.C. 20001. That's 20001. The bottom line is this. The bottom line is that the judges do care about their legacy. You can see how normal Bunky Crawford is. He's a great man from Georgia. He got caught in a mess on J6. He should not be spending any time in a in any federal prison. At the most, he should get probation. If the judge is not willing to acquit him, time for probation. No more suffering for peaceful J6 political prisoners who are really hostages. That's the truth. It's the most important thing. It's time. Okay, I'm gonna spell Judge Boasberg's name. It's Judge James, James, obviously. Boasberg, Boasberg. Judge James Boasberg is the judge in Bunkie Crawford's case, which is so critical and so important because when you write the judge, it does make a difference. I want to bring on Brandon Fellows right now. Bunkie, can you stay in? Brandon spent, 3 years in federal prison for January 6th?
Just shy of 3 years by about a month.
Bunkie, this is Brandon. Brandon, this is Bunkie.
Hey, Brandon.
So Brandon just
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Brandon just got out of federal prison since 2021 for January 6th. So I want to introduce you guys. I hope that you guys can talk, but tell us everything, Brandon. What's your guidance for Bunkie? His trial starts June 17th.
I jumped in and I didn't hear his charges. Do you have any felonies by chance?
He's facing 100 years. He was trying to protect Victoria White. Here, go for it. Tell him.
Okay.
Yeah, I have 8 felonies and 3 misdemeanors.
Okay. Gotcha. Yeah. Well, you're lucky to be out right now. And it's good that you must have recently gotten picked up, right?
Last year, July last year.
Okay. So it's kind of like a little bit later, but the good news is that you're super late. Do you have a 1512 by chance? The obstruction of an official proceeding?
I don't think so. I don't think I have.
Okay.
That one.
All right. Well, the good news is that you're late in the game, and it seems like Trump is going to be getting in. Let's all hope for that. Otherwise, they've actually kind of forced me to live in D.C., so I'm a little worried what's going to happen if they try to do what they did before. But I mean, it might be necessary. But you're late in the game, so I know it's not like it sucks that they're destroying your lives. Like I was banned off of everything. Facebook, Airbnb, all my photos were lost. Things that had nothing to do with January 6th. Airbnb, Lyft, Uber, absolutely everything. Though my bank has money in it, they went to close it. So I'm just trying to get reintegrated into society. I got released 11 days ago. So I just got out. But yeah, dude, just hang in there. Don't give up. It's better that this is late in the game. And things are getting better. People are realizing, what's going on out there. Our videos are finally getting released. People are waking up to that. And honestly, I went on my first gym workout, Wall 3 today, and I ran around with my Donald Trump hat in the middle of DC. I didn't get attacked. So honestly, I've been getting lots of compliments about this. So, it's crazy. So, and I will say when I was in the DC jail, even the atmosphere of people that were like super against in this city, the worst city for Trump, people are really like, it's coming around. I mean, a lot of people are like realizing, waking up. So I know it sucks, no matter what anybody says to you, like it still sucks what they're doing to you and us. But just hold it together. And I mean, we did what was, a lot of us did what was right that day. And I was talking to ABC yesterday real quick, and he couldn't answer. This is an ABC guy. And he said, "Oh my gosh, people were attacked that day." And I said, "Okay, well, let me just share with you, right? I don't have any violent charges, right? I smoked weed in the senator's office with my feet up on his desk. But I don't think just because you have violent charges that means anything, because our founding fathers did crazier things. And honestly, I gave this example to him. I asked him, I said, do you think that the Civil War, where hundreds of thousands of people died, do you think that was worth it, right? Because they think it's simply about slavery being lost. So I ran with that talking point. I said, think about the benefits of, like, we got rid of slavery. All the millions of people for history got to get rid of that. And we had a unified country that made us stronger against our enemies in the long run. Do you think that it was wrong? Like, it was not worth it? And he's like, I don't know how to answer that question. I'm like, okay. So you don't know how to answer that question. I mean, so are you saying like you're confused? You don't know if us winning the Civil War was good, Mr. ABC journalist? Didn't know what to say. So I gave this example real quick, and I said, well, let me just explain this to you, why I have this mindset of, now that I've seen what's happened just in the past few years, I wish the American people did more, and I understand why they didn't, because people like me were conflicted. It's like, we support the police, we don't want to harm anyone, like overall, and everybody's story's different. I'm just kind of generalizing right now, but Ukraine war would not have happened because Russia told Trump told Putin, don't build that pipeline, and he listened. Biden told him, don't invade Ukraine, didn't listen. The Israel war, I don't think would have happened. There was peace in the Middle East under Trump. The fentanyl through our border killing tons of our people and the sex slave trade would not be anywhere near the levels that we have now. And I just, oh, and 30 million people over in Afghanistan, because they love these talking points, right? We've got to protect the women. What happened to those 30 million people over there? About 15 million of them. Those women are now getting raped under radical Islam. They don't have a right. Their education's tossed away. So that was all because of Biden. Think about that. Even if people did go further and they properly put Trump back in office from the stolen election, I truly think even in the short term, it would have been better. But the nice thing is he actually came up to me afterwards and he said, you know what, that was actually, I actually am very surprised you actually had really good points. Now, if he's not going to share that in his edits, but the thing is like, I don't feel guilted about January 6th. People with more charges. Trump is being safe about this. I believe, about like, oh, we're going to look on a case by case basis. I think that's just a smart move for him to say. He's running in politics. So yeah, sorry, I'm rambling a bit. But yeah, dude, just hold it together. I know it's tough, but yeah, be over soon.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I mean, Brandon, you spent 3 years in prison and look how together you are right now. You've only been out for 10 or 11 days.
Mm-hmm. Well, I will say our community is great. So if you get intertwined in the community, I mean, I got to say, I got out. So 6 days prior to getting out, they denied my address up in upstate New York where I was heading. They said, oh, because they gave the guy the property who I was renting from. They said, oh, we got to meet you. But they gave him basically no days to meet up. And 6 days prior, I'm in Philadelphia prison. And they said, oh, you need to go to DC. I'm like, what do you mean not go to DC? I'm not from DC. And they said, well, we typically do courtesy supervision, but they didn't approve of that address. So I contacted the DC jail vigil, specifically Tammy Jackson. And I said, hey, I know we have supporters around the country. I've gotten fan mail from them throughout the years, like people from in this country and outside this country offering things ranging from, donations. And I don't take advantage of it, but donations, vehicles, and places to live, etc. And I said, is there anybody in the area that can help me? And I got multiple offers within 2 15-minute phone calls from a jail cell. It's already tough enough finding a place in DC to rent if you're out and spending days looking for it. Our community was so strong and so supportive, though it's unfortunate some of us are factionalized. I mean, it's really a lot better than when it was when we first were in there. Our politicians are talking about it. They're singing our names and saying, release the hostages at these Trump rallies. I mean, the American people, a lot of them are for us and a lot more are waking up. So that's the reason I'm doing so well. It's because we have a good community. People are waking up about it. And I would definitely advise you to, if you can, be careful what you say for now, but at least get some friends that are helpful in the January 6th community, and then just be willing to be able to share, hey, here's what's going on. Don't take advantage of it, because I've seen some of those people and I don't like that. But hey, if you are genuinely struggling, do that. Don't turn it into a business thing. I don't agree with that. But yeah.
I mean, are you going to be in DC, Brandon? Because his trial starts June 17th.
So my probation officer finally called me yesterday. Funny thing, he said, just please wait until the Supreme, because I wrote on the probation supervised release thing, all those rules. I said, I do not agree to these conditions in parentheses. And he said, he just sighed and he's like, please just wait until just last until the Supreme Court decision. And I'm like, oh, is a DC probation officer saying this to me? So that was cool. But yeah, I have to stay in DC. My goal is for when they drop the only felony, the 1512 charge, I should not be on these conditions of release. So I'm waiting for that. But yeah, I'm actually liking DC. I've been able to talk to a lot of people. I feel like, pointing out that there's a lot of political hostages. There's people that they're selectively prosecuting. There's tons of media here, and they like talking to people. And I'm more than happy to talk about it. Bucky, what is it, Bunky?
Yeah.
So yeah, so just so you know, I ended up sneaking out jail videos from the DC jail of our horrible conditions, and that got me attacked inside the jail. But if you went on Gateway Pundit, you can see some of those videos that were released just to show the horrible conditions we were under. So, but things have turned around. Things have turned around.
Were you in the jail? So, when were you arrested, Brandon? When were you arrested?
10 days after January 16th, 2021.
So you were one of the first people in the DC jail.
Well, I got there on July 2nd of 2021. So yeah, I was I was the first 40 people over there. I've met
Yeah.
170 in person. I've met 170 different January 6th defendants. I need to update my list to include people like Bunky, who I've been talking to here and there since I've been out. But yeah.
So you were in the jail. Did you have oh God, I can name Civic. Did you have Thomas Civic in the jail with you?
Yes. Why?
Because he's one of my friends. You had
Okay.
a lot of my friends in the jail with you, but I just want to give Bunky some hope because I mean, how old are you, honestly, Brandon? 29?
I just turned 30.
Okay, so you just turned 30, so you don't have children. Bunky has 3 children, but there is, hope. But Bunky's facing 56 months in federal prison. They're saying that he attacked police officers when he was trying to protect Victoria White.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Do you want me or him to speak on that?
No,
Or?
I want you to talk. I want you to talk about. I mean, because you're so positive now. You went through a lot during this time. Did you have a trial or did you take the plea deal?
No, I went to trial and they offered me 3 time served plea deals, one of which was for a misdemeanor while I was in jail. And then I brought it up to the judge and I said, hey, they're saying that I'm too dangerous to be released. I've got no criminal history. And these charges aren't even violent. I smoked weed in the senator's office wearing a funny hat. I mean, come on, dude. I took selfies with officers. Sure, I said some inflammatory things after January 6th, but that was to piss people off because they were like, these closed-minded people were saying, you killed a cop. Like, I did not kill a cop. I don't know what the heck you crazy people are talking about. But yeah, I did not take this plea deal. And one of which, by the way, they wanted me to include this language. Oh, we want you to say that Donald Trump told you to go in. I'm like, but he didn't. And that's why I think there are a lot of the language that some of they're seeking, and that's why they're using it. All these plea deals of people that have agreed to that is they're using it against Trump now with that January 6th related charges. Like, oh, look, we have all these legal documents of people saying you actually told them to go in there. Now he didn't say that, but when they're facing 56 months, when they're facing years in prison, and they've got children out there, or maybe for instance like some of the people out there that have got like Lonnie Kaufman, I think he's like 80 years old and like his hands turned purple because he's like, sad to say, he's like nearly dying. He's like, all right, yeah, I just want to get out. They're more willing to sign that because it's basically duress. And they're like, all right, fine. I'll talk bad about Trump at sentencing. I'll say I was fooled. The election isn't stolen. I've seen that plenty of times. And I get it. It's easier for me because I don't have kids. It's easier for me because, I'm kind of been a minimalist since 2016. But and also I'm confident that I can get my business back up and running whenever I start back into this. But it's really sad to see. I want people to fight, but I understand why a lot of people have taken these plea deals because they've got family, they're dying, or it's just they're not, their lives leave them, and it's absolutely horrendous to see this. And yeah, Trump needs to get in, and we need to. I love America. I think we're still the best country ever, especially our founding and our principles, and what the country stands for. But like the rest of the world is crumbling, we are crumbling as well. And it's just, it's a scary time. We just got to keep it together. And I definitely think you got to get to God. You got to this tough time. I got to say, like, my worst times when I get so angry at these people, because it's easy, you need God. Because like when I haven't done that, it was really tough in there. And then, yeah, it's just, yeah, I would definitely recommend that.
Well, Bunky was told by God to do what he did on January 6th, but he's just beginning this whole process, and he does have children and he has a family. So I want him to see how enthusiastic, look how great you're doing. Brandon, you're doing amazing. 3
I've been
years
doing
in
interviews.
prison. Give me your worst experience in prison. Which prison did they put you in?
That would be Northern Neck Jail. I was attacked at the DC jail by guards and the Northern Neck Jail by guards. I didn't like. It could have been a lot worse at the Northern Neck one. I got out. I got kicked out of 2 jails, which is pretty gangster. But so when I got over to the Northern Neck Jail, I was asking for, I didn't have fruit for like nearly 2 years. And I mean,
You didn't have what
that's
for 2
pretty
years?
fruit. Now that's one of the many terrible things. But yeah, you're supposed to have that. And I have IBS, which is irritable bowel syndrome, which easily able to be taken care of with fruit. But I mean, you get constipated. That may sound like a little tiny thing, but I mean, if you don't get medicine for it, if you don't get help, that can clearly, like, there were actually people, I've met people that have known people in the jail. Like Jeff McKellop actually just witnessed January 6th defendant Jeff McKellop, Special Forces, over in Fort Worth, Texas. He has actually witnessed a person die from constipation not being treated. So this is an actual thing. I was in there, and I had, at this point, it was like, I think it was 6 days. I forget, because this has happened multiple times. I've got it in my notes, but I was asking the nurses for laxatives. They didn't give it to me. I kept saying it. And then I just started singing a song about laxatives, annoying the heck out of the guards. And they said, "You say laxatives one more time, I'm going to beat the shit out of you." And I said, "Good. That's what I need. I need the shit out of me." And well, I thought he was just joking, but yeah, he popped the cell open, and then he just brought me over to the nurses and acted like he was going to give me stuff. And then he's, "All right, put your hand." Basically, long story short, put your hands behind your back, twisted my arms up like crazy amounts to where my shoulder still sometimes hurts when I'm working out. But then smashed my face into a door. Did it again. Then brought me into a legal visit room where there's no cameras. And then I had heard about this place too. Like, this is where they take people to like beat them senseless. I've met people with missing teeth, and like, the guards here did that. I'm like, and they said, "Do you have anything else to say?" And I had that in my mind, and I was like, "Nope." So I just stayed in that 4x4 cell for most of the night. No bathroom, and no place to lay down. So that was like one of the many things. But I mean, there will be literally a book about this stuff. I'm not writing that book right now, but yeah.
I mean, you're just so positive about everything you've been through when you got beaten in the prison. I mean, give us another one. Did you get thrown in the hole? Give us your worst experiences.
Well, I mean, nutrition is really essential. No sunlight for I mean, not a ton of time. I mean, that's essential to also break down your nutrients. I was a nutrition major in college. Well, I was a nutrition major, phys ed, and a business major. But I mean, that sounds like something small, but I mean, that like really was making us like so lethargic, so tired. No toothbrushes for a while. I just got like whiteners. They're like getting a lot whiter, and I've been brushing them up a storm, even at the prison. But we literally had scurvy like pirates, because we didn't have toothbrushes and toothpaste. We didn't have, if you see the videos, we didn't have haircuts or shaves, which is a Fourth Amendment violation. We're supposed to be able to personally groom ourselves. And so they gave us this thing called magic. "Oh, you want to cut your hair? You don't want the media looking at you and saying, ha ha," the Antifa members that show up in this DC courtroom, and they're like, "Ooh, look," like, I don't want them seeing me like that. So I burned my hair off with this stuff that they only allow you to get this magic shave, and you got to wipe it in your hair and like pull it out, and it's not pleasant, and it's not good for you. I actually need some Nutrafol now at age 30 with great hair genes. I got to do that. The 2 times I was attacked, I was pepper sprayed by the guards. I've seen a veteran who he's like an older veteran, Dan Caldwell, a Marine. He fell, hit his neck, and the head nurse comes in, and I took CPR. They make you take like basic first aid, as in phys ed when you're going through the college classes. I mean, it's basic entry level stuff. And this head nurse, right, grabs him by the neck to try to pick him up. And then she called they brought the wrong stretcher, called an ambulance, didn't tell them that they had a neck injury, and then had to wait for another ambulance. This dude took an hour and a half to get taken out of there after he hit his neck, and he's just moaning like in pain. And yeah, that's one of the. I mean, there's just so many stories. So
Bunky,
I know
what
he's
do you think? Bunky,
God.
go for it. What do you think when you see Brandon, who just got out of prison for 3 years? What's going on in your head?
They're in for a surprise for me. That's all I got to say.
Well, yeah,
because
it's a lot better now. It's a lot better, just so you know.
Yeah.
The DC jail, at least.
I'm not going to take no crap, period. I'm not going to change that. I'm going to not trying to act like a tough guy or nothing like that. It's just I'm at the point right now where I'm trying not to be angry and let anger guide me. But that brutality is unacceptable. What you just said, it's totally unacceptable. And if they try that on me, I'll never see the light of day. Never.
Yeah. No.
Never.
Well, the nice thing is we got there's a better warden over there now.
Yeah.
So it is, and the guards actually, like, we've actually either converted them or they've ensured to give us good ones. So the DC jail vigil has been helpful in that. A lot of the reforms and them being held in contempt has been helpful. But when's your trial?
The 17th.
Coming up. Okay.
Month.
Yeah, I wish I could be there, but I've been told no, I can no longer go to the courthouse. So
I bet. Yeah, I'm sorry for what you've went through. I am.
You know what?
Your age too.
And
I mean.
Yeah, I will say it's very hard not to give in to the anger, but like it is very hard.
Right.
But yeah, dude, it's a challenge. And like I say, I don't know what your faith is, but I mean, if like the times that I actually was in God's word, and that was what helped me through the times and helped me deal with it the proper way. Otherwise it was just, and you gotta, in the moment too, you gotta constantly, day by day, you gotta say, like, I remember I didn't have a toothbrush, I didn't have all this. I just was like, all right, well, I have my legs. Like, I'm serious, like bare minimum. It's like, all right, well, I have my legs. I got I'm alive. I've got some water. I mean, just literally look around the cell, and I was just like, all right. And after I said I'm grateful for a lot of these things, maybe it's some things in the past, it definitely helped cheer me up. You got to have that mindset, because if you don't, and I've seen a lot of people do this, they're in there, and I get it. They're sour faced and they're miserable, and they're just like, it will make it that much more worse. And that's what these people want. They want us to suffer. Right. If you try to constantly tell yourself, all right, it's all right, it's all right, this will be eventually for good. And maybe this is like a sacrifice for, helping American people not undergo this stuff again. We're not in the wrong. We're not in the wrong. They want us to feel like we did something wrong. They want us to regret it, and we might. But at the end of the day, we, overall, we are in the right.
How can they ban you from the federal court, Brandon?
Well, as you saw, I was over at Christopher Quaglin's sentencing, and my judge called me the most contemptuous person he has ever witnessed. And I went in to go visit him, and I was like,
Who's your judge? Who is your judge?
Judge McFadden. So my probation officer didn't know this. So I talked to him yesterday, and he said, yeah, just don't come over to the courthouse, because the probation office is in the courthouse. And I said, oh, I already was there. He's like, you what? And I was like, oh, yeah. He's like, I went to go see my judge. I mean, I like the troll. I left it, I didn't give him enough details so he could freak out. And he's like, what, did you go to his chambers? I was like, no, not to his chambers. Just went in the courtroom. But I said, all right, Brandon, don't do that. And I was like, okay, I'm good. So
why would you not be allowed into the courthouse? Once again, how can they take that right away from you?
I haven't asked, but I'm just like, you know what? I'll play your stupid game. Supreme Court's coming, and I am going to troll so hard when this felony's tossed out. I'm going to be like, I'm going to tell the Democrats, I'm buying a gun. I've never owned a gun before. I'm buying a gun. So I like trolling.
I got a question. I'm trying to figure out who. When I pled guilty in my trial, I don't know if you might know something about this, Brandon, but when I pled guilty, a plea of guilt on so 6 of my charges. When the judge walked in the courtroom, 4 people walked in with them, younger, a little like age maybe or something, and they sit in the jury box, and they had their cell phones. And when I gave my last plea of guilt, the moment I gave it, they stood up and walked out. Now I got 2 questions. Why were they allowed to have cell phones in my thing? And what were they doing with them? Who are they? Why were they have cell phones? And why did they leave? Where were they going when I gave my last guilt? I don't know who these people were. And
they work for the DOJ.
You're talking about the people in the pews behind,
They're
behind,
feds.
right?
Yeah,
They're
they were sitting in the
feds.
jury box. They sit in the jury box.
Oh, they're
And,
sitting in the jury box. Okay.
Yeah, they sit in the jury box. They walked in with the judge, but the moment and had their cell phones out, which my Lord, nobody can have cell phones, but these people walking here holding them up, and I want to know who they are.
That'd probably be a better question for Corinne, because I've only attended mine and Christopher Quaglin's, and I'm the only trial I've been to. So
No, so that's really valid. They're feds. They're with the DOJ. They're with the prosecution, and they are obviously talking to the judges. I mean, they have full access to every judge's chamber. So the DOJ and the judge are in bed with each other, because even in Brandon's case, Trevor McFadden was put into his judgeship, his judicialship, by President Trump, and he shouldn't be turning on J6ers, but he is. So they control the judges. They control everything. The DOJ.
So hey, to both of you, I do have to go, but Bunky, and if you'd like, I just created a Facebook. If you'd like to add me, Brandon Fellows, add me on there, and I'll be happy to come back on the show. No.
Yeah,
okay.
I got off all.
Damn. All right. Well,
I'll be able to get a hold of you. I'll find you, my wife and all. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Cool. Yeah. So, yeah, and I don't know if you're allowed to. Well, actually, you're going to be coming in for. Yeah. So if you have a felony, I can't talk to you until the Supreme Court decision's there. But that might be as little as less than 10 days after you're done. After your sentence, but or have the trial thing. But I'd be happy to come back on. I just have to. I do have to go. So I'm happy to be, thank you for having me.
Okay, come back, Brandon. Okay, are you okay?
Okay, I will.
You're good.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm good. Yeah, I just got a friend out here. Wait.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Okay, peace.
Cool.
God bless you. Yes.
Thank you. Hey, nice meeting you, Bunky. Just hold.
Whoa. Okay, so I just wanted you to see, Bunky, that there's so many people involved, and there's so many people on your side. And there's so many people who've been through this, but in the end, we're back to the square one. Like, you have to decide how much you want to fight. You have to decide in court, of course. You have to decide what kind of trial you want. You have to decide a lot. You have to decide what you want to do.
Yeah. We'll just have to continue to pray and see if God moves any individuals to want to really try to help me and go in a different direction with it, then I'm not going to rule it out, but as of right now, it's trial on the 17th. But either way, I'm going to have my voice heard, it's just where I'm at right now. I want to put up. It ain't that I want to put up a fight. I wish I didn't have to fight. I wish I could. It was allowed that I'm able to tell my story and my reasons and what really happened. I'm not here to lift any political party or anything other than just telling the truth. And if the truth brings me harm, then so be it. If the truth relents me from it being prosecuted, then so be that. It's I just want the truth and the opportunity for it to be told, and that's what I seek, and that's my goals here, and me being on your show is to get my story told and known, that because that they've got control over all this, just like we've been talking about, and just where I'm at right now. Just continue to pray, and I appreciate all your help and everything, and your guidance and your ability to connect me with other people that's going through the same thing and supporting January 6 people. It's very helpful and encouraging, and it's needed. So I appreciate you.
I mean, it's so much deeper than me. When you see this many people get tortured, it's shocking. You know, Brandon did go through a really hard time. I think that
Yeah.
he might not be allowed to talk to you for some weird reason. They have all these weird restrictions where
Yeah.
J6ers can't talk to J6ers. So I thought that I cannot believe this could even happen where they can give you so many whacked out crazy restrictions. And that's why, honestly, like, God is having you get into this on the 4th year.
Yeah.
And so there's got to be a deeper plan, and only you know what's good for you. You're the only person who knows. But after talking to you and sitting with you and listening to you, it seems like you want to find a new team of lawyers that will stand up for you. And it seems like you really want to tell your side of the story. You want to
Oh,
tell
that's
your
for
side
sure.
how you were trying to protect Victoria White.
I do 100%. I want to tell my story. I would like to tell my story with the lawyers that I have, if they're going to allow me to do that. That's that's sort of the burning question right now. Only reason I'm saying that is because you know these courts, the federal court, they don't like to they don't like anybody standing up for January 6ers. They're so so but I don't know if it's going to go the way I want. Other than my voice is going to be heard. The story, they won't be able to finish the any court proceedings, close any court proceedings without it being told, without me interrupting the court if I had to, because that's just the way it is. I'm not going to be pushed through this. I'm not the type of person to be pushed around. I mean, I'm just not. I'm just not. So I do. I'll take any suggestions in my situation. Into prayer for sure, and grateful for anybody's thought in my situation, or attention that they may be giving to my situation is greatly appreciated, and it wouldn't be ill done.
I'm talking to someone right now. His name is Tommy Tatum, and he's watched the most footage. And
Yes.
I forwarded your email that you gave me with all your footage to him. So I'm going to put
Yeah.
you in touch with him. He was there on January 6th. He has not been arrested. David from Stop Hate was there on January 6th. He hasn't been arrested. I want to bring Tommy Tatum. I want to bring wait, hold on. I want to bring Hank Munzer in. Let me just ask him, can you come in right now? This is Hank Munzer. Hank Munzer is facing 20 years in federal prison for January 6th, and I'm going to try to send him the link right now because
Okay.
I want you to meet Hank. It's very important that you actually see, who else is in the J6 gang with you, because there's so many people. There's so many people, and everyone's willing to help. So I'm going to send Hank a link right now to come in, because I feel like we've come this far, and it's really important that you see the other people who are facing persecution and prosecution right now. On June 7th, Mark and Jaleese Middleton will get sentenced to what, 20 years, 50 years in federal prison. They have been married forever. They're a couple from Texas. They're preachers. They went to the U.S. Capitol. They were praying outside the Capitol. A Washington, D.C. police officer attacked her husband. And so Jaleese Middleton pushed the police off. She's getting charged with attacking police. She had a full trial. Evidence was denied. And a lot of things happened where now they're on house arrest. So there's a whole J6 community, but the feds are keeping everybody separated.
Mhm.
And that's the problem. So I want you to be introduced to the J6 community, but I really want to do it in a way where you feel like what you need is getting satisfied. You know, what do
Right.
you really need? How can we really help you? Because, you know, raising money for lawyers obviously is important. Knowing that you're a father, that you have children in your home that you need to take care of is so important. Writing
Mhm.
to this Judge Boasberg, your wife just gave me your case number. I'm going to bring Hank Munzer in. Hank Munzer is from Montana. He's facing 20 years. His sentencing is sometime at the end of June. He got a lot of publicity with me for his trial. It really helped him. It really helped him. His judge is a woman named Cobb, and we've made it very clear to her that no matter what she chooses, no matter what she sentences Hank Munzer to, she will be accountable personally, because these
Mhm.
judges have to stop over sentencing. So I'm bringing Hank Munzer in. Hank's in Montana. Hank, this is Bunky. I want to introduce you to each other because Bunky's case starts June 17th and he needs guidance. Hank is getting sentenced sometime in June. I want Bunky to know that no matter all the publicity that you got via me, Hank, it helped you in the end, because they tried to take Hank from the courtroom. They tried to take Hank to prison from the courtroom. His judge said no. His judge said, there's a journalist in the courtroom. I want to do this case right. You've got to have eyes on your trial. So Hank, Bunky, meet each other.
Hey, Hank.
How are you doing, Becky?
I'm here right now, you know, in limbo, just getting ready for my trial next month. Praying, you know. What's your situation? What are you looking at right now?
So my situation is kind of interesting. It's hard to say what's going to happen. I have an ISP report. You know, most people are getting from 2 to 8 years. You know, that's kind of the range.
Yeah.
Um, Obviously, there's assault charges. You know, there's obviously more jail time. So I'll probably be on the lower end of that sentence, most likely. Doesn't mean that I'll be locked up. It could mean I'm locked up. It could mean I'd be under house arrest. It's really hard to say which way the judge is going to go on this. What you got to do is you don't need to worry about outcomes. You just need to reveal the truth.
Yeah.
Because what I've been telling every January 6er is, you know, everyone says, well, I got a special process. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. It's almost
Yeah.
like they think if they have the process correctly, they're going to win their case. Well, no, because we got a corrupt system. And I told everyone if
Yeah.
they can do it to me, they can do it to anyone, including the president of the United States. Well, look what they're doing to Trump. It's very obvious what's happening. We got a corrupt system. What you
Yeah.
need to do is you need to try to win your case the best you can, but sometimes winning on the front end isn't always the best alternative. Sometimes it's best to allow them to find you guilty and then go back and file your appeal and show, because see what happens
Yeah.
is once they find you guilty on certain things and you can rebut those things, you can do that in your appeal and show them to be completely corrupt and out of their minds, in one sense. On the other sense, if you try to rebut certain things and they just throw other things out there till they finally get something to stick, or try to use your words against you, that tends to be how this whole system seems to work. However, in Trump's case, because you know everything's more out front and it's in the media, people are starting to see the lies. If they do that to someone like me or to someone like you, the problem we run into is most people go, well, there must be a reason why you got convicted. There must be this, or you know how people justify it. They weren't in the
Mhm.
courtroom. They didn't see it. They don't know what's going on. So what you need to do is the only person you're truly answerable to is to yourself and to God. You know,
Right.
go in
Right.
there and do your very best. However, sometimes you just need to let them, you know, find you guilty on something that is not legitimate, and then you can go back and do an appeal on it, and then show the fraud in the courtroom. Nobody's going to win their court case. This is the bottom line for January 6th, because we're literally political prisoners. Trump has said it over and over. I mean, Kash Patel has said it. I mean, and I mean these, and you got to remember, Kash Patel, he's a lawyer as well. You know, he understands what's going on in these courtrooms. So
Mhm.
to think that we're going to win on the first stage of this, we're not. It's all about exposure. And what
Right.
everyone needs to do, they've been trying to hit this home to every January 6er. You need to make a documentary. You need to tell your whole story. You need
Right.
to bring the facts out. You have to do that at the very beginning? Not necessarily. You can wait till after they find you guilty and then sentence you and then drop the big bomb. And so the world sees what's going on. And by the time all these stories are added up, people see the pattern of behavior. I mean, eventually there's going to be class action lawsuits. We're going to go after all these people. And here's what's important about it. And this is what I can tell everyone. This is what's most important. We cannot go after these judges. We cannot go after these prosecutors until we catch them in the act of actually doing something wrong.
Right.
So part of the thing of catching them is allowing them, one, to convict you, two, to sentence you. And the day they throw you in jail, they committed the crime of the century. And then we go after them because now you have a damaged party and you can show the evidence of that. So don't be fearful it's going to happen. I mean, this is a badge of honor to serve. I mean, look at how many times our country has gone to war, sent our best and brightest people out there to get killed in wars that we should never been involved in. Our country has never fought a legitimate war yet. And we send them out to die. And here we are on the front line. We are soldiers, not because we're enlisted in the military, because we're soldiers for truth. And we're doing what's necessary to save this country, just as many people did in Lexington, Concord, defeating the British. Because what we're dealing with is British law, 1776. Laws for thee, but not for me. So in other words, they'll go after the people they don't like, but they won't prosecute their own. It's like letting the fox guard the hen house. This is the type of stuff we're dealing with. But I tell each person, I don't want to tell you how to go about your court case. I don't want to tell this person how to go about it, because if I do that, we all the same strategy. We don't expose the fraud in different ways. Every person needs to decide how to approach this, and you're going to know more about how to approach it than your attorney. I mean, listen to what your attorney has to say, but remember, he doesn't have the facts, and it's all a procedural issue. And you got to basically bring that information out, or at least catch them in the fraud of lying in the prosecution state and get these Brady Law violations against them. General Flynn, obviously he did the same thing. He got a presidential pardon, but he didn't need to use it. But the same thing, we have to expose them. And, and I don't know how to go about doing it because I don't know each person's case. And neither does your attorney, but you do. And you'll catch the fraud because you'll know what happened. You'll know what they've done. You'll know how they skewed the facts. It'll all make sense later. Just go in there and use your heart and your gut as to how to approach this situation, and you'll be just fine. We have a presidential pardon coming anyways, and this is what I tell everyone. It doesn't matter what happens to you. If they give you 20 years, 5 years, 3 years, it ain't going to matter, because you know what? The presidential pardon is going to be by November 5th, if not sooner. It ain't going to matter if you get a long period of time or a short period of time. You might as well just stand up and fight. And what I've told everyone in the beginning, and I want to say this very cautiously, because there's some great people out there that plea bargained in the early stages. You know what I'm saying? And that's not to say anything bad about those people that plea bargained, because they actually got lesser sentence. They played the game. But what they did when everyone plea bargained is they set the stage for all of us to be convicted, because they created a thing called case law. Once they've established it, all the other judges can rule on it. If everyone would have followed in the beginning with each case, this thing would have ended a long time ago. But because people are fearful, this is why we're in the mess. Like the Bible says, those who fear have not been made perfect in love. So we just need to not fear the system. It's like Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. They know that God is able to rescue them, but even if God does not, are they going to bow the knee to Baal? Are they going to give in to the tyrannical system? Absolutely not. And you know what? That's when God shows up. So have faith in God. Have faith in yourself. Have faith that, you know what, you're standing on principles and you're going to be rewarded for that in the end. And everything will work out fine. I mean, everyone will try to tell you all kinds of things to do. Go with your gut.
Thank you for that. Yeah. And I agree with that, for sure. I did a straight plea because I was offering me something ridiculous, bypassed him, prosecutor completely, and pled guilty to some assault charges. And because of the wording and him not having, prosecutor having the weapons charge in there, and the wording of what I was agreeing to was just ridiculous. And that was going on to what you was talking about, what people are taking these plea bargains, the way they're throwing stuff in there, and people are having to agree to it. And so I just took a straight plea on 6 of my counts straight to the judge, because I didn't want to agree to their wording on things. Because that's, I'm not going to submit myself to this. You know what I mean? But that's where I'm at now. And then, the rest of my charges, the prosecutor is going to have me going to trial on the 17th. So,
well, you can do a couple things. I mean, if you haven't actually agreed to the plea bargain, you can withdraw it. So here's where we're at right now, and the way things are. In the early stages, people at plea bargain got a good deal. Now, if you plea bargain, they throw the book at you even harder. So right now, it does not matter what you do. I would go in there with both guns ablazing. I mean, every time I've ever talked to people that plea bargain, they could have overturned it. They could have done things because they plea bargain. They can't go back and appeal it or do nothing. So at this point, I would withdraw your. I mean, this is you got to have it in your heart of hearts to do this. I don't want to be the one telling you should have done this, because then you'll second guess. Well, maybe I would have got less time in jail. Maybe I would have got this. But the bottom line is, I can promise you, it's not going to matter, because Trump will be back in there by November. So, say they give you 2 years instead of 10 years, you're going to be out in November anyways. Does it really matter? Do you feel better about yourself because you stood on principle, and you're not going to roll over? I mean, that's what I would tell you. Go with your gut. Do what your heart's telling you. If you feel like you've done something wrong, plea bargain. Go ahead and do that. If you didn't do anything intentionally and you had no intent to cause harm or do anything, absolutely not. I mean, everyone, I believe, walked in the trap. Were there some people that were provocateurs? Were there some people that actually tended to because they were angry in life and whatever else? Yeah, there's probably people that did that. But I would say the vast majority of the people, no, they had no idea. We were let in there. Is there a lot of people that are angry about the way this government's being run and the atrocities that's happened? Of course there are. But it's like I told the judge. They said, they asked me, would you do it again? I said, absolutely. But what I didn't tell the judge or anyone else is said, if I knew I was walking into a trap, or if I thought I was doing something wrong, would I have gone to that Capitol? Heck no. Knowing what I knew at the time, I would do it again, because I live by principles. And I'm not going to walk into a trap intentionally. So the problem is they're going to take the words out of context as if you're not remorseful or you don't care. That's just not the truth at all. That's interpretation. And they'll try to use that. I have a good example too. And so all my Facebook posts, I said, I didn't see anyone get hurt or anyone break the line, officers and stuff like that, because where I was, I didn't see any of that happen. So I did one Facebook post that said we broke through police lines and all this. And, I talk to my phone all the time, and then I send it on Facebook. And you know how when you talk to your phone, sometimes it retranslates it. Well, one time it said I went through police lines. So then they assumed because I said that, and they said, do you mean what you said? And I said, yes, I do. They're making the inference that all of a sudden now I meant what I said on that Facebook posting, that I broke through a police line, when I never did. The video evidence shows just the opposite. Just like saying, well, I killed someone, and then they find the killer and then they didn't do it. The video evidence proves it accordingly. But this is the kind of thing prosecutors do, and everyone says stupid things on Facebook and other things, sometimes intentionally, sometimes not, because they're angry. But the issue comes down to they still have the burden of proof. They got to prove you guilty without a reasonable shadow of doubt. That's not what's happened. They're doing it on assumptions, presumptions, and lies at best. That's exactly how the court operates. And you need to call them on that. It's up to their interpretation. That's not exactly, how the prosecution is going to spell it out. You're going to have to point that out. That's not true. You don't know my heart. I know when I went there, and this is my situation, I told him, I said, I had no idea I was going to the Capitol. I didn't even know where the Capitol was. And that's the truth,
That's the way
and then was to go down to Pennsylvania Avenue. And so, we go to the Capitol. So we went down there, and it was great. And I think there was even a joking moment where somebody was talking on a phone. And they said, oh, they're breaking through police lines or doing some weird thing like that. And we weren't even at the Capitol yet. So it's actually pretty funny. And so I made a joke and said, it's our house. We should just move in and spend the night. So they use that to try to prosecute me. But if you know my sense of humor, I laugh about everything. I make a joke out of everything. So they try to use your words against you. Just expect that to happen. That's just how they operate. They don't know your heart. you know exactly what you meant, and they got to show that you had intent, and there's no intent ever there. But that's how they do it. So anyhow, when I was at the Capitol, I got to the top of the bleachers, and when I was at the bottom of the bleachers when we first got there, I said, we just stormed the Capitol, made it through tear gas and pepper spray. So they try to use that against you. And so I get to the top of the bleachers, and they open the doors and they wave us in. I go, oh, we're going to the Capitol. And everyone's lined up in a nice, neat row. No one's doing anything. So I get in line, come down the staircase, and get in line with everyone else. We follow everyone in. We get in there. We're only in there a few minutes, and they start pepper spraying. That's when everyone got pissed off because, wait a minute, you let us into the building. We're standing there in front of the guards doing absolutely nothing, and then they pepper spray us. And and if you understand how the law works in D.C., before they use pepper spray, tear gas, or any of that, by law, they have to announce from the front of the crowd to the rear crowd 3 times before they employ any of those countermeasures. They didn't even follow their own laws.
Yeah.
So you can't even bring that up in court. They just kind of dismiss it like it's irrelevant. But any other group of organization that would have been in that same situation, oh yeah. Whereas Black Lives Matter and Tifa, that would have been no problem. That would have been all right, dismiss the case. But not for Trump supporters. So it's a two-tier justice system. It's one thing if the law was equal and fair, but we don't have an equal and fair system. And that's what we're showing, is an unequal measurement and justice. That's why each case is important on its own merit, because it's going to expose an unequal measure of the legal system. And what we need to do is get rid of the legal system. And the only way we're going to do that is we need to hold these judges accountable. We need to actually catch the judges in the fraud. We need to catch the prosecutors in the fraud. And then we can have them for war tribunals. So the thing is we don't have to do the job of doing that. We allow them to do it to themselves. You never interfere with an enemy who's destroying themselves, And it's just like in my case. I mean, if we just went on procedures alone, they got me on the 1512. That's interrupting Congress. Well, that was a law made for Enron because they were using paperwork to interfere with Congress to do their investigation. So that's why they passed the law. It's not even intended for the use that it was used for when they charged us. That's why it's going before the Supreme Court to be appealed. But here's what's really funny. If we're going on a factual matter, and in my case, so anyhow, I couldn't have interrupted Congress because Congress adjourned at 2:30. I got there at 2:45. Congress wasn't even in session. So if I interrupted Congress, that's like saying I arrived at a crime scene. There's a dead body on the ground. The person was already dead before I got there, but I'm guilty of killing the person. Procedurally, it doesn't even fit, not only substantially as well.
Yeah, same. I'm in the same story as you. I got there, late, probably about 3:20 or so, somewhere around there. And I left it I wasn't even there an hour at all. And what they got me for, I was is for 3 minutes. 3 minutes.
So you got did you get the 1512? I think the other one's a 231, which is
I didn't get
restricted building.
No, I got 231A, 111A, 2 111As, 1752, 2 of them, 3 of them, 1, 2, and 4, and then the 5104E, 2 of them. So,
well, they're just stacking charges. So I think, and I have to remember, I think I had 4 misdemeanors. They made it to 5, and then 2 felonies. One's the 1512, and the other one's I think is the 231 or something like that. One's entering and remaining restricted building, and the other one's basically interrupting Congress.
Civil disorder.
Civil disorder is a misdemeanor, so they have that in there as well. Picketing and all that, which those are all things defended by the Constitution. I don't even know how they can be legitimate things, but they're doing it.
Yeah. They had me with 8 felonies and 3 misdemeanors.
8 felonies.
Yeah, active physical violence at the Capitol grounds, disorderly conduct in the Capitol building, engaging in physical violence in the restricted building or grounds with a deadly dangerous weapon, disorderly and disruptive conduct in restricted building grounds with dangerous weapon, assaulting, resisting, impeding certain officers using dangerous weapon, assaulting, resisting, impeding certain officers, and civil disorder.
So
Yeah.
let me kind of bring something else up because it's really important. I saw a lot of Brady law violations in my case. I was actually sitting in, I think his name is John Todd III. I was sitting in his court case. He went into the building like 5 people in front of me. And I thought it was very interesting because there's things in his court case that wasn't in mine, which I should have had in discovery. But what was really interesting, he got an assault charge. So what he had a flag in his hand. He was hanging on to it. An officer grabbed the flag from him. Between the two hands, he broke this stick. I guess he wasn't wearing a glove and it cut him or stuck him or something
Yeah.
like that. They got him for assault. He did not touch the officer or do anything. The officer did it to himself by grabbing the flag, and he was hanging onto the flag and broke it. And it had nothing to do with John Todd, but he got an assault charge and he got a 5-year sentence. And I just found out about it here today. So the whole thing is criminal in nature. And then that's why each case is important because it shows how they're weaponizing the law. Like he didn't assault anyone. I mean, it was definitely the officer that did that. And in my case, so they withheld some of the Brady law violations where they didn't provide the information. I was assaulted by 2 officers. Didn't do nothing wrong. But one of them struck me over the head. The other one used a baton and was sticking me with it. And eventually, we may have to go after these officers to get things handled if that's what we have to do. I think the officers were put in a really bad situation, as well as the January 6ers. It was not a good situation for anyone, but it was not properly handled. It was intentionally done. But at some point, if they're going to come after us, we need to go after them. I mean, at some point, we need to make them squeal. And it's not because I hate a police officer or anything like that. But you know what? If they're going to consider us assaulting people, which we didn't assault people, and yet they're clubbing someone like me that didn't raise their hand or do nothing, I mean, obviously the shoe's going to fit on them as well. We're going to have to go after them the same way they're going after January 6ers. And it's just going to be a thing that we have to do to expose this fraud. And hopefully it comes to a point that, we can thank these officers for being there, but some of them had intent to cause harm. I mean, we just got to decide that some people had nefarious reasons for being there, whether it's a January 6er or a Fed dressed up as a January 6er. It's even an officer that was creating a situation. Everyone can have an agenda. The question is, I think each person needs to stand on their own merits of what they actually did that day, and it should be judged accordingly. But that's not how it's happening.
No, it's not. I appreciate you talking to me, Hank. I got to get off here, but Corinne, I do appreciate you introducing me to Hank. I've read all about you already, Mr. Munster, but you see things exactly the way I see things, and I am trying to base my decisions on what God wants me to do. But words of encouragement from and help that Corinne and you and others have given me is greatly appreciated. And I hope that y'all and pray that y'all continue to pray for me in the days ahead.
We'll do that. And the best advice I can give you is don't shelter yourself. Your attorneys will tell you never talk to the January 6ers and all that. The worst thing we could have ever done is not come together and talk about these situations and knowing each other's situation and how it was handled in the courtroom, because you're unprepared. Everyone's unprepared. And these attorneys, they will destroy your lives. They're not necessarily good people. I mean, one of my attorneys, he tried to get me into a stipulated bench trial where I'd plead guilty to everything. I told him in the beginning, I'm never pleading guilty to anything. That ain't going to happen. So, I nailed into the crossroads on that. They got to follow what you want, and you just need to instruct your attorneys as to what you want to do.
Well,
that's
they
what
haven't
I'm
done
going
that
to
at
tell
all
you.
on me, though. That's the problem. They haven't done that with me at all, and I've been screaming the same thing the whole time.
Well, you got 2 choices. You can fire your attorney, get another one if that's what you need to do, but you need to have an attorney that does what you want him to do. If he doesn't do it, get rid of him, get another one. That's what I'll tell you.
Okay. That's what a lot of people are telling me.
You have to go through the fire to understand it.
Yeah, you're right. You do. I'm praying about it. And I need you y'all to pray for me too. And we'll come. I'll come to the right, the right decision. And just terrible times we live in, and we shouldn't be facing none of this. This ain't what our forefathers had in mind for Americans to have to even go through like this. They're forgetting who the good guys and the bad guys are. You know what I mean? It seems it's sad times, but I appreciate everything. Yeah.
God bless you, Bunky. We're all here for you. There really is a J6 community.
Yes, there is, and I appreciate it.
And then
Nice to meet you.
I'll have Corinne give you my phone number. So if you ever want to talk to me, I'm happy to talk to you. I'm an open book. I'm happy to give you any advice that I have. But I always say the biggest thing that you can do is you need to do it based upon your own principles. And I always say, there's no such thing as a wise man, because a wise man can only be wise if someone else has gone through the experience first so that he can learn from it. So no one is wiser. I mean, whether you're the person going through it the first time or the person who learned from someone else's mistakes, we're all in this together, and no one's above one another. We just got to remember that. Some of us are blazing a trail in unknown territory. Some of us, like me, have been through part of it, and I can share some of that with you, and I'm happy to do so.
Thank you. Thank you.
That is so eloquent. Thank you.
Well, y'all have a good night tonight.
God bless you.
Thank you. God bless you.
Hank, when is your court date?
My court date is June 20th.
June 20th. Okay. Okay. So how are you holding up? How are you feeling? You seem like you're great.
Oh, I'm happy. I mean, I believe this is the greatest time to be alive. I mean, I'm so excited. And, and I can't wait till, I mean, I don't even know if we'll get to the point they lock prison doors, but if they do, that's when we hang them out to dry. So, that's when they actually committed the crime. And most people don't understand that. You got to let them find you guilty. You need to let them sentence you. And then once they put you behind bars, because at any point they can stop it. You know what I'm saying? That's when the damage occurs. So you got to understand the real war doesn't begin until they actually put me behind bars. And then we really start fighting. And then all hell breaks loose. That's when we hold judges and the prosecutors and attorneys accountable.
Do you think that your Judge Cobb, will try to put you into prison from the courtroom when you come to DC to go to your sentencing?
Well, it's like anything else. I don't interfere with anyone because I don't know the heart of any individual. I don't know the judge's heart. I mean, once the judge finds out, we're going to do an appeal. Maybe the judge will allow it. Maybe the judge won't. Maybe we have to go over that judge's head to a higher circuit court. I mean, it's hard to say how this goes, So I can't be judgmental to, the judge or anything at this point till the judge makes the final decision. Once the judge does that, go ahead.
Do you think they're going to throw Trump in jail from the trial?
Well, let me say I hope so, and I don't think that that's fair to say that in one sense, because if we lived in a correct system, this should never happen. However, it's a good thing, just like I consider a good thing what they're doing to me, because we're exposing this fraud to the public. This has been going on for a very, very long time. Most people never see it because, something happens to someone, they think, well, the person's guilty, they wouldn't have found you guilty if you did anything wrong. And when we say the United States is the greatest nation in the world, if we're the greatest nation in the world, how come our productivity is down compared to other nations of the world? How come, we have more incarcerated people than anyone else in the world? I mean, you can just go down the list. Education system, we're not number one in the world. We're way down the list. We're like 20 or 30 down the list. I mean, and everyone says America is the greatest nation in the world. And that's the biggest fabrication and lie that there's ever been told. I'll tell you why America's great. It's not because of those things. It's because our founding fathers pledged this nation to God. And we have the ability to stand up and fight and do what the Constitution says. We have the right to overthrow a tyrannical government. That's the thing that makes us great, is we have the ability to stand and fight and stand for our principles. Where a lot of other countries, if that happens, they just come with the military and they wipe you off the face of the earth. That's kind of how it works. We're armed, we're a threat. Now, I'm not saying we should do violence or something, but like Trump did, and with our weapon system and everything else, we made it so that no country could attack us or take us over. An equal and opposite force, mutually assured destruction. A war like that will never be fought. Well, our government knows that they can't take us out because we're all armed. So we just got to expose them That doesn't mean we use force to do it, but they know they can't use force because it would be a bloodbath and they would lose, and they know it. That's why, Takamoto said, when we went to war with the Japanese, they would never set foot on American soil because there'd be a gun behind every blade of grass. So they're never going to do that. They basically, the only way they can win is to get us to agree and to be voluntary slaves. That's why the American patriot is a formidable ally compared to anywhere else in the world, because the American patriot would rather die in his feet than live as slave on his knees.
That is so perfect. The way you said that is so perfect. I appreciate that so much. So you're going to be in DC on June 20th.
That's correct. Yes.
So Bunky's going to be in DC. So it's going to be a party of J6ers in DC the week of June 17th. So prepare. Are the feds going to allow you to go to Ashley Babbitt's mom's vigil in front of the DC jail?
Well, I didn't ask to do that. I'm not. So they tried to rein me in on that last time. But see, my condition of a release does not say that. I have no conditions other than I'm only supposed to be in DC for trial, which I was. They actually tried to get me in trouble for that. But no, I'm not going to go to any of those type of things. I'm going to fly in there like that evening or whatever, and fly back the next day. That's how I'm gonna set my flight. I'm not even going to spend the night somewhere. I'm just going to go in there, do what I need to do, and leave. I mean, it's just a shit show. I mean, there's no reason for this. It's just they'll come up with something, you know. So
Okay, well, I will see you in DC the week of June 17th.
and I will be there. I believe I'll be flying in on the 19th, and I'll be leaving either late the 20th or 21st, depending on the plane flight. So
Okay, because I'm watching over your whole trial and I will be there 100%.
that's awesome. I appreciate that. We just
God
need
bless
to.
you. Yeah. Please come back whenever God tells you to, before then and after then, because we're keeping track of everything they do to you, Hank.
Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Everything you're doing. I'm glad you're out, making these stories, known to the public. And like I said, we just got to get every January 6th to start putting together a documentary, what they went through, their stories. I think this is a very powerful thing if we start doing this, all the video
Yes.
footage that really happened, not the videos you see on TV. We need to basically change the narrative, and everyone needs to be doing that. Everyone's part of the plan. We, the people, will defeat our enemies if we all stand up together in unison.
That sounds like God talking through you. That is so beautiful. I love how eloquent you're becoming. You're becoming such you just know what to say, and I can feel it. And I think that you should be acquitted, but you can't be acquitted because you were found guilty, right? So you've got to appeal.
I got to appeal. Yeah.
Okay. So prepare. You're prepared. You're getting your life in order. You're prepared for this.
You know what? 3 meals a day and a place to stay. I've never had that easy in my life.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay. Okay, well, I'm going to introduce you to some other Christians who are getting persecuted in the state of Montana. So I'll tell you about that when the timing is right. But the bottom line is that, everybody's praying for you, Hank, and this is shocking. What happens if Trump doesn't win?
He will win. This
Okay.
country would be in a civil war if that didn't happen. I would feel sorry for all those people. I mean, if they try this again, yeah, I think batten down the hatches. I mean, here's the problem. I mean, there's going to be innocent people that would be hurt if that were to happen as well. But I tell you, the ruling class that we see today, they'd all be wiped off the face of the earth, whether they're good or bad. Nobody's going to know the difference. They'll go after every judge, every attorney, everyone in government. I'd feel sorry for anyone in political power right now, because if we can't tell the difference between good guys and bad guys, you have to eliminate them all. That's what would happen. We'd have to completely start over. It'd be a bad deal. So, they should pray that that never happens. They really want Trump back in there. Even the bad people want Trump back in there because, yeah, they might get in trouble. They might get some time behind bars, and removed. And some people will be executed because of the high crimes. But I'm telling you what, it's a death sentence if the American people come after them. They won't be safe walking down the street. That's what will happen.
And we're watching all of these judges and everything they do, and every time they over-sentence a J6 political prisoner, it's unacceptable behavior.
And it is. And I'm the person that's holding the Patriots back. I think we'd almost be in civil war if it wasn't for people like me and others knowing there's a plan in place to right this wrong. We got to allow, it's just like Jesus, you know, he had to be beaten down, go through all these things before he finally defeated his enemy. And it's just the art of war. We got to allow them to attack us, you know, call us names, destroy us, whatever they're going to do. And at the very end, you know, expose them. So it's just the way it
Okay.
has to play out.
Okay, we are all ready for this. We're ready. Peaceful, 100% peaceful. Everything we do is peaceful. Thank you so much.
Peaceful. We need to stand up. We don't want to riot or anything like that. That falls into the enemy's trap. We want to be peaceful, but we need to show up in masses and not put up. But remember, if you show up in masses, they're going to try to put people in there that are going to create problems, just like January 6th. So be very, very cautious if you show up in masses. But yeah, but we do
There
need
will
to
be
make
another false flag, and we all have to make sure we don't get stuck in that false flag. That's what I think about every single day. When I wake up and ask God, what am I supposed to do today? I say, just protect me from all false flags.
Right.
But I will
Exactly.
be exposing election corruption, especially in the state of Virginia, because I'm already getting information and leads on it. So Monday, I'm going to be investigating the election corruption that's already happening in Virginia. So stay tuned. And I wish that there was more to say. I just feel like someone needs to step in and just acquit you of everything with respect to J6, because you did nothing wrong. You got attacked by police on January 6th. They physically beat you. You should be suing them.
Well, when the documentary comes out, that's what's going to be important. The people can judge it because I'm going to put, you know, all the information together the whole time I was in the Capitol. So no one can say, well, you must have done something. There's all the evidence. This is exactly what happened. It's a whole different narrative than what you've been told. People are starting to understand it because of Trump's trial. I mean, I've been telling people till I'm blue in the face until I put my first little clip out there that, well, I shouldn't say I did, but I had Tommy Tatum do it with the officer assaulting me over the head. Everyone was shocked. They couldn't believe it. I told them it happened, but until they physically see it, because we live in a digital world, they don't understand it till they see it for themselves.
Okay, well, thank you, Hank. Please come back.
Thank you, Corinne. Thank you for everything you do, and I appreciate you.
Yes, and I will see you in DC the week of June 17th.
All right, that is
I
awesome.
want your
Thank
Judge
you.
Cobb to know that you have media attention and that everything she does, we are watching.
It's about exposure. You got it.
And publicity. So these judges know that they have to be held accountable for over sentencing nonviolent Christian American patriots. It's unacceptable.
Well, the problem is they're even turning the nonviolent ones into violent by making assertions that aren't true. It's even worse than that. It's just like in Trump's trial. You know, they're all misdemeanors at best, which he didn't even do. And on top of that, they turn them into felonies. This is what's happened to us. Most of the people, one of the people that was in my group of people who went in the Capitol, who was right behind me. Anyhow, he got misdemeanors, no felony charges, the exact same thing I did, but he plea bargained in the early stages and basically got like 30 days in jail or 30 days detention. I'm not sure what it was, but it was a very short period of time, but no felony charges. But yet the people that are fighting it, they're nailing, or the people that are outspoken, they're trying to go after. But they got some real issues they're going to have to deal with pretty quick, especially once my documentary comes out. It's gonna bite them in a big way. So people are going to be shocked. But
Okay,
that's
when's the documentary coming? When's the
yeah.
documentary?
I was going to release it the day I was going in for sentencing.
Okay.
It's going to be released after sentencing. There's a reason for that now.
Okay.
But yeah, and then we'll bring all that information forward.
Okay, well, we are here to help you. So I will see you soon in Washington, D.C., Hank. Thank you.
Thank you, Corinne. Appreciate you.
God bless you.
God bless you.
Turn myself off. I love this. Turn on, turn off. I love changing the cameras around. I want to bring in one of my favorite preachers in the world, Everett Triplett, and he is going to end the show with a very serious warning about the first week of June. The first week of June 2024, Everett Triplett says, according to the Bible, you better be prepared because anything can happen. Welcome, Everett. We're here to hear your very important warning for the first week of June 2024.
Okay, well, the warning really is not from me. It is something I did discover in the Word of God. Over and over, I found in the Bible it says, "Thus saith the Lord." Behold, and it is Ezekiel 7:5. Thus saith the Lord, behold, an end is coming, a disaster. It is coming. And it's unique, a unique disaster. It's coming. So, Corinne, what do you think it is? What kind of disaster do you think is coming? And anyway,
You tell me, what disaster's coming?
well, in Matthew 24, it says it'll be like it was in the days of Noah, right up to the day Noah went and got into the ark. It said the people were busy. They were buying, selling, building, planting, marrying, giving in marriage. They knew nothing about what would happen until the flood came and it washed them all away. Period. Next statement, that is how it will be at the coming of the Son of Man. In other words, that's kind of lines up with Ezekiel 38, where it says, on that day, thoughts will come into your mind. You'll devise an evil scheme. You will say, I will attack peaceful, unsuspecting people, all of them living without walls, gates, or bars. Who is this saying evil thoughts come into their mind? It's Ezekiel 38. It talks about the prince of Rosh, R-O-S-H, Rosh. I was told I heard other preachers like John Hagee from San Antonio with a church called Cornerstone and a congregation of 10,000. He wrote a book called The Four Blood Moons. First time I heard it, he said that name Rosh, R-O-S-H, is the name that the modern country Russia comes from. It's Russia. Prince of Rosh is Putin. Now Putin, and now in Daniel 7, there's also a chapter, Daniel 7, talks about four beasts rise up and that represent four kingdoms on the earth. The second one's called a bear. The bear's told, go devour much flesh. Again, the bear's Russia. I mean, who do you interpret the bear to be? Corinne, do you think it's Russia?
I have no idea. I don't know.
Well, and it's called the Russian bear. Russia actually has bombers. Some of their long-range bombers are called the bear bomber, the Russian bear. So we're definitely watching Russia rising, and see, I am specializing in watching current events and studying what is prophetically what we're being told in the Bible. And in Matthew 24, it says the disciples came to Jesus and said, tell us when will be the end of the age, and when will you return? And the next two words are powerful. Jesus answered. Really? Yeah, he gave you the answer. When? And so what does he say? There will be nations rising against nations, wars, rumors of wars, earthquakes and famines. When you see these things, it's the beginning of birth pains. Well, I have mentioned this to numerous people consistently. I've been talking about it for a long time. But almost everybody says yes, that they can acknowledge we do appear to be in a birth pain process, which with logic of knowing what that's like, that a woman's having contractions, are those contractions going to stop or go? Can we turn it around? Can we, like everyone says, we're going to fix this problem. We're going to have another election, and we're going to stop these birth pains. And no, what woman can stop the birth pains when she's in that process? There is no stopping it. And so it does go on to say, when you see nations rising against nations, and so there is an announcement was made near the end of February by the the NATO commander, Solenberg or whatever his name, he says, we today announce Steadfast Defender 2024, the largest NATO exercise in decades. It involves 90,000 forces and 31 nations, including our good partner, plus our good partner, Sweden, which has now become a member. And it says, we will be demonstrating our power, our strength, and our unity, and we will be exercising through May. Well, here we are at the end of May, meaning this exercise that was announced in February. So all of March, all of April, and all of May, 90,000 forces and 32 nations have been exercising. And that's the largest NATO exercise in decades. In other words, nothing like it since before World War II. So when you read Matthew 24, what do you think, Corinne? Could it be what the prophecy in Matthew 24 says, when you see nations rising against nations? Do you think that could be the Steadfast Defender 2024? 32 nations rising, exercising for up to like 100 days for 3 months?
Potentially, yes. Potentially, no. I don't know.
Well, to me, because what I found out is I'm being told you're wrong. Your interpretation of the Bible. So I've decided to just tell people what I see happening, and then tell them what the Bible says, and then ask them, how do you interpret this? You get to decide yourself how you want to interpret what it says. It says, when you see nations rise against nations, it's the beginning of birth pains. And we're seeing 32 nations rising and being informed that it is the largest NATO exercise in decades. And NATO is known as the world's largest military alliance. In other words, they think there is no one else that compares to them and the power they have joined together militarily. But what I've been watching Putin for over 10 years. Ever since I saw him on the front page of the Forbes magazine with the title, the most powerful man in the world, I have been following Putin very closely. Clear back in 2014, he made a speech at the Valdez Discussion Club. He spoke in Russian for 2 hours to the rich upper class oligarchies. And in his speech, I found a 10 statements that were condensed in English translation, where he basically said the world peace is in ruins, that there's no security any longer, that the entity that destroyed world peace is the United States. He goes on to talk about those trying to form their new world order. It was the first time I ever even heard anyone mentioning those trying to form the new world order. And so I looked it up. I did spend a lot of time researching who they are and what they're doing. And they're the ones behind everything you see happening. They actually own and control Biden and a lot of the politicians, and they own and control the judges and the court systems. There's a famous little speech by George Carlin. He says it's a big club and you're not in it. He says they've long since bought and paid for the judges, the congressmen, the senators, the politicians. He says then they got the judges in their back pocket. And so these people with insane amounts of money also have a very disgusting, despicable sexual perversion with pedophilia, Epstein Island, gay, Pizzagate, all kinds of stuff that we know about. And I began to understand the Bible says about the prostitute. It says there's a prostitute that rides a beast, but the beast hates the prostitute. So in my trying to analyze who is a prostitute, what is a prostitute? Oh, prostitution. Define prostitution: sex and money. Sex for money. It's all about money and sex. So I go, that would be potentially the description of the global elite. It says, but the prostitute rides a beast. Well, what is the beast? Because when a cowboy gets on a horse to ride the horse, he believes he can control the horse, and the horse will take him where he wants to go. And in Putin's speech, he talks about there's a chance to form a new world order, and we could avoid a world war, but it must of necessity include the United States. And I began to realize there's no other way for them to achieve their objective of a one world government unless every country, especially a big prominent nation like ours, we all have to be in agreement that they have the power to rule the world. And who we are, like Hank, your previous guest said, we're free men. We'd rather die fighting as free men. We'd rather die fighting as free men than live as slaves. And so Putin said that in his speech. He said there's only one way we could avoid a world war. The United States has to agree to the same terms as everyone else to be subject to international law, which is global government, which is to consent. Then I later found out they had been repeatedly making a speech announcing, hey, everybody, we're going to have a global government. It's coming one way or another, whether you like it or not, either by consent, which is to go along with them, or by conquest, which is what you're seeing happening to our country. Once you wake up and understand, they are behind everything you're seeing, watching. They're behind destroying Trump. They're behind the J6. In fact, insurrection was announced on January 6th. I'm always seeking information, and I did not understand exactly what that term meant, insurrection. I looked it up in the dictionary. It said it's the overthrow of a legitimate existing government. And then I realized that's what happened to our legitimate government on November 3rd, 2020. Our government was overthrown because we were a nation, a government of the people, by the people, for the people. We, the people, got to elect who we wanted to rule and who our president would be. And we did elect Donald Trump that night. He is, in fact, our president. But they stopped the counting of the votes, which has never been done before, because you never stop counting. Both sides want to know who's going to win immediately. As soon as you can find out, we all want to know who's going to win. What do you mean you just stopped counting the votes? You start counting the votes. You don't stop counting those votes. Never has been done before, but it happened that night because they needed time to go collect millions of Biden votes, which they did. And then when the vote counting took up again, oh, guess what? All of a sudden they had millions and millions of Biden votes to count. And so it's an obvious election fraud. Our government was overthrown. And so insurrection did occur that night. But then I've also come across professional psychiatry information that states that often the perpetrator of a crime, upon committing the crime, will immediately begin yelling and announcing, look what they did. Hey, did you see what happened over there? They want to draw attention away from themselves, and they falsely accuse innocent party of doing what they themselves have done, which is exactly what we're watching happening. The J6 thing is a false accusation of insurrection by the insurrectionists themselves. And so my understanding is pretty clear about all this stuff. But everyone can say, I don't know what I'm talking about, but I've done too much research, and it's all conclusive that we're in the birth pains and that I'm seeing the sudden day of disaster coming that's mentioned in prophecy. And in Matthew 24, it does go on to say that it will happen when summer's near, it's at the door, because no one knows the day or the hour. And so you have to ask yourself, are you going to hang on to every word that God says with a great deal of attention, paying attention to everything it says, and then ask yourself, are we watching nations rising against nations? Like it says, that's when the end will come, when you see that. And you have to ask yourself, do you think that it could be happening like it says? And to me, I'm of the opinion that we're watching it happening like it says it'll happen. And meaning when summer's near would be telling us the month, because there's 12 months in a year. There's 4 seasons. Every season's like 90 days or 3 months. And so we're being told the 3rd month of spring is where we are right now. We're in the 3rd month of spring. And then we're told the bear will rise up. And then so we're watching Putin, watching the steadfast defender, 90,000 troops exercising, and they're finishing their exercising at the end of May, where we're getting close to. So when I thought about a man goes to a gymnasium or a gym, maybe he's a member of a gym. He goes to the gym and he lifts his weights and he does all of his exercising, and he gets on a treadmill and he run. And after a man's been exercising and he's all finished exercising, he may very well be in a state of exhaustion. His strength is spent. He's tired, and he exercised hard, and now he wants to take a break. That's right when it appears to me the Bible's saying when the bear is told to devour much flesh, it says in Matthew 24, the sun will be darkened, but the moon will not give light. So, Corinne, if it says the moon will not give light, I have to ask you, you do know the moon makes a 28-day cycle, and every 28 days there's a new moon, and it goes through the first quarter, the full moon, very, very big white, and the night is lit up, and the full moon at night, you don't even need a flashlight. You walk around out at night all night long with the full moon, it lights up pretty good. But the new moon is completely black, no light. Of the 4 phases of the moon, and 4 into 28 is 7. There's 4 weeks in a month. Every month is a moon, and so each phase of the moon is a week. And it says clearly, no one knows the hour or the day. But the question is, and you can come up with your own answer, does the Bible tell us the week when it mentions the moon will not give light? Understand this also, that it does say in the Bible the destruction's coming in the middle of the night. And it just so happens that it's only night on half of the earth at a time. It's always daylight somewhere on half of the earth, because the sun never stops shining. So the very fact that the Word of God gives us information that says it's going to be a night attack in Jeremiah 6, coming like a thief in the night. Luke 17:37 says, on that night, 2 people will be sleeping in bed. One will be taken to the left. At any rate, night is when the moon is out. In Genesis 1, God, as the Word of God tells you, He created 2 lights in the sky. The greater light rules the day, the lesser light rules the night. That means this sudden disaster that's coming, which I know to be a nuclear bombing, it's described in Ezekiel chapter 1, where Ezekiel says he sees an immense cloud of fire surrounded by brilliant light and lightning flashing forth around it. So the center of the fire looks like glowing metal. Anyway, it even says, out of the midst of the fire came the likeness of 4 living creatures. They go straight forward, fast as lightning. They gleam like burnished bronze. This says they have 4 wings. Their wings appear to touch one another. I'm thinking these are jets flying away. It doesn't call them living creatures. It says they have a likeness, but they gleam like burnished bronze. That's clearly telling you they're shiny metal. They have 4. They go straight forward. It says there's glowing coals of fire in their midst. I was watching the bombing of Yugoslavia, and the aircraft carriers were launching the jets every 2.5 minutes for 78 days in a row, 400 jet loads a day. And as the jet's taken off of an aircraft carrier, the back end, the afterburner, it's just a glowing red coals of fire in the middle of it. Ezekiel describes jets. He describes nuclear bombs. That's the way I look at it, but you can read it for yourself and come up with your own interpretation. But in my way of seeing where we're headed is the scriptures are happening. It's a just ask yourself, what if summer's near right now? Yeah, it is. What if the new moon is what it means when it says the moon won't give light, and that's June 6th. But it's whether that's the peak of the phase or the beginning of the phase, I don't even know. But I do know I got my own daughter who lives in Hollywood to leave there and come home. She's coming home Sunday because this time that I see fits where the scriptures describe, meaning the good news is Hank doesn't have to go to court to sentencing. It means Trump, who's already been convicted of 34 felony counts, but the conviction, he's been convicted, but he hasn't been sentenced. But there's a song called American Pie, Bye Bye American Pie, and it's prophetic. It talks about the Father, the Son, the Holy Ghost took the last train for the coast. Deuteronomy 32 says, I'll hide my face from them and see what their end will be. Talking about the end, hiding, the God hides from them. And so it says, the flames reach 8 miles high in the song. Fire's the devil's only friend. Talks about a summer swelter and a fallout shelter. And then it says, the courtroom was adjourned. No verdict was returned. And so you just have to ask yourself, could that be the results of an EMP where the internet goes down, the power grid goes down, everything stops? It's another verse I read in Isaiah 33, verse 8. It says, brave men cry out loud in the street. It says, highways are deserted. There's no travelers on the road. And could that be because all the computers and all the vehicles are fried from an EMP and nothing runs, nothing moves? Meaning you have no delivery of any supplies. Could this mean that the NATO commander, Stoltenberg, I think his name is, I may say that wrong, that he's recently announced that in July they intend to make Ukraine a member of NATO? That's massive, Corinne. A member of NATO is, for one reason, NATO exists. If any members attack, they all come together to defend the member that's attacked. That means in July, all of NATO's 32 members are coming 100% full on to defend Ukraine against Russia. And that's what Putin said 2 years ago. He said Ukraine cannot be a member of Russia. That's where Russia draws the line. And his logic is exactly the same as JFK saying about Cuba missile crisis. Russia is not going to put missiles in Cuba. We'll go to World War III right now. You get your Russian missiles out of Cuba, you're too close. And that's what Putin's saying about Ukraine. You're too close. You get, because when a member of NATO is accepted, then they come and put missiles in that country. And so Putin don't want to see missiles in Ukraine pointed at Russia. He's not going to put up with it. And so the fact that they've already announced that they're planning to come into to make Ukraine a member in July could add to the logic that Putin will execute a preemptive strike. He will hit first because he has Zircon hypersonic missiles that nobody else has, and nothing can stop him. And when you go back to Daniel 7's 4 beasts and the bear is the second beast, you want to pay attention to what the first beast is. It says the first beast is a lion with wings of the eagle. The lion and the eagle represent the United Kingdom and the United States. But it makes a little statement that the eagle's wings will be tore off. Now, in a nuclear-powered American aircraft carrier is nothing you can hide. It sits, I think its waterline is it's 19 stories above the water. I saw a documentary on it in a C-SPAN where John C. Warner, senior senator from Virginia, Carl Levin, they were talking with the Admiral of the United States Navy about the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, and it said it represents the ultimate in mankind's construction capability. That there is nothing on planet Earth approaches anywhere close to the sheer scale, the size, the massive piece of moving equipment that it is, and the complexity and the cost and the amount of time to construct one is, from the beginning construction to deployment, is 10 years. And as I was watching that, I was wondering, how long would it take one of those things to sink? And Putin has the capability today to sink all of our nuclear-powered aircraft carriers in the same hour. And they would be hit so quick because they're 20 times the speed of sound. They would go down with all the aircraft on them. You won't have time to launch or send any ships off the deck. Our wings will be gone. And that can be the first step Putin takes in a preemptive strike, knowing that NATO is going to come at him full bore in July. And so knowing that NATO's been exercising with 90,000 troops for 3 months, and right at the end of their exercising, that would be an optimal time, a kind of a military genius type of a plan. Oh, you're finished now? Really? You've been demonstrating how big and how bad and how tough you are, and now you're finished? Are you finished? Are you sure you're finished? Well, why don't I show you what I got now? And then he's going to strike. And it's coming because it's the way you do it. It's a military preemptive strike. Plus, there was an article about how Russia recently launched a tracker satellite following American military satellites. It's like a tracker hunter. It's like when a hunter is following the tracks, and he's got his gun, he's going to shoot what he's following. Russia just sent up satellites that are following our military satellites on the same orbit or trajectory or whatever. So things, and Russia has ships off the west coast, or I don't know, submarine, and they can take down our government GPS global positioning satellites that are necessary for our submarines that have nuclear warheads to be guided. If you can't guide your missiles, it doesn't do any good to have missiles. It's just like a bully kicking sand in your eyes on the beach, and you're blinded, and you're trying to wipe the dirt out of your eyes, and they start kicking and beating you because you can't see what's going on. It's in the prophecies, and it does say the Lord, in Joel, book of Joel, the Lord, word for word, the Lord thunders at the head of his army. Mighty are the forces who obey his command. And I thought, what? This is the day of the Lord, a large army comes, it's the Lord's army. This is where we're at, Corinne. President Trump makes it real clear to the whole country, we have no justice system. Our justice system being weaponized by his political adversaries. And now we were a nation, one nation under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. We pledged allegiance to that. But when we became a nation out from under God, we became a nation divided. And we became a nation without liberty and justice. But God has a plan. The book of Joel makes it real clear. The day of the Lord is coming. The Lord thunders at the head of his army. Then it says, the Lord declares, return to me. Return to me with all your heart, with weeping, fasting, and praying, that the Lord is slow to wrath, abounding in love, full of mercy and compassion. It says, rend your hearts, but not your garments. The clothing is going to be scarce because it all comes from third world countries now, and we won't have any imports for a while. But then it says, blow the trumpet, gather the people, consecrate the assembly, gather the elders, the children, the nursing mothers, bring the people together, and return to the Lord, which is God's plan to turn this country back to him, which is exactly what you saw on 9/12 after 9/11. On 9/11, the disaster of the towers coming down, World Trade Centers collapsing, and Building 7 collapses, Pentagon's attacked. But on 9/12, the news was showing church after church in New York City with all these people crying and rocking back and forth and blubbering. Oh, oh God, help us. That they're like, these people were blown away by what was going on. But it's very obvious. That great disaster of 9/11, it did have an effect that did result in all the people crying out and asking God for help. And so I'm seeing that being described in Joel chapter 2, where it says it's the day of the Lord, a day of darkness and gloom, like black smoke-filled skies. Then it says, return to me. And then it says, the Lord responds. And it's like the nation's praying and asking God for help. And it says, God comes and he helps. He says, I'm going to send you new grain and wine and oil, enough to satisfy you fully. And then it says, never again will I make you an object of scorn to the nations. And that the Lord is saying, I will drive out that northern army from you, pushing them out into a parched, barren land. And then it says, rejoice in the Lord. Because why? Because we went through this disaster, a day of destruction called the day of the Lord. And then we as a nation cry out and ask God for help. He does show up and he delivers us from our enemies and he drives them back out. And then we become a restored nation who's now one nation under God once again. This is God's plan. God is, you cannot improve on his plan. And so it appears to me the plan's moving forward according to God's schedule, which we are being told that it will happen like that. And so when summer's getting near, we're in the month and the week of a new moon, when if the moon doesn't give light, is talking about a new moon, then that would be in these days that are following immediately. And it fits with military logic that the end of the steadfast defender exercise, that Trump will respond. And the bear will rise up and do an attack. And it's what the scriptures are describing. And it says to tell the righteous it'll be well with them. But woe to the wicked. God's coming with punishment on the wicked. And it says, when the judgments of the Lord come upon the earth, then the people will learn righteousness. Daniel 9 talks about 77s are appointed for God's people to put an end to sin, to finish with transgressions, and to usher in everlasting, that's a long time, everlasting righteousness is coming. And God has a plan, and you want to get with the program. You want to read the Word of God, you want to analyze it for yourself, and you want to pay close attention to it. But it actually does say in Jeremiah that they won't listen, that I sent watchmen to warn them, but they won't listen. And it says, why not listen to the word of the Lord? And apparently it is a very, very obvious to me. Just a lot of people are not listening. And I've been on your program, which I appreciate you very much, Corinne, for giving me this opportunity to share. Because in the event that I have discovered that God's word is revealing to us what's coming, when it's coming, because he loves us and he wants us to know. And that it says 2/3 of your people will perish. We're a nation of 336 million or something. So 2/3 of 36 is 24. That would indicate that a couple 100 million Americans are not going to be around in a year, the 390 days of siege, which they're the sinners, though. They're the people that God has determined they're going to die, because he says, if you turn from your sin, Ezekiel 18 says it real clearly about this whole time. It says, God is pleading with all mankind. He's saying, come on, everybody. Well, why let sin be your downfall? Why not rid yourself of your offensive ways? Get yourself a new heart. Renew a right spirit within you so that you might live. It says, for the Lord takes no pleasure in the death of anyone, but, however, the souls who sin, they are the ones who will die. So come on, everyone. Why not repent so that you might live? And that's word for word out of Ezekiel 18. And it's clear to me that God has a plan to improve our life on earth, that the birth pains are actually a unpleasant process that ends up with a result where a woman is holding in her hands a precious new baby child, and the pains are gone. She's over, and her mind is blown. Look what I have. I have a new brand new baby child. Look at this baby I've got. Oh my goodness. New life is coming. God has a plan. It says there's going to be a new heaven and a new earth, the home of the righteous. All the rotten, no good people are gone. These satanic Luciferian bankers, they're gone. These pedophilia, Epstein Island, adrenochrome drinking, blood sucking people, they're gone. Oh, the wealth of the wicked stored up for the righteous. I had a guy delivering stuff to my construction yard, and we started talking today, and he went off. He knows all about the white hats and all these military underground bases, and he said they went into the Vatican and they found a tunnel. It goes all the way from the Vatican clear to Jerusalem. It's lined with gold. They took all the gold. They took it to Fort Knox. He went on and on and on and on. I couldn't believe it. This today, a guy today, a truck driver, and he does all this research and stuff. And I go, this guy very, very knows a lot, but I said, I don't know that I can believe everything. And he's telling me how Michael Jackson's still alive and all these, you've heard all that stuff, right, Corinne?
He said Michael Jackson's still alive.
A whole bunch of people. Yeah, JFK Jr., all these people, they're still they're alive.
And what are they going to do? They're going to come back and save us?
I don't know. Jesus is the one coming to save us. But
where do these people get these stories from? It's shocking.
They research. It's called Restored Republic, and then there's these white hats, and there's this Gitmo, and they're having all these tribunals, and the military.
That's the biggest lie. Listen, I'm assembling the white hats. I'm finding out who the white hats are.
I don't know. I told him I'm not sure I can buy into all of this stuff he was explaining.
They spread that false gossip so that when Trump lost in 2020, there would not be an uprising. They said, sit back, eat the popcorn, enjoy the show. It was all a psyop. It was all a CIA lie. JFK Jr. is not alive. No one's coming to save us. Corinne, I'm finding the white hats. You are a white hat. Because guess what? If something bad doesn't happen this summer, I totally forgive you, because you are going to house people who've been persecuted and prosecuted by the federal government. You're going to house whistleblowers. So all the stuff you're amassing, all the stuff you're getting, all the food, everything is going to be used eventually for righteousness, no matter what happens.
Well, I'm seeing the song American Pie. I've analyzed every word. It fits exactly what I see the prophecy is describing. And it's like, this is where we're at. The American Pie is gone. Remember, after COVID, everyone kept saying, we want to return to normal. Well, normal never did come back, did it? And normal's not happening, because birth pains you can't stop them. They keep on intensifying. Things keep getting uglier, and it can't get any uglier than for the crooked judicial system to take a man that the American people voted to become president and to rip him from one end to the other and try to find him guilty of 34 felony counts. The stupidity continues to increase. It's not getting easier, which is what birth pains do. And that means it's time for the water to break. And the breaking of the water is like Revelation 6. There's a scroll with seals on it, and the sac of amniotic fluid is sealed. But when the pressure keeps on building, It ruptures that sealed sac of amniotic fluid, and it's like breaking the seal in Revelation 6. The Lamb broke the seal. The first horse comes out with the voice of thunder. Thunder is the loud explosion sound that lightning makes. And that's a bombing. And the second horse is red, has a sword, takes peace from the earth, because a bombing starts a war. And the third horse carries scales, a day's wages for a quart of wheat, because war interrupts your normal economy, and delivery of supplies and goods become difficult to get. And the four horsemen, and it says after the fourth horse, that's ash, like fallout ash brings a plague of radiation sickness. It says the four horsemen have power to kill on 1/4 of the earth. So if it's a night attack, that's the earth is divided in half vertically by night and day. And it happens when summer's near. Well, the other part of the earth, winter's near. In other words, you've divided the earth in half horizontally by summer and winter. You divide the earth in half vertically by night and day. You wind up listening to scriptures describing 1/4 of the earth. And then you discover that all the NATO countries, from Canada across the globe to the European continent and the Atlantic Ocean, the top half, it contains all the NATO nations. So the four horsemen that have power to kill on 1/4 of the earth are the destruction of the NATO countries, which is where we're at. And the water's about to break. The birth pains are not going to stop. And then another very powerful scripture I began to process says in 1 Corinthians 10:11, all the stories in Israel's history serve as warnings and examples for not just for anybody, but for those upon whom the end is coming. And it's the end of an age. It's not the end of the world. It's the end of an age. A new age is coming that's better. It's a transition. But the end that's coming is the stories that are examples are like Job. Job was very prosperous, 7,000 sheep, 500 yoke of oxen, 10 daughters and sons, and everybody's feasting and dining, and it's a great time until suddenly the fire of God fell from the sky. His crops are destroyed. 3 bands of Chaldeans and bands of Sabians attacked him. He was attacked. Our land is being invaded. Our enemies are here. It says in Joel chapter 1, verse 6, a nation has invaded my land, powerful without number. We're invaded. Your good friend, and I love the guy Hank, who was just on before me, talks about how there's an American gun under every blade of grass. Well, right now there's 22 million invading military age foreigners from China and the Middle East and Eastern countries. They have invaded our land. This is not a nothing like it's ever been seen before. But so you're watching the land being invaded. You're watching the story of Job. It's going to happen suddenly. The fire of God falls from the sky. But in the end, remember, in the end, Job has everything restored back. Although he goes through the process of sitting in a pile of ashes, baldness on his head, scraping sores and boils from head to toe. This is an example. Egypt's an example. Egypt was the greatest kingdom in the world at that time with the Pharaoh and the pyramids. But what happened to Egypt is there was a Passover. There was a plague that passed over. The Israelites were told to put the blood of the lamb on the doorpost, close your doors and windows, hide yourselves for a little while. If you write down this scripture, it'll blow your mind. It's Isaiah 26:20. It says, come, my people, enter your rooms, close your doors and windows, hide yourselves for a little while until the Lord's wrath passes by. It's the fallout dust is going to pass by, and you want to keep your doors and windows shut because that toxic outside air is not what you want to be breathing in. These scriptures are all examples for us. The river Nile turned to blood, fish in the river died. The Egyptians had to dig holes along the banks of the river to get water to drink, meaning underground water was potable, surface water was contaminated. That's what fallout dust will do. Fish in the river died. The frogs became a plague because they had to get out of the nasty contaminated water, and they were in the Pharaoh's palace. Another story is Belshazzar, the handwriting on the wall, his kingdom fell. Today, America has been weighed in the scales and found wanting. The handwriting was many, many tickle you, Farson. And it was, you've been weighed, found wanting, and this day your kingdom is taken away from you. The handwriting is on the wall in this country right now. That story is an example. You guys got to figure out, oh, God put all those stories in the Bible specifically for the reason that we who understand that 1 Corinthians 10:11 is telling you those stories serve as examples for those of us who are facing the end that's coming, so we will know what we're going to be dealing with. And the same with Babylon. Now, Nebuchadnezzar got a dream from God about a tree falling. America is falling like the tree. 7 times passed by. Nebuchadnezzar slept in the fields, but at the end of 7 times, his kingdom was restored, and it went on to become greater than it was before. So the Pharaoh had the dream of 7 fat cows consumed by 7 skinny cows. Joseph stockpiled food for the 7 fat years that came, and when the 7 lean years came, he had food to feed his brothers who traveled a great distance to come to him for food because they had no food. 7 years of drought and famine are coming. We need to be stocked up. To deal with it, we're being given the story of Egypt as an example of what lies in our future.
Okay, so if nothing happens on June 6th, then you just get to spend time with your daughter. Maybe something will happen the new moon in July.
Maybe no, because it happens when summer is near. It's at the door. It doesn't happen after summer is here. It's when summer's near. And so and it isn't June 6th means nothing because you cannot put a number on a day because you're clearly being informed that no one knows the day. But if it says the moon will not give light, that is a 7-day period of time of the phase of the moon that gives no light. All 3 other phases give light. Only the new moon gives no light. And so all we have to do is listen carefully to what God's word is saying, because it'll be 2020 hindsight. After it happens, everyone could look in the Bible and say, well, see, the Bible said right there that that's what would take place. And then it did just what the Bible said. But you can't even go there that it'll happen in July. If we make it to the 4th of July, we have another year to become better prepared. But I've already been through that same, that has already happened to me. I have already suspected that the year was 2020, 2022, 2021, 2023. Every year I keep watching and seeing that the thing's getting crazier, thinking this could be the year, this could be the year. But I've never seen it as crazy as it is right now. Nothing approaches close to the craziness we're watching right now. For NATO to say they're going to make Ukraine a member, that's the same thing as saying all 32 NATO nations are coming to fight Russia over Ukraine. If you make Ukraine a member, that's their whole basis of existence. We all, one for all for one. Anyone attacks any member of NATO, all the other NATO members have to come and defend him 100%. You're watching the official announcement that World War III is starting in a month. And if you see that, you don't think, if a guy like me out in the Nevada desert can be aware of this, you got to know Putin is watching everything and he knows it too. And if he thinks they're all coming to Ukraine to fight him, he's going to smack them first. And he's got the ability to do it, and it fits the time frame I'm telling you.
So you think
But you can continue telling Hank you're going to see him in court on the 17th. Everything's going to be just normal, Corinne. Don't even think about what the Word of God says.
I'm going to I do think about what the Word of God says every single day. I'm going to Detroit, Michigan on June 5th to go to the Clay Clark show which is how I met you at the Clay Clark shows. I'm flying to Detroit, Michigan, and the Clay Clark show is happening. It's happening June
I did see that.
7th
I
and
did see
8th
that.
in Sterling Heights.
And do you know who Gene Ho is?
Yes. What about Gino?
Well, we've been talking, and Gene Ho is telling me I'm going to have to apologize to Clay Clark for telling him to cancel his event, because Gene Ho is saying, Everett, the Bible is never wrong, but your interpretation is. And that's when I started realizing, Gene, because Gene Ho will tells me right to my face, I love you, brother. I love you. And he does, because we've met at the Clay Clark thing, and I've been to lots of them with him. And he's actually done huge things in his life. He's bought rural property, set himself
Oh,
up.
Gene Ho is not cool. He got in a huge fight. They're in a huge fight. The girl, Gene Ho, and the girl who, right side blonde, a woman named Rachel, they got in a huge fight. Gene Ho says that he's a photographer for Trump. He says that JFK Jr. was in a helicopter with him and Trump somewhere in Mount, I don't know, Rushmore. JFK Jr. is dead.
I don't know that. That's one guy. Let me explain something to you about murder and death and court systems. It is a known fact that no one can ever be found guilty of murder without a body. They have to find a body.
They found his body. They found his body. They found JFK Jr.'s body. They just didn't bury him properly. He's never had a proper burial, but they found his body.
Well, I hadn't heard that they had found his body.
They totally found his body. They just didn't bury him properly.
Okay, well, there's things like that I am not as well informed as you possibly, but I'm okay, because knowing whether I know he's alive or I know he's dead doesn't change what I have to do every day.
Right. So what did Steve Bannon text you? I love that Steve Bannon texted you. What did he text you?
I mentioned to Steve Bannon all about how Putin has the same position about Ukraine as Kennedy had about Cuba. And he went into a bunch of research. I have his official WhatsApp line, but I don't know how to send you or tell you how to get to it. But anyway, Steve Bannon, we went on quite a way. I don't talk to him, but he does. I would have to turn my phone off and to read it to you it was just recently, by the way, a couple of days ago. He said, good morning, how are you, or something. And then I didn't see it for like 6 hours later. And so I started responding to it's on the WhatsApp thing. Because he told me in the beginning, on WhatsApp, we can say anything we want. It's all encrypted. Nobody knows no one will ever know what we're talking about. We can say anything we want. Steve Bannon told me that. In other words, he wanted me to talk to him and open up and say anything that I wanted to, and have complete assurance that it's secure. You don't have to worry about anything you're saying. In other words, he wanted me to open up and give him 100% of my whatever I had to say.
Okay, good. Okay, good. Yeah. Well, I will be in Detroit, Michigan with the Clay Clark Show starting June 5th.
Okay. You're going there on the 5th of June?
Yes.
What day of the week is that? Is that a Wednesday or Thursday?
Yes.
What is it?
Wednesday.
Wednesday?
Yes.
Well, Corinne, it says the destruction will take place in the middle of the night. So every night when you lay your head on your pillow to go to sleep, understand that if you wake up and it's the morning is here and you survived the night, then you have all day to not worry about anything, because it isn't going to happen in the daytime. It's going to happen at night, in the middle of the night. And so I actually, if I was going to go to Clay Clark's thing, I would try to find a room at least 30 miles out of the city area, like take a little bit of a drive and have a motel that's not right in the epicenter of a downtown area where there's a nuclear target, like a ground zero kind of a thing. Because it does say in Matthew 24, when you see the abomination that causes desolation, flee to the mountains. It says if you're on the rooftop or whatever, do not try to grab this or that, just leave, flee immediately, meaning that if a nuclear mushroom cloud is going up and you woke up, you had a rude awakening in the middle of the night, you want to run out of your room, even if you're in your underwear, get in your car and put the pedal to the metal and go, because the first ones may get away. But there's going to be congestion. I pictured a Atlantic City nightclub like 20 years ago. It had a band's pyrotechnics caught the area, the nightclub caught on fire with the ceiling, and the fire spread rapidly, and there were hundreds of people in the nightclub that all went into panic trying to get out of the building, and they jammed the doors. They could not get out, and a lot of people burned in that fire. And I began to realize a fire in a city, like a nuclear fire in a city going off, could cause people's cars to jam entrances, exits, and on-ramps going onto freeways to get out of there. And everything will be plugged up, and you will not be able to leave, and you will perish in the midst of the chaos that's going on. But if
I
you
will
get
be
out
dying in Michigan.
of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaketh. That's another scripture. Is it in your heart to die? And because it says, out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaketh. In other words, you say what's in your heart. Is it in your heart to die in Michigan, in Detroit?
No.
Well, you're saying that. You just said it.
Well, according to the scripture that you're talking about, the end is around June 6th. We just want to warn people, it's time to be ready. It's time to be prepared. Everyone needs to go to beready123.com and buy everything you need ASAP to be ready. Beready123.com. Everett is saying that the first week of June, there could be a major catastrophe that you want to be ready and survive.
It could even be the first 10 days. I don't know. The 6th, the calendar I have actually says, I'll show it to you. Maybe you can see it on with my phone. This is the month of June is right here. See, this is, you see where it says June? This is June, right?
Yeah, but it says everything backwards for me. Yeah, it says
Oh,
June. Yes.
yeah. Well, then I can't help that. But anyway, so all these, the black days I have them outlined as dates of new moon. And I don't know the day. But anyway, I don't say the 6th. I don't say the 5th. I don't use a number. I talk about the moon phase. The moon does not give light. That's why I say it that way, because that's the way it reads in the Bible.
Okay. What day are you having your daughter come to be with you?
She said she will be driving up from Southern California to Northern Nevada on Sunday.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, let's prepare. Let's see what happens. I'm doing my next show on Monday. We'll see what happens. I have all of my gear. I have my escape backpack. If I'm in Washington, D.C., I have a $2,000 backpack that I got on beready123.com. It has everything you need in it to survive an emergency. I have my emergency food.
You have water?
Everything I need, yes, I have water. I have everything. I have lighters. I have water. Everything you need is in beready123.com. You buy the backpack. I even have pots, pans to boil
Wow.
water, make food. I put this on my backpack. I steal a bike. I go 30 miles to my girlfriend's
You
house in Virginia.
can't stop saying you're stealing anything.
I
Thieves are
borrow
gonna,
a bike that I'll return
yeah.
back for. Okay,
Yeah.
I'll
You're gonna,
borrow a bike. I'll go to
okay.
my girlfriend's house in Virginia to survive the coming apocalypse, and then I will slowly but surely make my way to Missouri. Missouri is where I want to be when the shit hits the fan.
Okay. Well, then you should start making your way there right now.
Well, I'm not. I'm going to Clay. I'm going to Clay Clark.
Well, have a
I'm going to
plan
Clay
to
Clark.
leave.
I will die on the front line for the
Have a
freedom
plan.
fighters of the world. I will
Have
die
a
on the
plan.
front line. If you think the world's ending June 6th, I guess I'm dying on the front line in the middle of some weird place in Sterling Heights, Michigan. I don't even know.
Well, Sterling Heights may be a little ways away from the downtown center of Detroit.
Yes, and I will be with friends and allies. We're not going to be in
Yeah.
Detroit. We're going to be outside of Detroit. And I will be with all the Clay Clark people. Hopefully, I think General Flynn, it's obviously General Flynn's going to be there. Everyone will be there.
Oh, yeah. They will. Yeah. All the people who are not listening to what I'm reading in the Bible.
Yes, we're all going to be there. So God
And
bless you, Everett. I'm so grateful that you're warning us, and I'm going to send a tweet out. I'm going to tweet. People should be ready for the first week of June. But
now,
I will,
Corinne, what is our, would you estimate, with a number, conservative and a generous number, what is the size audience we're communicating to
when?
right here now as we speak?
Okay, so you have to look at the show after we put it. It's on 25 platforms. So you have to count all the platforms. So I have no idea.
I don't even
I have
know
no
where
idea.
a platform, I don't even know how to find one of the platforms.
You
I
want me
don't
to
know.
I'll forward the show to you. I will forward the show to you right now. I'll
Okay.
send you a text. So the easiest
Anyway,
this is on Rumble at the
I'm
America
very,
Happens Network on Rumble. You go to America Happens,
all
and
right.
I can't even tell how many people are watching right now. Okay.
Yeah, I know how to go to
It's like,
American Happen on Rumble,
yeah, you
American
go to
Happen.
America Happens, and then I
And I'll see
forward.
your show. I've seen your show before, and I've watched me on you on American Happens before on the
Yeah.
other ones we've done. Yeah.
So I'm going to forward it to you. So just on this platform, there's like 100 and something people watching. So let's just see what happens with that, because there's 25 platforms. So there's thousands
Okay.
of people watching.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, I really feel a burden to try to wake people up because I have this overwhelming conviction. I actually went to a feed store today and I bought 4,000 pounds of chicken feed, 50-pound
What?
bag.
Why?
Yeah, I bought, because I live in a community where a lot of people have chickens and the chickens are very useful. And everyone that's stocking up and has chickens, they want to have eggs, and we're not going to have any groceries when the highways are deserted. The EMP happens. People that have chickens can continue to survive and exist, but 80 bags of chicken feed is actually nothing because there's at least 80 farmsteads or people around here, communities, families with chickens. I only got one bag of chicken feed for 80 people. That's not that much.
Okay. Can you hear me? Testing, 1, 2, 3. I better get your address, Everett, in case something happens, so I know how to hitchhike. I'm going to hitchhike to Everett's place in Upper Nevada. Can you hear me? Testing. I think we lost Everett. Oh, wow. Can you hear us, Everett? We are having wacky internet problems today, per usual. Do you think the feds could be targeting my internet? Do you think the feds could be targeting the America Happens network? I mean, I know the feds watch everything we do because there's an Antifa girl named Breanne Chapman who hangs out in U.S. federal court. And anything I do, she tries to give to anyone who will listen, like any U.S. Marshal. They really don't care about me. She'll give it to any person on the side of the prosecution of any J6 case, or actually any case that's in the U.S. federal court. And so, yeah, I definitely know the feds know about the America Happens Network, but we lost Everett. So I guess I'm going to conclude this episode. We went over 5 hours of the America Happens news on the America Happens Network. Sorry, I'm playing with my hair. I just have to get my hair to a way different color at this point. Should I dye my hair platinum blonde, light brown, strawberry blonde? I'm not going to do black. But maybe it's time to just change my hair and be a brunette for a while. I don't know the answer to that, but I do know that General Flynn's movie is playing in Sterling Heights, Michigan for the Clay Clark Show on June 6th, 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You go to watchflynn.com. You all want to fight like a Flynn. That is, if I was ever going to get a tattoo, which I don't believe in tattoos, but I'd probably tattoo a cross on myself, or I would tattoo fight like a Flynn. I love that. When General Flynn's son showed me his fight like a Flynn tattoo, I thought it was amazing. That's the greatest thing. Fight like a Flynn. I want you to fight like Corinne would fight. Fight like Corinne. Fight like a Flynn. This is really important. We are all going to be in Sterling Heights, Michigan, the first week of June. And I'm bringing with me my Kingdom candy. These are $3 each, and these are a whole meal. They come in caramel, chocolate peanut butter. You go to Sherwood.tv, Corinne USA, to buy the Kingdom candy, to buy the Kingdom fuel, the greatest drink. I drink it in the morning, and then I drink it once at night, right before I go to sleep, and then the Kingdom coffee is my favorite coffee. There's no mold in that coffee. There's usually mold in every coffee. I'm getting loopy because I've been on air for 5 hours, but I want to be like Alex Jones, or I want to be like Steve Bannon. They go for 5 hours and they're fine. Well, they go for 3-4 hours. I go for 5 hours. I can handle this. I'm a champ. And then you get the water purification system. This is called Kingdom H2. You press the button. Look how gorgeous that is. That is just stunning. Look at that. That is gorgeous. You press the button and this gets this hydrogenates your water. Look how beautiful that is. And then you drink it. If you drink this water 1 hour a day, can you imagine how much healthier you would be? This machine is $200 minus 30% if you use my code Corinne USA. Use my code Corinne USA and you will get 30% off on this amazing water machine. I have more to show you. I'm obsessed. I'm obsessed with the satellite phone. The satellite phone, most amazing thing ever. This is the phone I'm bringing with me to Michigan. In case anything happens, I can use the satellite phone and I can talk to anyone, anywhere. The antenna on the satellite phone is the best. You go to sat123.com. Satellite phone, sat123.com. You better buy these while they still have them because they are running out of these. I tried to get 2 more and I couldn't get them. So you guys need to buy one of these for everyone you care about to have the satellite phone. So important. And then, of course, you have to have the prepper beef. The prepper beef is the key to everything. Corinne, Corinne USA beef. You need to buy a case of this. You put this beef in boiling water and you season it. And this is no hormones, no vaccines, the best beef ever. I interviewed the owner of the beef company about 10 days ago on the show. It was incredible. CorinneUSAbeef.com. While you're at it, you should buy the gold from Genesis. You need to buy some gold just in case everything collapses. You need to go to CorinneUSAGold.com. Corinne USA Gold, that's Genesis Gold. You buy the satellite phone. I really like this money advisor. His name is Carlos Cortez Jr. If you want to talk to him, I will get you his number. You've got to text me, 917-287-1314. I really love Carlos Cortez Jr. for advising you on to how to handle your money, because the CBDC and all of that is coming. And then, of course, oh my gosh, this is my favorite. I got to show this to you. This is the line called Curativa Bay, okay? I'm going to show this to you. It's up there. That is exactly how I make my skin so exceptional. You have to go to Curativa Bay, Curativa Bay. Curativa Bay, the best skincare ever. Go to Curativa Bay. Use my code. Get a discount. Curativa Bay. CuraTivaBay. Corinne USA. So important. I have the best skin from Curativa Bay. Here's the water. It's brewing. While that is brewing, I'm putting Curativa Bay there. Then you guys know that I love, love, love the apricot seeds. The apricot seeds are the best of the best. You go to RNC Store, rncstore.com. Use my code CorinneUSA. Get a really amazing discount if you use my code. So important. You ready for more? Of course, my pillow. My pillow, you can get anything you need for your bathroom. They have the best slippers ever. I gave a pair to my mom for Mother's Day. She loved them. Everyone loves the pillows from My Pillow. You go to mypillow.com. Use my code. I think you get like 40% off if you use my code. Corinne, Corinne USA. You get at least 40% off. So important. What else? I got to show you what else. Oh, Be Ready, 123.com. Get the Faraday bags, get the backpack, get the generators. I've got my generator right here. Can you see it? This is the generator. And of course, this is the most important thing at this point. Are you ready? Phone123.com. Okay. We are all addicted to the iPhone. The iPhone spies on you. The Eric Prince phone is going to be interesting, but this is the only phone that will actually allow you to have a decentralization, and it comes de-Googled, or you can have it Googled, whatever you want. You go to clear.com. You get $100 off of the 620 phone. Clear phone. It's called the Clear phone. You buy the Clear phone, you get $100 off if you use my code Corinne USA. $100 off the Clear phone is so important. Clear phone, 100 off with my code Corinne, Corinne USA. Then you take all of the Android phones, the Clear phone, all the phones that you have, and you hook them up to phone123.com. Phone123.com. It's time to make sure that you have service that doesn't spy on you. You need to go to phone123.com. All of your phones, not the iPhone. We need to get rid of the iPhone. We need to boycott the iPhone. Time for the Clear phone. This is what the Clear phone actually looks like. It comes with a phone case and a charger and a speaker. Look how gorgeous that is. It's huge. It's got a really good camera. Clear phone. Clear phone. Clear.com. This is the 620. Look how big it is. The 620, you get $100 off. It's like, I don't know, $1,000, $800 for the phone. You get $100 off if you use my code Corinne USA. And of course, there's a smaller version. This is called the Freedom Phone. You get $50 off if you use my code Corinne USA. Then you hook everything up to phone123.com. I have just given you over 5 hours of pure information, raw and real. Woo, who does more raw and real news than I do? Who gives you more access to the political prisoner crisis happening in the United States of America at this time? But I got a new background. I'm going to change my backgrounds all the time, but my information is always real and always important. If you find it in your heart to donate to America Happens, please do. And if you find it in your heart, follow me on X at Corinne Clifford. I always have news. I've never had a day without news. It's just shocking. I'm overwhelmed with news. Right now, we're being told the first week of June, there could be very big problems in the world. Take it or leave it, but be prepared, be ready. You better buy everything you need right now at beready123.com. Honestly, the political prisoner situation in the United States of America is getting worse and worse. I don't see anything getting better and better. That's why you should spend the $200 minus 30% at Sherwood.tv, Sherwood.tv/Corinne USA. Buy the water machine, fill this up with water, any water you like. You just pour the water in, you could use any water you want. If you drank this one time every hour, you would be so much healthier. I promise you. So important. And the key to life is the kingdom fuel. The kingdom fuel is the key to life. So buy all of this. I'm giving you a whole plan. I'm giving you exactly what to do to prepare for anything that could happen. Thank you so much for watching this episode of the America Happens News. Join me on X, join me on Instagram. My Instagram is totally censoring me, but I do like Instagram because I like the platform of Instagram. I'm beginning to really get addicted to X. And if you want to find me, you can text me. I've got a 24/7 phone line where you can text me, 917-287-1314. I will see you at the Clay Clark Show in Sterling Heights, Michigan on June 6th. 7th and 8th, come find me. And if you have any election corruption you want me to expose, that's what I'm here for. I'm here to track the political prisoner crisis happening in the United States of America at the U.S. federal court. And I am here to track election corruption and so much more. What I really want to do is I want to show that members of Congress are getting really nothing done. So follow me on X, follow me on Instagram. It's time for me to get a really, really serious news show. I'm looking for a co-host. If you know anyone who would be an incredible co-host with me on a news show where we use assets and we show you the daily news, most of the assets will probably be my assets. If you know anyone that you think would be a great co-host, I would love to hear what you have to say, because the news is getting way more interesting than any Netflix. The real news, I mean, I'm addicted to the real news. The real news, the real raw, the real news, unedited and uncensored, is better than any movie you'll ever watch. So I'm going to leave you with that thought. I always pray for you. May the goodness bless your life. God bless you. Peace. Stand up for the U.S. Constitution. I will see you Monday. I think Monday I have to start at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I usually do a 5-hour show, so maybe I'll start a little earlier, like 6:45, 7. I will see you Monday night, and then I will see you at the Clay Clark Show. God bless you. So grateful. Thank you for watching all of this, because this was a jam-packed, full of information show. And if you have any questions, once again, you can text me, 917-287-1314. I'm going to start putting commercials into my shows. So if you want to be a sponsor of my shows, and if you want to actually make a donation where it's anonymous, I'm ready. Just text me, contact me, 917-287-1314. I am going to figure out how to close this episode of the America Happens News on the America Happens Network. God bless.